Hey everyone, can you guys hear me? Just to start with, I've got M2Dave and Tom Brady in the back. Sorry if I look a little bit rough as well. I've been dealing with a viral infection and the flu, so I'm kind of like I've been dealing with it since we did the 9-hour live stream. So I'm a little bit under the weather right now, but I thought I'd drag myself out of bed for this. So what we were supposed to be doing today is having Tom versus the MK community, but as we know, there's a lot of people on Twitter that talk a lot, but they don't have a lot to say when it comes to the live stream. So to sort of like mitigate us sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting for them to show up, we've got M2Dave here, who I know I've heard him say multiple times that he would debate me on certain things. Unfortunately, Tom's not got his videos on his channel anymore for me to reference certain points of the videos, and it would be too long to go and even look now if they were to go back up. But I guess we'll just start fresh, and we'll start wherever he wants to start, and then much later on, it's probably going to take a while. If people want to talk, then we'll get them on as well. All right, so let me add Tom and Dave. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave. Tom's still muted though. Yeah, he's still muted, Tom.
Tom, can I hear you?
You gotta press the unmute button. Oh wait, I think he's added himself twice.
Come on, old man, you got this.
No, I was making sure that it was actually the Blue Yeti mic this time.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so I apologize if I sound a little bit rough or look rough. I've been in bed for the past 3 days trying to recover, so yeah. But I guess we'll start wherever you guys really want to. I would have had some talking points, but I can't. I think have you archived or deleted all the old videos, Tom?
I didn't delete them. I just put them on private.
Okay.
Just MK community. They kind of want to abolish you until you abolish yourself, and then they're like, "Where'd they go?" You know how it is. In general, I know Dave and I have talked many times about not just about MK1, but kind of the uproar of Tekken. Obviously it's a big deal right now, and he has some pretty strong opinions on that he's always wanted to talk to you about.
Well, if I know it's not customary, and I apologize to Mike. By the way, I hope you're feeling better soon.
Thanks, man.
I think since the title says what it does, I think we should start with MK. And
Sure.
I know it's not customary, but let me just read what Mike said about the most recent podcast. It is the most liked comment, so I believe there's popularity, and there's a request to elaborate on this. So I'm just going to read what he said.
Okay.
This is the most recent video, which kind of blew up. I quote, "Dave, can you hear yourself? I'd really encourage you to watch back your talking points because you don't know right from left on Tekken or Mortal Kombat, respectfully." So if you know me, I'm a pretty confrontational guy, but not in a disrespectful manner. So I appreciate you hosting this, of course, and of course, we're literally like maybe a little bit more 12 hours after Tom's after the podcast that we just uploaded. So I want to ask you about the game, and you can take this any way you want to take it. What's wrong with Mortal Kombat 1 in your opinion?
What's wrong with it? I think a better question would be what's right with it. But if I was to answer your question, are we talking about Mortal Kombat 1 in its current state or historically?
Well, I think there's only one that matters, and that's presently. I don't understand. I don't think there are too many individuals in the community. I know there probably are some who would maybe make the case that the game was good in release, which I think is completely asinine. But I think presently there's a lot of stuff to criticize about the online gameplay, about the lack of online lobbies, et cetera, et cetera. When I say that the game is vastly improved, I'm strictly referring to the meta and the way that the game has improved, and I want your opinion on that topic.
Yeah, the game has definitely improved, but improving from a pile of shit doesn't really stand for much. So you already covered the lack of online features, which isn't exclusive to Mortal Kombat, obviously. We've been dealing with that on the Bleach game, so it's not like MK is in a vacuum. But aside from that, just from a gameplay standpoint, yeah, they've improved things a lot. There's been a lot of updates, but the very basis of Mortal Kombat 1 is already very shaky with the cameo system. And although it's gotten to a better point, I would be willing to bet that most people can't wait to be done with the system. It's not, first of all, it's not fun for a lot of people. I know that, again, the player base is a little bit more stable now, but for a game that has sold as much as it has, with as much legacy as it has, it's still a very, very low number. And I think you could attribute that to the cameo system just being an unfun system. Aside from that, MK is the more casual fighting game of the big three, and it has almost nothing to do for casuals offline. Invasions is still a terrible mode. The Warrior Shrine is, I don't know why we were waiting that long for Warrior Shrine. I don't know what that was all about. It's still got, I guess the prices in the store have gotten better, but for the most part, the store is still constructed horribly. What's that mode called where you burn the coins? The dragon sort of burns the coins.
The combat shrine.
Yeah, it's still RNG, so I'm there like pulling at straws, waiting for something decent to pop up. Yeah, so from the top down, the game is still not good. It got better from where it was, but from where it was like as low as you could have possibly got.
I think spoken like somebody who hasn't played the game in a very long time, I can already tell. So if you're going to call out somebody on not knowing what they're doing, I suspect, in fact, I expect very specific things about the meta, which you have comment nothing on. You went to talk about invasions, which I don't think any sane, rational human being would ever stand behind it, except maybe one of the guys who's in the combat cast, but that I'm not him. So
you asked me about the current state of Mortal Kombat, so I covered the entire game.
I asked you specifically about the meta, and you haven't addressed anything yet. So let me tell the people the truth, because
well, if you want to know about the meta, like I said, the game has gotten better. We don't suffer with the same bullshit where it was one season, a new cameo sort of dominates and takes over. They've gotten better in that regard. From what I've seen, there seems to be more diversity across the roster. But if you want to talk about the meta specifically, although it's gotten better, I don't think it really covers what the issue is with Mortal Kombat. Of course, the meta was going to get better over time, like most fighting games, but that's not the issue with the game. So we could cover that. Yeah, we're not in the Peacemaker age anymore. We're not in the Johnny Cage age anymore. Yeah, you're seeing more cameos across the board. That's not the problem, though.
What is the problem?
Like I just said, the foundation of the game is horseshit. The cameos is not fun. People don't like cameos. And then all the other things that I listed about Mortal Kombat that was very popular for, the MK1 failed in every regard.
I think it's okay to not like the game because of the cameo system, and I think I've said it a million times. Just like if you don't like the heat system, then probably Tekken is not for you. If you don't like the drive system, then probably Street Fighter 6 is not the game for you. If you don't like the V-trigger system, Street Fighter 5 is not for you. If you don't like rage arts and rage drives, then Tekken 7 is probably not for you. So I'm all about having different perspectives and different likes and dislikes, different hates and anything in between. The objective fact is that the game has improved tremendously. There's almost no question about this. Whether you want to admit that or not is a different topic altogether.
I just said that it has improved.
Good. And you haven't talked about it enough on your channel. You're too busy talking about ugly girls in the FGC, which is just comical. I mean, I know people.
I have an opinion on this.
Hold on a second, Tom.
Hold on a second.
If the game is dinosaur shit, then yeah, it improved, but it is garbage, right? So you're saying if the heat system isn't for you, Tekken 8's not for you. If rage drives are not for you, then Tekken 7 is for you. But the fact of the matter is that all of these fighting games have systems in them. Third Strike had parries, CVS2 had systems borrowed from SNK games and whatnot. Those were all super popular. MK1 system is hyper unpopular. Is that true or untrue?
100% super. You're the guy who's going on a non-stop pitch and forks about the heat system in Tekken. There was a point I watched your stream, you played it without heat. Then why aren't you just playing Tekken 7? What are you doing?
I've already gone over this 100 times, Dave, and I know that you've seen it because you've just said, in that very stream we spoke about it. So are you going to admit information or are you going to talk about the whole story?
I'm going to talk about the fact that you haven't played the game in obviously a year and a half, and you have very strong opinions about something you know
How do you
nothing
know I
about.
haven't
And by
played
the way,
MK1? How do you
I'm
know?
not. Hold on a second.
Wait,
I'm
hold
not.
on. You just made a statement. You don't know if I played
When was the
MK1 or
last time?
not.
Hold on. When was the last time you played Mortal Kombat One? Actually,
I
say.
played Mortal Kombat 1 when the T1000 came out with my friends offline. I already said to people I'm
Okay.
not playing that game on my channel.
How long have you actually played for, like consecutively, like actually understanding the meta and actually understanding how the game improved, instead of like playing it for a day, which that's that's what casual gamers do. Like that's what I would like to
I
know.
don't need to play the game every day to understand how it improved. I played it on and off. When there was a new drop of a character and my friends wanted to play it, I played it with them.
I think based on everything that I've seen and heard from you, and by the way, I'm not the people in the comments. I think you're a very strong player. That's not my criticism. These are not ad hominem or personal attacks about you. My criticism of you is I used to watch your channel and you used to be more like gameplay driven. And then I watch complete nonsensical videos about sensationalism that would make the entertainment channel, if you live in the United States, you will know what I'm talking about, like envious. I respect you as a player. I think you're a very strong player. I watched you as far back as Tekken Tag 2, Tekken 7. I have no issue with you criticizing the gameplay. When you talk about some of the stuff that you talk about, it is embarrassing. The MK community cannot get behind that because we now feel, as a majority, including Tom, we believe that we're playing a game that's vastly improved. It's worth traveling for. It's worth building a community for. If you cannot see that, that's on you.
Then
Well,
why aren't
two
they
things can
traveling?
be true. Two things can be true.
But hold on, Tom, why aren't they traveling then? If it's worth
They are.
traveling for, why aren't they traveling? No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
This
I
game
mean,
has sold more than Tekken and almost as much as Street Fighter 6, if not more. And yet its player base is a fraction of both of those. So
and how
I'm
long
talking
has
about
that
in
been true?
tournaments.
How long has that been true for Mortal Kombat?
That's been true since the beginning of all of them.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Mortal Kombat 1? If you
No,
were
I'm
honest
talking
with
about
your
Mortal
audience,
Kombat 1, right?
Mike, with all due respect, if you were honest with your audience, you would talk about the history, about the fact that Mortal Kombat, as Thomas pointed out a million times, always loses. He talks about it cannot obtain, and it's always been true. It has nothing to do with MK1 anymore as a game because the game has vastly improved. And yes, it's a very small community. It's always been a very small community. That's just a fact. This is a different argument about the
Why?
numbers.
Okay, wait. Why has it been a small community? Then let's talk about that. If it's sold the most, but it always been a small community, why is that?
Well, that's the million dollar question that nobody can
No, it's
answer.
not. It's not the million
Okay,
dollar
you
question. The
answer it.
reason
What's
that it's
the
small in the competitive community is because majority of competitive players understand that Mortal Kombat is not designed in a serious way. Otherwise, it has the most play. It has the biggest. It should have the biggest player base, right? It sells the most, so it should have the biggest online community
I'm
or
not
offline community.
arguing. By the way, I'm not. You claim that you listen to what I have to say. I'm not arguing that the game has a, that the game is on the same terms as Street Fighter or Tekken. Those games are held to the highest standards of the FGC for a reason, and I've never made any argument otherwise. If you claim you listen to what I'm saying, and if you do, then you know that I completely agree that the numbers are lower than, much lower than they actually should be for a game that sells as much. However, to disregard the game as garbage and trash, especially in the current state that is in, is just dishonest and it's sensationalism.
No, well, that's my opinion, and based on the numbers, it doesn't really help itself, does it?
I mean, you can talk about numbers all you want. I'm just telling you that every Mortal Kombat game, present, past, and future, they're not on the same terms as Street Fighter and Tekken. And that's just a fact. And that has nothing to do with the present game. That's every game, every Mortal Kombat, including Justice, by the way.
No, I understand. I understand that, Dave, and you're not wrong there. But I'm asking you, why is that?
You answered your question earlier.
But am I lying?
No, I think
Right then.
the game Mortal Kombat never was this supposed to be this competitive fighting game. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same way at this point in time, and that we cannot build a scene around it. I was the hardest critic, even harsher than you, when the game was released. People, I don't want to say they gave me death threats, but it came pretty damn close, right? Because I was so critical of the game on release. I was critical of the online gameplay of the Cyrex helicopter meta, right? I was the first one to point that out, that bullshit. I was like, this game, man, it cannot survive. However, when I saw the developers put in the work, adding new moves and adding new buffs, which I know people in tech community hate, I was like, yeah, they're doing a good job and they're trying their hardest to actually improve the game. Where am I wrong? I don't understand. I'm trying to support the FGC. I'm trying to support a franchise that I love reasonably well, while in the
Mm.
past criticizing it. I don't understand what your issue is with my perspective.
It's not my issue, your perspective. I've listened to you on Tom's podcast multiple times saying that you don't agree with this and you don't agree with that. Just to answer one thing that you said earlier, you said that you used to watch my channel because I talk about the gameplay and now it's sensationalism, drama stuff. The fact of the matter is, Dave, is that we're on YouTube and there are certain things that are interesting to certain people. There's only so long that I can talk about a shit game. Like I spoke about MK1 for as long as I could. We did as many podcasts about the gameplay as we could. I did videos breaking down the gameplay. I did a 4-part series breaking down where you could improve it. I don't know what more you want me to say about it. You want me to still make videos about MK1 gameplay? What is the point?
Mike, with all due respect, you have a video about ugly girls in the FGC. I'm not saying you're the one who was promoting the subject. You were commenting on it.
Yeah.
I,
What's
in
the
my
problem with that?
25 years of being part of the FGC now, I have never seen such a topic. Talking about, um, who's woke and who isn't. And people will get a political impression of me. Trust me, it's not what you think it is.
No,
I'm
but what's
just
the
saying we're
problem
at
with
the
that?
FGC. Mike, if I may finish, please. I'm in
Sorry.
the FGC to talk about the gameplay, and I have criticized Tom viciously about his, let's discuss people paychecks and who's, making money at the GC and how much, just because he had a personal gripe against Fox, for God's sake. What plays does that have? Like, let's
That's not what
focus
that
on
was
gameplay.
about either. But
It's
It was
called a
100%
community. Like it's not just about the game. We're a community. We're people. Things happen in the community.
and I don't
Why is it
mind
wrong
you.
for people to talk about that?
Well, if that's literally most of the stuff that you do, I have an issue with that. I'm not against you discussing, how women or girls are mistreated in the FGC. I think that's a topic that I think that needs attention. However, if that's all you discuss and you
That,
all focuses on the social sensationalist topic, which by the way you did not used to do back in the day, this is a fact. You were more about gameplay driven, criticizing the heat system. Or maybe you had a couple of videos of Street Fighter, some videos on MK, and honestly, not as a person, but as a content creator, I respected you more. And I know many people who feel the way that I do.
all right. Well, I mean this respectfully, Dave. I don't care about that, and that's not true. First of all, firstly, if you go back and look on my channel, I was doing stuff like this 4 years ago when The Last of Us and some other games were coming out. It was very similar content. It just wasn't fighting games. And even before that, I covered some stuff like this. I just came away from YouTube for about 2 years and then I came back. So, firstly, that's not true. Secondly, the aspect that I was talking about where I said community, I I believe that there is a place for the people to talk about things when girls are getting called ugly or being ostracized from the community or being or having certain things levied against them. I don't see the issue with that. If people lose respect for me for hosting a bunch of girls or talking about some issues in the community, that's up to them. I couldn't care less. If all they're going to do is focus on the games when we're a part of the community, that's fine. They can do that, and I'll do this. And also the third thing you said, where that's all I do now. All you got to do is click on my channel, and you'll notice that that's not true. I've been talking about the Tekken gameplay recently. I've been talking about Bleach Rebirth of Souls. We were talking about Demon Slayer the other day. I've done 3 live streams just this week for about 20 hours collectively playing games with the community, not talking about anything drama related. So you're cherry picking news topics that might have gone very far, but that's not the whole truth.
Again, in my 25 years of following the FGC and following content creators, I've seen very few videos of what you have published recently, including talking about, just straight up political issues, um, very sensitive social topics
Hmm.
that no matter where you are on the spectrum, I don't believe necessarily belong on a fighting game channel, on a
Why
Tekken
don't they?
channel. I don't see FDX talking about this. I don't see Mayman Sweet talking about this. I don't see Frame Whisper talking about this. I don't see Best for Arcade talking about this.
They're
I
not
don't
me.
see. I know they're not.
Why
And
would I
in my
copy their
humble,
content?
they're talking about gameplay, just like most content creators are. which is what most people expect. If people want social topics, guys, there's plenty of YouTube channels where you can see this. Like, and by the way, they get to the political discussions. If that you want to see, I think there are better alternatives than what you see on Mike. If you want to see Mike talk about the gameplay, he's one of the best. Yes, when he wants to be. When he discusses bullshit, then yeah, he's one of the worst. That's my opinion.
So you don't think people should talk about issues in the community? As a matter of fact,
No,
before answering that, what do you say to when Mike Watson came on my stream, one of the OGs in your scene, one of the most respected players in the fighting game scene in general, who thanked me for giving him a space to talk about the issues that were going on back then, because there weren't things like this going on back then where he could speak about it. What do you say to something like that?
I think I'm not. Again, you're assuming that I'm completely negating, that I'm completely denying that this should never be discussed. I believe that you have lost your way in the sense that, again, you used to talk about gameplay exclusively for the most part, with some exceptions. When I saw that video, when a lot of people saw that video talking about ugly girls or ugly women, I don't know what the video was. I didn't watch it because I know it was bullshit. I'm like,
How
why is he
you
doing
didn't
this?
even watch the video and you already know what it's about?
Yes, I'm making assumptions because those assumptions are justified. But look, you obviously you're not going to change your mind about what I'm saying, neither should you. I'm just one man in the FGC, and you should keep what you're doing. I think I came on here because I promised Tom I would, and I specifically want to focus on Tekken if that's okay with you, because I think that's where most of my passion is. On MK, I don't think we will ever agree. We'll just agree to disagree because you obviously feel one way about the game and I feel about the other. But I think in Tekken, we may be able to find some commonalities, if you will. So I would like to know what your issue is with Tekken 8 as you see it right now.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to go over there. I guess we'll just start
Can
with
you?
the glaring
Again,
problem.
I'm just focusing. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Just focus on the gameplay. That's really all I care about.
Okay, so the gameplay, obviously, the glaring problem is heat. Heat is a system they've put in the game that is massively oppressive and hyper aggressive, and Tekken has always been championed as being a very defensive fighting game. It's got a legacy of doing that, and to bring in a system like this and completely flip it on its head when you've got a legacy player base is obviously going to piss people off. The heat system allows somebody to be plus whatever on block and then plus whatever on block, and then you're at the wall and they're plus on block again, so it creates this situation where it's 50-50s and forced 50-50s over and over again. I'm sure you've seen the animation they added in right at the end of Tekken 7, which everyone hated, where you sort
The
of
one
bounce off
crush.
the wall.
The one crush.
um, yeah, so that animation forces you into a 50-50 situation. It takes away the ability for the player to control their actions, and so they're basically just relying on them guessing high or low. And that neuters the fun in the game, and it also closes the skill gap between players, because if you're a better player than me, but I've gone into heat with Feng, and I do 3+4, it doesn't matter if you blocked it, you're falling to the ground. That's what that move does, right? So you now have to guess, am I going to press 2 or am I going to press down 3? And that's not a skill thing. That is a pure casino games, and that is across the board in Tekken 8, which is something we've never seen in Tekken before. We've seen it in glimpses of characters over the years, but we've never seen it as a system-wide issue, which is what Tekken 8 has presented us with.
If you analyze the history of Tekken, I'm going as far as back as Tekken Tag 1. And people don't understand the concept. I don't say this to prop myself up or talk about my resume. I got top 8 at Evo just spamming projectiles and I quote punishing something with a backdash, and I was laughed at. So I'm not your hyper defensive gameplay uh, guru. That's Sonic Fox. That's Ninja Killer in our community. I don't come from that perspective. I just want to give people the context. However, if you if you look up the most broken move in Tekken history, it will come down to like probably 5.0 Steve, hold three, sidestep hold three, 1-1, right? That's a defensive move, guys. That's not an offensive move. Essentially, if you attack Steve in that game in the wrong manner, you die. A lot of has been said about Tekken 4 Jin, the just frame laser scraper. Tom played that game. if you continued playing, because that game kind of died real quick, if you kept playing it, it turns out that Tekken 4 Jin had a parry, and if you play Tekken 7 Jin, you have no idea how broken that parry is. It essentially had a 1 or 2 frame of like whiff recovery, and it parried almost everything. You couldn't start your offense. It was literally impossible to do anything. So we're coming from an egregiously defensive game. And just one more example, if I may, Tekken Tag 1, the special mid-hitting EWGF. Again, it's not used as a mix-up tool. You just cannot get in on those characters. It's just they have a essentially they all have a Zafina backdash from Tekken 7, that is, and they spamming a +5, +6, whatever the hell it was at that time. Launcher. You couldn't get in. So obviously, looking at the way Tekken 7 turned out to be at the very end of its lifespan with the pick an infinite stage, backdash with Zafina, backdash with Fang Du jab, and whiff punish, do counter launchers. Obviously, Harada and Murray were looking at that as like, you know what? Maybe we need to do something about this gameplay that's been hyper defensive for most of Tekken, not all, for most of Tekken's history. And you can criticize the decision that they made, but there's obviously a rationale. There's a reason. There's a premise here that needs to be discussed, which I believe you, as a content creator, or almost all of them, have failed to mention.
We have spoken about it, and what I'd like to say on that is that me and Chad the third actually went over this. He did a 4-hour breakdown of this, which I'm sure you didn't see, but he provided 4 hours of proof where this just isn't true. It's a lot of revisionist. People like to cite Knee and Arslan Ash as their talking point for Tekken 7, but majority of Tekken 7 was actually super aggressive. It was not backdash, backdash, backdash. And what they do is they will take Zafina, who, had a really powerful backdash, or Kunimitsu, and they'll use that as their entire talking point. All you got to do is find videos of Green Arcade or the Pakistanis playing any of those videos. You'll see that Tekken 7 was a very aggressive game, but they take these two characters who closed off Tekken 7 and probably left a bad taste in some people's mouths. And then they took that and they were like, let's turn this up. And the thing is that I don't just think it was because of Tekken 7. I think it's because of how fighting games were going in general. They were becoming more and more aggressive as time went on, because being aggressive is much easier than being defensive, and they're trying to bring in new players. So I played Tekken 7 the whole way through. I paid attention to the scene the entire way through, and I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1. And I know that through Tekken 7's lifespan, it was not backdash fire. You can go on to most tournaments, and until you get to the top 8 or even top 4, you're not really seeing that too often. And even then, those are the top 1% players. Majority of the players online were not dealing with backdashes. And again, I would encourage people to go and watch Chad the Third's video. It is 4 hours of proof that Tekken 7 was not like that. And he went over it in detail. And then we did a follow-up on my channel on a live stream where we went over it in detail. So that is not true again.
It is true with the way the game ended up being. I'm not disagreeing with you that the game used to be more offensive. It's not because Afina got buffed, or because Elisa got buffed, or because Noctis got buffed, or because any of us could get buffed. The reason that defensive gameplay ended up dominating the game, and I think FeedEx is the best video on this, and he documents all the changes, how they nerfed the low pokes, certain damage outputs of certain characters, which end up in the game being more defensive. And that's how people remember the game, because that's the game that was being played. We cannot go back to previous versions and hypothesize, well, if this how Tekken 7 had ended, then this how it would have been played. So I think it's an irrelevant point.
Again, it was two characters that people were seeing in the top 8. If you go and look at Marduk in the top 8, Negan, even Akuma or Geese, these were very aggressive characters. They were in your face. I mean, Geese and Akuma were trying to cancel in your face constantly. So again, like, there were matches where this happened, but most of the player base were never experiencing this.
Mike, I'm sure you would agree the men that ended up being, if you fight a high level Akuma, at the highest level, like a Super Akuma, or anybody else at that level, it was essentially you switch from a wall stage to an infinite stage, and you kind of backdash and hope for the best. I mean, that was the meta. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just describing objectively what it was. And that's, again, Murray and Harada looked at that and they were probably thinking, you know what, we probably don't want that for Tekken 8 because it's very, there's a lack of interactions going on, right? There's a lot of backdashing and it comes down to a couple of hits and then you just kind of backdash. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. All I'm saying is I'm objectively describing to you the way that the game ended up being.
Okay, well, we're not going to agree on that because me and Chad already did like 8 hours worth of covering this. But let's go with that premise and that they saw this and they wanted to change Tekken 8 into a more aggressive game. What is your talking point here? I don't understand because you've pointed out that they saw this and wants to change it, but now what?
I think if the assumption is that certain people are winning because, I don't know, because the game is more aggressive and quote unquote they're scrubbing it out, there's absolutely no evidence for that. Unless you want to name players right on stream who you think are winning because of the heat system. Who's winning? The Koreans? Top European players?
That's such a straw man argument. I have a couple of things. I've listened and I've got numbers here to back up a lot of what I'm saying here when we go back to MK.
Okay, name the players who are winning because they're frauds. Go ahead.
So that's a straw man argument. Nobody is saying that scrubs off the street are winning. So that's a straw man argument for one. Two, when it comes to Tekken, and this is I think what everybody is saying, maybe they're not wording it the way you would like, but at the essence, here's what it comes down to. And this is my issue with modern gaming in general, Dave, because I'm sure you can point out this is not just Tekken, this is every game. It's not just with Tekken. It is that developers, take Harada, they want to scale back what you can do defensively. Sidestep shouldn't be as good. Backdash shouldn't be as good. And even though they've toned that down, we want to make sure that there is options to lock you in place where people can throw out game-ending situations that leave them plus or safe, and you just have to take it, which is what they mean by casino. So it seems developers oftentimes, when it comes to defensive mechanics, be it a sidestep, a backdash, or a defensive tool like MK or Street Fighter, always seem to these days be saying, let's be really careful with how good this backdash is or how good this sidestep is. But they don't ever seem to say, let's be careful so you're not plus, they're not plus 100 million. You're forced to eat a safe game-ending 50-50. The developers have no caution with players being able to ram the most obnoxious, oppressive A or B 50-50 down your throat, giving you no option to escape besides just hold it. Yet they are super safe and cautious on defense. And I think that is what Tekken is saying. They're saying that it gives not bad players winning. What they're saying is that my ability to play defense and make good reads is being punished because they say your ability to do this and stay out of these situations. A lot of fighting games is just stay out of it because you can point to a million fighting games where there's a 50-50 here or a safe mix there or whatever. But defensive players know sometimes you have to stay out of it. What Harada has basically said is, I've buffed up the offense really good, and you guys are still staying out of it. So what I'm going to do is buff it up even more and then make sure you have to deal with it. That is what people are saying is the problem. They are so cautious on the defensive end, but nobody has that discussion of, is this too much on the offensive end?
The best defensive tool in Tekken 8 was I know people are going to roll their eyes, and they're not going to like it, was the Power Crush Heat Engager. People may not like it, but that was the best defensive in the game, especially pre-patch. For example, with Victor, when like almost, the range was nerfed, and if you hit it, you got your offense back. Essentially, if you're an MK player, it was kind of like an armor launcher, more or less. That was the best defensive tool. People didn't like that. Now, I'm
sure.
Do you
know why they didn't like it, though?
That's not the best defensive tool.
But do you know why? But do you know why they didn't like the Power Crush Heat Engager? Do you know why?
Why?
Because people you can use because it is much harder to defend via spacing, sidestepping, etc., than throw out a move that just says this move beats your move, and now I'm gonna run in, and then I'm gonna make you guess for your life. By the way, if I'm wrong, guess again because I'm safe, or plus. This is the problem people had with that. That is it is significantly made to transition right to instant offense. So someone who really doesn't have the defensive ability to say, here's what we're going to do. You throw this out and then you get instant offense. It's about, you're basically saying
You're
the best
describing a
defense,
Shoryuken in a nutshell, which is existed since like Street
or
Fighter.
Shoryuken is not instant offense.
Yes, it is, because it led to a safe jump setup. Again, there's a
Oh, my
complete
lord.
lack of understanding
Or
of fighting.
Shoryuken isn't safe unless you're going to FADC.
Old Ken's wasn't super turbo. Tom, just stop. Just stop.
Tom,
So,
no, Dave, that is not the best defensive tool. Power Crush heat engages acted as offensive tools because there was very little drawbacks to them, and you could just throw them out whilst you were attacking your opponent, and there was no penalty for it.
There's no penalty, and it was instant offense. Instant offense.
It puts you in like plus. You get that. You run in their face. You get more pressure. You run in their face. It's not a defensive tool.
Mike, all the best defensive tools in fighting game history lead to some offense, like a Shoryuken, right? Why was FADC so strong in Street Fighter 4? Because even though it was a defensive tool, it led some offense, which was essentially the meta of the game, at least to at some point.
But Dave, they nerfed it for that reason. When you do Shoryuken FADC in the final version of Street Fighter and you dash in and they've blocked, you get punished because they realized that it was stupid. Now in Tekken 8, when you do a heat engager and you run in on your opponent, they're completely at your mercy. There's nothing they can do, and they're about to eat 50%. It's not the same thing. If you hit somebody with a Shoryuken, you have to manually set up your offense going forward. There were some characters that had egregious ways to open you up, but you had to set up your offense. Tekken 8 gives it to you on a plate.
I wouldn't even describe Tekken 8 as hyper aggressive. I think that's an exaggeration and hyperbole because let me tell you what I'm actually fighting for right now, which is not so much anymore because the character just got nerfed. Blocking for 15 seconds straight between a high-low mix-ups and non-stop pressure. And I'm referring to Kenshi Sento Sandwich. That is insanity. So these Tekken players who pissing their pants about, oh my God, Dragonos my running 2 and QSF4, I can't handle it. I just laugh at that. That to me is comical.
And yeah, you're laughing about it because you're laughing at that because NRS have historically failed to use any nuance or rationale when they design their characters, whereas Tekken players are used to logic. They use logic to win their fights a lot of the times, and now we're having to deal with Mortal Kombat level BS. So yeah, there's going to be a bit more outrage. You're used to dealing with absolute nonsense that a 5-year-old could have put together. So yeah, you can make those sounds at Tekken players, but we're used to using logic to win our fights.
There's no such thing as used to. I'm, with all the respect, I'm older than you, and I played Tekken maybe slightly more than you, and I've played all the games as well.
I don't think you have.
The difference is, I have.
I don't think. How old are you, Dave?
39.
Okay, I'm about to be 33, and I played since Tekken 1. Okay, my dad got me. Huh?
I know I sound young, but let me tell you this, if I may.
It's not that. You're claiming that you've played Tekken more than me. I mean, how many hours do you have on Tekken 8?
I have a lot.
How many?
I don't know my exact. I haven't played recently, and I will tell you what my issue with Tekken 8 is. It has nothing to do with Murray or Harada. It has to do with the community ruining the game, being incredibly toxic, crying for nerfs nonstop about everything. What you failed to mention in games like MK, yes, at one point, I don't know, Background Injustice 1 or Cage and MK9, yeah, they had that crazy offense. And if Tom is going to be honest right now, he can tell you what we had in return. And I like strong power levels. We had great zoning, great armor, great tools like Iceland used to be a lot better.
Power levels now are offense. They're buffing the offense. They're buffing the offense.
Tom, hold on a second, please, and I'll let you respond, I promise. Tom at some point used to stand
Oh, sorry, Dave, just before you go, and guys, sorry, I didn't mean to miss your super chat, so I'll let Dave get through his point, and then I'll get back to them. Sorry, go on, Dave.
Oh, no problem, thank you. So Tom used to stand up for these issues until it became inconvenient with the modern FGC, then he turned face, and now he's all about, I'll just stay quiet, I'll remove my videos. I'm so disappointed in him. He's one of my closest friends in the FGC. I still love the guy, but it's so pathetic to see that he kind of gave up the fight that I'm still fighting to this day.
Well, I mean, Dave, no disrespect, but if these are the kind of arguments that people in the MK community put forward, the fact that Tom stood in the fight for that long deserves a medal of honor. To be honest with you, I mean, the points that you've put forward to me now, I mean, we've moved the goalpost so many times, but I haven't forgotten. We're going to get back to a lot of them. But even you saying that Tekken 8 is not hyper aggressive, I don't even know what to say to that. Are we not playing the same game? You honestly don't think Tekken 8 is hyper aggressive?
No, I really do not.
What fighting game would you say is hyper aggressive?
I would say MK1 for sure.
Do you think MK1 is more aggressive than Tekken 8?
Oh, absolutely. You had one character. Again, that's. I'm not gonna say no disrespect. I think we should stop using it because it's obvious. I don't consider you a bad player. I'm hoping you don't consider me. Obviously, I've known Tom for many, many years. So let's just like cut the bullshit and just say how it is. I can tell you don't play MK1, which is fine. But if you watch the scene, there was a character who literally won with like semi-unblockables. That's what's dominating the game. I have a different perspective than Tekken players because I play other games. Tekken players usually don't play anything.
That doesn't mean the game's more aggressive because the character won with unblockables.
That isn't for a fact true though.
Is that across the board though, Dave? That you understand that you're talking about characters and I'm talking about system.
Well, I mean, but I could the system is in MK1 is far more oppressive. Because
the cameo system is more oppressive than the heat system.
Easy. I mean, that's a given.
The heat system is designed to force feed offense down a tube down your throat.
The cameo system is not.
No, because Tekken every character does it by using the heat system. Not every cameo does it. Not every character does it.
What are you talking about? Everybody can pick like Kano's knives, do a stupid move, and be safe with the knives.
That's not the offense. But Kano's knives doesn't give you that offense, the safe 50-50s, the oppressive game-ending mix that you have in Tekken. It doesn't give you the casino scenario. That casino scenario is constantly present, regardless of the characters on screen in Tekken. That is not the case for MK1.
So somebody like picking, for example, the Tremor Assist, who has a low, and then timing it with their overhead. That's not the. By the way, which is it's not a variation system. It's available to everybody. That's not oppressive to you.
It's different.
That wasn't the question, though.
It's different because the character using Tremor doesn't get to activate a mode that is plus, and then ram game-ending plus 50-50s down your throat that you can't deal with. You can't deal with, but that you have to guess, and then all while taking obnoxious chip from you at the same time. Tekken 8 system is designed to just force offense. It's just basically it's an offensive force multiplier. That is not the way some of these systems situations work in MK1 across the board.
Mike asked a question about Tekken 8 and I couldn't answer, but I'll tell you what my hours in MK1 are. Approaching 1,600 hours. And I have played Tekken since Tekken 1. MK1, which is actually what the people within the community are actually debating, not this nonsense that you guys are right now that you're putting forth, is how
you put that forth. You call into question how long I've been playing because you brought up your age and how long you've been playing.
You said that MK1 was less offensive than Tekken 8. I think that's insanity.
Do you think anybody would agree with you?
Yes, the people who play MK1 would agree with me.
There's people, you know that people in my community play MK1, right? That's where my community originally started.
Okay, name me one thing that's as oppressive as what we...
Wait, hold on. Before we move on, just to establish that, there's people in... I mean, you sure you can read the chat? There's almost nobody that agrees with you in that chat.
I don't care if they agree with me or not. Do I have to go over the podcast comments over the YouTube? How I'm dumb, I can't articulate a point? Are you guys in that camp as well?
No, you just said that loads of people agree with you. I highly doubt that. I'm pretty sure if we ran anonymous polls on Twitter or whatever, you'd have a resounding lack of support on that.
Twitter, I don't post. I think Twitter is incredibly toxic and irrelevant. I don't give a damn about it. It's false.
All right. Okay.
If you want me to bring in a guest who's going to agree with me, let me know. We'll schedule another podcast if that's okay with you.
So you can get them to come in now.
I don't have somebody right now because they're obviously at work and I'm on spring break and it's about 2 p.m. in Eastern United States, so that's on me. But I
Okay.
think to make the claim, and again, I'm so disappointed in Tom because this is just comical. When we just had two of the same characters in Mexico and one in Austria winning, essentially doing unblockable setups. There's absolutely nothing like that in Tekken. Nothing.
Tekken,
To like,
every character is ramming these offensive situations down your throat. That is not the case in MK1.
it is the case with the top tier characters, 100%.
It ain't just the top tier in Tekken 7 that Tekken 8 that does it. It's Tekken 8 that does it.
Okay, wait, hold on, Tom. You just said something interesting. How many top tier characters are in MK1, Dave?
I mean, you're talking about S tier? I can
Yeah,
give them to
who are the you said the top tier characters are the ones doing this. How many top tiers are there in
Okay,
MK1?
there's Ghostface, who's essentially like Batgirl. It's
No, I don't want to know which. I just want to know how many.
I would say at least 10, possibly more.
At least 10, right? Okay, in
Yeah.
Tekken 8, it's the entire roster. The
But their
entire
mix-ups are
roster
not
is
that good.
oppressing you with the most ridiculous aggression that I've ever seen in any game. It's not just 10 characters, it's all the
You
characters.
must not play a lot of fighting games, my friend, then I don't know what to tell you.
But
It,
these petty childish insults are not going to work because obviously people know I play loads of fighting games. Everybody knows that Tekken 8 has got the most oppressive system. You've just said out of your own mouth that it's 10 characters, potentially more. Let's say that it was 20. Tekken still has a system-wide issue with aggression. So much so that I haven't seen anybody from the MK community complain about hyper-aggression in this game because as far as I could see, MKX looked more aggressive than this game. And I didn't see anyone really complain to the level that we're complaining on Tekken. I didn't see anyone complain on Tekken 7 because there's a massive jump.
did you say MKX?
Yeah, MKX looked much more oppressive than
Again,
MK1.
please, I beg of you, get within the scene and stop making stuff up.
I was the
MKX
number one ranked player on MKX actually for about 3 months, so I know
Okay,
exactly what I'm
you sure
talking
Wait,
about.
wait,
did
what's
on
the- what's the
Test
claim,
Your
Dave?
Might, on
What's-
Test
And-
Your Might, on Test Your Might, which I know is an outdated website at this point, all people did was complain about the 50-50 mix-up.
But it's not to the point that the Tekken community is right now. It's not even close.
That's what I said. He wasn't listening. I didn't say people didn't complain. I said it's nowhere near the level of
Oh,
complaints
it
we're
was
getting on
beyond
Tekken.
that. Easy. It was
No, it
beyond
was
that.
not.
Oh, easy. It was.
I played MKX from start to finish. I was there. And I've been playing
So was
Tekken
I.
8 from the beginning. It was nowhere near this level of complaints.
The number one complaint about MKX was the non-stop offense. Why do you think MK11
Dave, you're
turned
not
out the way
listening.
it was?
I'm not saying they didn't complain. I'm saying the level of complaints is
It's
nowhere
not
near what
unanimous. The
Tekken
Tekken
is.
complaining is almost unanimous about the system. Unanimous.
Yes, I think it's an echo chamber of people who are always complaining about something. They hate buffs. Again, Tom used to stand for this. Now he's against it.
Offensive buffs. It's all offensive buffs.
No,
coming to Tekken.
not necessarily. Even when they do defensive buffs, people are complaining. Mayman Sweet, your guys is God.
Wait,
He's your
stop. Wait, you
savior.
just made a state. What defensive buffs are we complaining about? We ain't got none.
Steve got buffs that are defensive in nature. Like
No, Dave. Okay, Dave, you're missing the point here. There's character buffs that might come in that are going to be good or bad. The problem with Tekken 8 is the system, the heat system, and everything around it is what our issue is. It's not character specific. What
is
did
your
we get?
solution? What is your solution?
My solution is to dial back heat. We've all been saying from the beginning that if you want to bring in a new system, fine. But it's every single round
The
and it
people
dominates
like
the
you and
entire...
Mayman Sweet
Wait, hold on.
yes,
I haven't
this
finished my... Let me
video.
finish my point so you can understand where I'm coming from. The heat is in the game now, but heat is not like the drive system in Tekken in Street Fighter 6 where it's weaved into every part of the game. You can start the beginning of a round in Tekken 8, you can burn the whole heat system, and then you can play the game fine. You haven't lost anything outside of these Super Saiyan attacks. So all we've asked is that can you dial heat back? Maybe make it shorter or make it once per fight so it's not dominating the rounds. But the problem with Tekken 8 is that not only do you have it in every round, but you have moves that stop the timer, which Main Man showed in his channel yesterday, completely freeze the timer so you're in heat for even longer, and you have moves that build heat. And all we're asking is we want less heat and more of old school Tekken. First of all, that's one solution, but We can go over them as we go over the podcast.
My reply to this: the same people complaining about offense right now, the same people complaining about defense right now. How do I know this? Because at some point I used to religiously watch Mayman Sweet. What did he complain about Tekken 7? Guys, you will never guess. I know you want to believe everything Mike says and he's your prophet, but please get out of the echo chamber for once in your lives in the
These
FTC.
guys disagree with me all the time. I don't know why you're saying that.
No, please listen. The community leaders and the main content creators like you, even though I wouldn't loop you with Mayman Sui in this circumstance, they complain about everything in Tekken 7 as well. What did they complain about Tekken 7? Fang's Kempo, Zafina backdash, Elisa's back. I thought you guys wanted defense, so why are you complaining about defense now?
Oh my god, Dave! Again, you're bringing up character-specific problems in games that have 50 characters. We're talking about a system problem, Dave, not characters, systems.
But those characters dominated the game. Like, what do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, then nerf that character. Like okay, I'll give you a prime example. You see that change they made to key charge in Tekken 8, right? So they used Horang because Horang was the one abusing that the most. Nobody asked for a key charge nerf. Not a soul asked for that. If Horang was causing a problem, nerf Horang. But what they do in Tekken 8 is the same thing they did with Devil Jin. Devil Jin was causing an issue at the beginning of Tekken 8. Instead of just nerfing him, they nerfed the entire roster. So people... Feng Wei had this thing where he could spin you 3 times. They saw that as a problem. Instead of nerfing Feng Wei, they nerfed everyone. These are system problems. We want the system to be fixed. We're not asking for character-specific things.
I don't know. I'm confused to the extent that I don't understand where you're going with this because by definition, the top tier characters are dominating the meta, so they are the meta. The system changes are irrelevant because obviously somebody like Asuka is not taking advantage of the heat system as well as somebody like Dragunov, who has far better offense. So those two are not on the same terms. So I don't understand why you keep mentioning this argument about, no, characters don't matter, it's the system. Yeah, but not all the characters are taking advantage of the system to the same extent.
I'm not saying that everyone's taking advantage of the system to the same extent, but
okay,
it is true that in Tekken, a lot of characters across the board are winning, and they're abusing the heat system. I mean, we already saw Asuka do it. What's his name? King Ray Jr. He abused the heat system in the most horrible way of Asuka throughout the entire tournament, and fair play to him. We've just seen a Kuma player run over Joker. All Joker did was block in that fight. He died for blocking. We've seen John Ding do it with Eddie. We saw Kesuke doing it with Kazuya. There's ways to abuse it of every character, and what we're saying is we don't want this in Tekken. This is some unga bunga bullshit that you'd find in some silly anime game.
I don't think it's unga bunga because there's no evidence that people whom you perceive as being worse players are winning. There's absolutely no evidence of that. The same people who won in Tekken 7 are the same individuals who are winning in Tekken 8.
Then why is Arslan complaining?
What's that?
Why is Arslan and Nee complaining? Why have a lot of the top players been on there also complaining?
Okay, because why are you seriously? You're gonna ask me this question for real? Like why is Mena RD complaining? I don't know because Luke got
No, I asked you why is Arslan Ash complaining about the game even though he's winning?
He's no, he's not. When he lost, he made that tweet, and when he won, he didn't say anything.
Nee. What about Nee?
It's.
We could run through names here if you want. There's loads of players.
The same people that you now mention are the same people who won, and they not saying exclusively, but they sometimes didn't say anything. When they lost, they said something. We are surprised by this. Why?
I mean, we could run through a list of top players that are complaining all the time. How about everyone complaining about the changes in the Tekken talk? What about that?
Mike, here's a secret. All the top players complain about any game that they play because, again, there's only one content creator who's talking about this.
God, I hate that term. Complaining.
Shout out to Jam. He's the only one talking about this.
Who?
Competition is difficult. Competing is stressful. It's not easy. You guys have done it. You know it's not easy, and you get frustrated. I complain about
these are straw man arguments.
It's not a straw man argument. It's a fact.
Okay, all right, let's just talk about this in a vacuum. When Arslan and Nee have complained, do you think that they have any validity other than just whining because they lost?
There is the basic point that you made earlier, as well as Tom, about the games being more offensive nowadays. That is 100% true. It's, I believe, in the context of Tekken, it's the least true. In the context of Street Fighter, it's more true. In the context of MK1, it's the most true, because that game is the most ridiculous offense. So yes, um, there's a gradual step toward more offense in this modern era of fighting games. There's almost no question about that.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you. Can you die from two launches in Tekken?
Well, absolutely.
Okay, so if you can essentially die from two taps in Tekken, let's say, because you keep on bringing up characters, let's say you're fighting Brian, right? And he jet uppercuts you. And then you wake up and he punches you into heat. The next launcher that he goes for, or if you're at the wall, you're going to die now, right? Yeah?
Correct.
Okay, now you bring in a system that locks me in place when this is happening. Because you've always been able to die very quickly in Tekken. But in Tekken 8, you have a system that makes it so I have to stand there and take this now. I have to. I can't sidestep because you're like +7. If I press a button, I'm going to get counter hit, and the wall is behind me. So, I don't understand how you're saying Tekken is the least oppressive when it puts you in situations where you have to stand there and take it, and that is for every character.
If your only game is Tekken 7 toward the very end of the lifespan, that's what you would think. If you have played most other Tekken games, that's an absolutely absurd conclusion to make. In fact, Brian used to kill you even faster. In Tekken 5, taunt into jet upper, and you can watch this. It's on Main Man Sui's channel. I believe the cast was like 3 or 4 frames, so it was even easier to do. And Brian did certain combos that at the wall where the snake edge was 100% guaranteed. You can do anything. And then you had to take it, and then you would tech roll into the taunt and into a mix-up, and you would die.
Could
Tekken
Eddie
4.
could Eddie do that? Could Eddie do taunt into jet
No, he
upper?
couldn't. But I'm talking about the meta, not necessarily about all the characters.
Well, that
Tekken
wasn't the
4.
meta. It's to Brian in general.
Tekken 4. Well, I can. You want to talk about Steve? He kills you one combo. You want to talk about Nina? I can talk about her Nina as well if you want me to.
Was it every character that was doing that? Every character was killing
The
you in one
ones
combo.
who want and
There
the
you go.
ones who people use, those are the ones that matter. Those are the ones who want.
So the
Now,
rest of the player base don't matter. All the people playing online.
no, they do matter. But okay, let's talk about Tekken 4. Wall push. I believe it was a 6, 7 frame window break. It was something completely ridiculous. Nobody ever broke it. At the
5.
wall, you would essentially do your okay. So that was, you do a launch. Yes, the juggles were shorter. They were, they did less damage. But there was stuff like wall side infinite combos with Lee, with certain other characters. Again, I understand the modern perspective. History doesn't matter. Let's just complain about the sake of complaining.
Look, chat. By the way, there are only 2 games that I'm a Tekken expert on, and that's 6 and 4 as far as a player goes, especially 4. And Tekken 4's issue was caused by the arena rule. The reason for the arena rule is there are 3 versions of Tekken 4, A, B, and C. And the console is based off not C. So in 2 of the 3 versions, you could actually put someone like in the parking lot stage in between one of the pillars in the car and just launch them and jab, 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 and they never fall. It's an infinite. So the final version in the arcade has the fix for this. However, the console version is not based off that. This is why the arena rule was introduced, and only because of the arena rule are characters universally not all the same way. It's not as easy for all of them, taking you around the whole arena. Like it was based off the side wall stun because there was no tech roll for a wide side wall stun, only for a face first and back first. Now, that is why, and that is still not a system-wide issue. That is a rule that was put in place, not a system-wide issue of the game.
All right, just before we move on with the conversation, I just want to read out the super chats. Dave, I know it's your first time here, but usually when we read them out, if there's one directed at you, do you mind answering it?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? For some reason, you cut out on my end. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I'm just going to read out the super chats, but if there's any directed at you, are you okay to answer them?
I don't give a damn.
All right, I'm just asking.
Dude, I've been getting insulted by the FGC for the past
They're
20
not
years.
insulting you. There's no insults there.
No, I'm just saying, dude, I mean, I'm a politically incorrect guy. You can say whatever you want. Again, I appreciate you having me on, and I respect you for that. Yeah, we disagree, but doesn't mean we have to be enemies and hostile to each other, including your audience.
Yeah, no one's being hostile. Bui, thank you for becoming a member, and Alexis, thank you for the 1 month membership. So is he going to say how much hours he has, or
I
you
believe
did-
about 10,000 or something like that. Well, I'm sorry, 10, I forget. But I played a game a lot. I haven't played it as much recently, and I'm a little bit out of the loop, but I know obviously the way the game plays. But obviously I played it a lot, and I still watch videos. The most recent one being, the Pakistani versus Korea.
Wait, did you say 10,000?
I forget. It's 1,000 hours. I'm sorry.
Okay.
1,000
Alright,
hours. I stand corrected.
Avocado Meat TV, thank you for the $5. The biggest MK1 tournament scene ever held was a 13-player bracket where 5 of the 13 players drove in from New Mexico. Lowest me versus the TO in 2024. I think I heard about that. Thank you for the $5, Avocado Meat. Yeah, generally here as well, whenever they do Mortal Kombat tournaments, no one really shows up. EA not playing, thank you for the $1.99. Is Mike supposed to do what they do? I think that was in response to you not liking the kind of content on my channel. So just to go back on that, just to answer the super chat, is that what you're looking for then? Are you looking for most FGC channels just to stick to the game and not focus on the community aspect?
Were you asking your audience or me?
No, I was asking you.
Dude, why do you care what I have to say? I mean, I appreciate you bringing me on. You should do what. Look, I'm a supporter.
You're here for a conversation, dude. It's not that
No,
deep.
I mean, I told you, like, why you ask me? You already know the answer to the question.
He doesn't want to answer any. I can tell you, he wants people to focus. I've had talks. He wants people to focus on the issues in game. And
Mike, thank you. I'm not saying anything to you that I haven't said to Tom. So when Tom was on here talking about Foxy's grandpa's 6 figures or paychecks and who's he's dating,
it was not about Foxy. It was about the FGC as a whole.
Yes, it was. You know it was. So the argument stemmed from the fact that Foxy said something that I completely disagree. He shouldn't have said it. It was something personal. It was a stupid thing to say. Tom, of course, took the bait as he always does.
Okay. But let's stay on the topic in general because now we're going way off. Okay, so you just prefer fighting game channels to stick to the fighting game issues in the game. Is what you're saying.
Correct. That doesn't mean that Mike should never release a video, about, I don't know, how certain members are being mistreated, how, there's drama in this region of, but Tom, you know what I'm talking about, man. I cannot reference because I respect you, but even you have said some of the stuff is a little bit iffy, to be fair.
But that's a personal opinion. I would never say someone's own channel should stick to X, Y, or Z.
I mean, that's just a silly thing to say regardless. I mean, a lot of people post up gameplay stuff and they cover it in a much better way than I could. I don't see the point or the value that I give to players by repeating something that is on Mainman or FDX's channel when they're much more well versed in it. Well, I'm better at conversations or trying to bring people together or open up a particular subject. So it sounds to me like you're telling me to waste my time, if I'm being completely honest.
I'm telling you what, I don't believe this. People in the audience can tell I'm not a bullshitter. I tell you the way I feel. I generally don't believe this way. People in the advocate community consider you a grifter. Like, they don't take you seriously.
Yeah, but whenever I have them on here to argue their points, they never can, so...
Well, I'm on and I'm speaking my mind, so...
You're speaking your mind, but, I mean, do you think I'm a grifter?
Hell no.
Why don't you think I'm a grifter?
I think I have made my criticism of you very clear, and I don't think it's vague at all. I criticize your, you know, maybe people, if you're watching this in Europe, which by the way I am from Europe, you will not know what I'm talking about, like the entertainment type of like TMZ, whatever that, like the type of like social issues that I personally don't care about. If I'm going to go to a channel about a fighting game, I expect to be educated about the gameplay. If I
Yeah.
wanted to hear about a social topic, I would go somewhere else. That's my opinion.
But don't you think that the people that are going to be most well versed in the social aspect of our community are people that play games within our community?
I mean, I'm just talking to you about what I see. For example, when I go to Sajam's channel or Vesper Arcades or even Mayman Suite, he doesn't do these topics. Like I don't remember the last time he even did it. When I go to FDX's channel, Vesper Arcades, any of these other content creators, I don't hear topics like this. That doesn't mean they should never be discussed, but I think it should be a vast minority of the discussions going on in the FGC because I think they kind of divide us and that they really don't contribute much of anything.
I think not speaking about things divides us because the more that I've spoken about things, not just in the conventional fighting game community, but even the anime community. The other day we had Afro Senju on here, you know, a very big YouTuber with like 3 million subscribers, and another YouTuber who were beefing with each other, and we managed to find a middle ground and agree that we'll do something for charity rather than argue with each other. So I think that having open conversations with people that you go to share a venue with and trying to build a bridge with them is important because we should all be in a venue where we get on with each other. It's not just about pressing buttons. There's a community aspect of it. Especially Dave, you're older than me, so I'm sure you remember the arcade scene. The community aspect of it was huge. It was massive. We saw each other every Fridays in the arcades. I don't know how often you went. Did you go to the arcades?
Yes, I mostly
Okay.
went in the in Eastern United States at that time.
Okay, so you understand then that community is huge. So I don't think just because we're sitting behind keyboards now that we shouldn't promote that side of it. And if all the other channels are doing this and they're all successful with it, then there's going to be a space to have discussions with other members of the community. Now, if you don't find value in it, that's completely fine. Not everybody's going to find value in it, but clearly a lot of people do. So that even if you don't like it, you must be able to understand why people come to watch.
I think I understand why people watch, and I don't necessarily agree with their incentive, but I think no matter what I say, I think you should look. You run a successful channel, you're just growing and growing. Some people like it. Many people, I'm sorry, many people like it, some don't, and I think you should keep doing what works for you.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And at the end of this channel, I will donate some money to you because again, I appreciate you having a different perspective. Because bitches in this tech community, they will never have me on because again, people like Mayman Sweet, they just make me sick to the stomach because it's always the same talking point. Make a tier list, cry about the top tiers, claim the game is maybe not to the standard it should be. Never talks about solution. It's always something negative. If you want to talk about the communal aspect, how does that grow the community? You tell me.
Dave,
How does
that's
that
not
help it?
entirely true. Actually, Main Man Sweet put out a video yesterday defending the Tekken talk.
I think if he does, he needs to do a much better job of articulating it.
Did you watch
I
it?
can name you many examples of anytime he makes a tier list, you will never guess what he complains about. Mike, you want to take a guess?
Well, what does he complain about?
About the top tier and how the game was one patch away of being great. I mean,
Okay, wait, hold
like,
on a
are you
second.
12? Like,
Okay, not to go, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you said that you go to Main Man FDX's Vesper Arcade and they're all doing a certain type of content that you want to watch, and now you're saying that all you ever see on Main Man's channel is bitching and negativity, and who wants to watch that?
a lot of people do because again, there's a balance. He does have some good content. When he keeps his opinions about balance to himself, he's amazing. He talks about how Steve in Tekken 5.0 used to play. He talks about how why the ogres were broken Tekken Tag 1. Amazing, accurate content. A little bit lacking in information in the Tekken 4 one, from my personal perspective, but overall excellent. He loses me when he talks about let's just kind of nerf everybody. Let's kind of make the game boring. I don't agree with that. I've never agreed with that.
Yeah, but I think that like one of the reasons that Main Man has been so successful is that he does offer a lot of value to Tekken players. He breaks things down in a very meaningful way. And maybe not everyone agrees with his picks for top tiers or why some people should be nerfed, but I don't think he's doing it to like grift or to like just piss people off. I think he believes what he's saying. He just has a different perspective on the game. But I don't think that your assessments of him, or I don't know if you're just saying because you said bitches in the Tekken community. Are you just generalizing there, or are you singling out Main Man?
I'm referring to people who complain about this is something, and I hope the audience gives me a chance to articulate my point here. Um, I'm about having power levels high, both offensively and defensively. I've, I
Defense
want
power
defense to
levels
be.
aren't high in Tekken. They're not. They're not.
What's that?
The defensive power levels are not
And
high in
I don't
Tekken.
mind them buffing them some more. And but the problem again, it goes back to the circle argument. When the defensive power levels are high enough, people like Mayman Sui are gonna say, dude, this is a Fina backdash. Why is that in the game? Why is Fang's campo in the game? Just
Those are
remove it.
character-specific issues, not a system issue, which is what the argument is with
I know,
Tekken
but
8.
Tom, I'm referring to what it wins in the game. Like, what do you want me to do? To focus on Kuma and Tekken 7? I mean, come on, man. Like, this is the strawman argument that you guys are complaining about, that I do.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Dave, do you not think it's possible that in Tekken 7 that Zafina's backdash was too powerful and that maybe they crossed the line a bit too far in Tekken 8 and were trying to find a healthy middle ground?
No, I think what they did was wrong in terms of nerfing the offense. And if you go back to Nee's tweet, since you referenced him,
No,
that's
no.
exactly what he talked about. He referenced Knee. I'm sorry. Knee said something. The problem with Tekken 7 was not that the defense ended up being strong. It's the fact that they nerfed all these, the offensive options at some point in the game's lifespan, which was kind of like in the middle of it. Remember, like when they nerfed like Steve's homing, when they nerfed like Steve's down two, when they nerfed some of his, when they nerfed the damage on back one, if I remember correctly, that was the issue. So why are you nerfing damage and then you're surprised that defensive options take control of the meta?
I don't think that again. I don't think that's the point that they. Are you talking about Main Man or are you talking about the community in general?
No, like talking about Namco making these decisions that nerfed the offensive option in the game, and then Tekken ended up playing the way it did.
Tekken
Like,
7 was still plenty offensive, though.
At the end,
Okay, Dave, I'll give you an example. Yeah, they in Tekken 7, Jin was used by a very few number of players because he was so difficult to use, right? But if you could use him correctly, he was a beast. He was at top 5, top 10 maybe. And so what they did in Tekken 8 to remedy that was make it so that a 2-year-old could use Jin. That's not the right way to go about it, in my opinion. They went from one extreme all the way to the other, and then on top of that gave him some egregious buttons. So people complained about Jin, rightfully so. 214 was a stupid string. I'm sure you'd agree.
see, that's my problem with your characterization. 2-year-olds, like, are you serious? Like,
Obviously,
I think Tekken,
I'm obviously a 2-year-old can't. What I'm saying is that anyone can use Jin.
no,
Anyone that
not
plays
everybody.
Tekken can use
I
Jin.
generally believe that most stuff in Tekken, not all of it, obviously, I believe the game is very difficult to play, irrespective of the heat system. The
But okay,
game is
you've
not
been
easy.
playing Tekken for a long time. You know that Tekken 7 Jin and Tekken 8 Jin are night and day, right?
No, I'm not denying that. I think you're 100% right about that. I'm just saying in general, uh, the game is still very difficult to play. Obviously, like, I think you missed the most obvious example. It's probably Law, right? But the point is, the game is still not easy to play. And
That's not what I'm
the
saying.
objective evidence is that aside from maybe Ninja Killer coming like from, the NRS community and entering certain online tournaments and winning, there's almost no evidence otherwise.
No,
Other than him.
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm gonna go back to Jin. So Jin in Tekken 7 is hard to play, and Jin in Tekken 8 is easy to play by comparison. We both agree on that.
Yeah, of course.
I just want a yes or no. Do you think 214 was a stupid string?
No.
Okay, why do you think it's not a stupid string?
I mean, I like high power levels. Like, I don't care that it's strong. Like, okay, so top tier characters have strong stuff, and what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
If there's a string that you can abuse that gives you a lot on hit and counter hit, and there's nothing that I can do about it, don't you think that at least if I block it, there should be some drawback?
What you're complaining about is top tier characters. Okay, welcome to fighting games. Like, they have abusable stuff, and like, okay, you can nerf them. Somebody else will take their place, but doesn't necessarily fix the problem that you want to fix.
Okay, let's just focus on Jin. His
Yeah.
214 string was not punishable. It has very good range because his buttons have good range now, and there was nothing that I could do about it. So you could essentially abuse it, which is not good for the general player base's skill because they start to rely on stupid attacks rather than thinking. Right? Up two is another move that was super evasive, and it was just like Feng's, but unlike Feng's one got a nerf, which is a nerf
Right.
I agreed with because Feng completely moves out of the way of you. He punches you in the gun. If it's on counter hit at the wall, he can get a combo from it. It's not fair that Feng could just do up forward two, and evade your attack and not be punished if you block it. So Jin had these two things that you couldn't do anything about, and the Tekken community complained, and they nerfed them. Do you not think that those are justifiable nerfs?
I mean, the one nerf, I don't necessarily agree with this, but I think the one nerf that I 100% agree with. Remember when I believe the heat activation, or the heat burst, right? Like, it used to track and used to kill you, right? Like, that obviously needs to get nerfed. So, like, nerfs like that, I 100% agree. With this other one, I think you have to go character by character basis, and
That's
um,
what I'm doing. That's why I'm asking for your opinion on this specific character.
I don't necessarily agree with the nerfs. I think some of the Dragonov stuff is more obvious, to be honest with you. Like, remember, like on release, QC F4 was like literally left you like super close. It still hit the ground and did all the stuff. So you essentially got a mix up every time you hit it. That was, you want to talk about scrubby? That was scrubby. Like, that was just absurd. I don't understand why Jin is a better example than that, because that was
It's not. I could use loads of examples. I'm just asking you about Jin, right? He's got okay. Let's forget 214. Let's forget that. Let's just use up forward two, right? It's the same as Feng Wei's. It has the same function. They essentially are the same move, just on two different characters. They justifiably nerfed Feng's one because it gives you the ability to completely evade your opponent and gives you some combo opportunities depending on where you are at the stage. And it was unpunishable even if you read it. And it pushed Feng far enough away where it resets the neutral. Completely unfair. So they nerfed it. And as a Feng player, I said, that makes sense. Now I have to use my head when I'm using that move. I can't just throw it out or I'll get a 10 frame punish. Jin's got the exact same move, yet they didn't nerf it up until now. Do you agree with the nerf?
I don't agree with the nerf, but for the sake of consistency with what Namco was doing, I would nerf Jins as well, make it -10. I would agree
Why
with
don't you
that.
agree with the nerf?
Didn't you just complain that the game didn't have defense? That was a defensive move. What do you want? Do you want good defense or not? There are not that many options.
I don't think you said that you've played Tekken for a long time. I don't think you understand what Tekken players champion as good defense. We don't want moves that are going to completely sway out of the way. On the hit, give counter hit opportunities where you can then go and combo your opponent. And if I block it, I get nothing for that. That neuters the person's defense that read your attack. That's not the defense we're looking for.
You're looking at the defense, what, with strong movement? Is that correct?
Yeah, we want strong movement and we don't want your moves to track when we are sidestepping. Good example of this is Dragonov's back 4-3. When we're trying to sidestep it, Dragonov is completely turning
But that was
his
nerfed as well.
trajectory.
But that was nerfed as well, was it not?
Yeah, it was
The
enough because
second
people
hit,
complained. People were complaining, saying, "Can you please fix this shit?
I
Like, we
have no
don't want it
problem with
tracking."
these nerfs. The problem is once defense gets strong, the same people who are complaining about offense, who complain about offense at some point also now are complaining about defense. That's my problem. There's no consistency in the Tekken community. The same people who claimed who now claim that Tekken 8's offense is too strong are the same people who complain about, again, Zafina's backdash, Alisa sidestep, Lily's sidestep, Feng's Kempo. So there's no consistency. There are no resolutions. There are no solutions. What do you people want?
I don't think
That's
that's
why
true.
Harada, that's why Harada and Murray don't listen to you people because you don't represent anything. It's easy to be against something, right? You get the people riled up. You 50 minutes fame on Twitter and on YouTube, but what are the solutions? What do you want the game to play like?
Okay, let me ask Tom a question then. Tom, how many copies did Tekken 7 sell?
Tekken 7? Let's see. By the way, they want me to ask you, Dave, what rank you are in Tekken 8. The chat is just curious. I don't think that
Um,
rank really means anything.
No, I believe I haven't played in a while. I believe it was Tekken God.
So Tekken 7 sales, 10 million.
10 million. Okay, chat's saying 12 million.
Well, that's as of December of 22. I'm looking for more. Basically, let's see. Tekken.
No, they're saying 12 million, I think, is the most
Okay,
recent
yeah, it is
number.
12 million. 12
Okay.
million.
No, yeah, it
Miles
sold at
sales.
least 11 million if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
12
So-
million. Yeah, 12 million.
Let's look at it this way. Tekken 7 got off to a really bad start because of Tekken Tag 2, right? It almost killed the franchise. So Tekken 7 had to really pull itself up by the bootstraps and work its goodwill back into the community. Whereas Tekken 8 was coming off of a ton of goodwill from Tekken 7, as we know, sold 11 to 12 million copies. So it already had all of this goodwill, and yet, from what we can see, it's not doing as well as it should be. I'm not saying it's not doing amazing, it's not doing the worst, but it doesn't seem like it's doing as well as it should be. And I don't remember this level of complaining on Tekken 7 at any point during its lifespan. I remember complaints in Season 3, but this is unlike anything I've seen. And I'm not just seeing this from the Tekken community. Now that my YouTube channel has picked up steam, I get to talk to other content creators from other communities, whether it's Gears of War or most recently I got to speak to people in Counter-Strike, and they play our games casually, like for a bit of fun, you know, when they go to their friend's house to turn on Mortal Kombat or Tekken. And they have the same sentiments towards it as well. My brother who plays Call of Duty thinks Tekken 8 is a pile of shit. A lot of my friends that play games casually don't like Tekken 8, and they don't like Tekken 1, Mortal Kombat 1. And there seems to be the same sentiment. And from what I'm seeing, and this is an assumption and a guess now, I don't think Tekken 8 is going to get anywhere near what Tekken 7 sold. I don't think it will get anywhere near. I would be surprised if it broke 10 million copies because they seem to be doubling down on the things that we don't like about the game. I don't think this exists in an echo chamber. I think this is widespread sentiment towards the game.
I think you're assuming that the competitive, or at least the semi-competitive audience drives the sale numbers, which if that were true,
No,
then
that's
they
the point.
all-
I'm making the point against that. I'm saying the general player. That's why I used all those examples. I don't
the
think they're
general,
into this game.
okay, the general players care about whether the game is single player content. They're not necessarily interested in what the game's meta is like, what the heat system is like, insert any modern implementation of any gameplay element that Namco, either Namco or Capcom or NRS or whoever implements, right? I think that's beside the point. I
No,
think
they're interested in fun.
yes, and fun is subjective, and that's why fun is difficult to measure. It's difficult to quantify, right?
Yes, it's difficult to quantify, but when you hear the same things over and over again from people outside of our scene, you start to get a general picture. I mean, we always hear positive things about Marvel Rivals, right? Even from people that are not within the community, a lot of people like that game. I like that game as well. I'm not interested in those kinds of shooting games. The general sentiment around Marvel Rivals is positive. We can all agree on that, right?
No, that's true, but sometimes sales are not necessarily reflective of what the game actually plays like. I mean, Mortal Kombat Deception sold very well, yet the game was a disaster gameplay-wise with full screen unblockables, half screen moves that lead into like 50, 60%. So
Yeah, but Deception was fun. It had a lot of broken shit, but it was fun. Like
I know, but
Third Strike First Strike had a lot of dumb shit in it, right? Third Strike's got so much dumb shit in it, but it was fun.
I mean, I think Third Strike is the most overrated fighting game of all time, but again, that's my opinion, and that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Fun is subjective.
Okay,
I
but
know
we're
people.
saying generally.
Well, I don't know what that means. Generally, to what? Like you and I, there are some stuff we agree, we majorly disagree, and uh, I'm looking this up right now, and I know your audience is gonna roll. Yes, I'm a Kuma player, and I think I'm Tekken God. I know, yeah, I'm a villain. Yeah, I'm a fraud, but that's what I mean. It's just like I see the game a certain way, and no, I'm not a scrub. And if you think I am, go play Stop at Evil like I did. Um,
I
the point is, we have different perspectives. My number one criticism in the Tekken community is that there's a lack of perspective. It's an echo chamber, and that's my criticism. And I wish people like you, please, please, Mike, you have the knowledge, you have the audience, educate these people. Talk about Tekken history and the fact that the game has always been, well, was always. I have to pick my verbs rather carefully. Was always very defensive, and only recently did the game step into the realm of offense. And I'm not saying it's perfect because I have been critical of the game as well, but people are not communicating this knowledge. I think the only individual who does it to some extent is probably FDX, and everybody else kind of fails. It's just an echo chamber.
Okay, firstly, oh sorry, go on, Tom. Go on.
no, I hate this logic of, oh well, then the defensive players get complained about too. Now then they complain about offense. They don't care if they like offense, defense. The thing is, it has never been unanimous like it is now. It is unanimous. Get this shit out of the game. Unanimous. The level of dissatisfaction in Tekken 8 has never been present in any tech. People were more accepting of Tekken 5 Steve Fox having an infinite. I know Crow very well, one of my good friends.
Okay, dude, shut the hell up. That's just get the fuck out of here, dude.
Brother, I'm
Tom,
in those stuff.
Infinite.
Me, Crow, Jop,
It
we're
got
all very
banned
good
in
friends.
Evo.
Believe
Dude,
me, I'm
stop
telling you,
this.
Bronson Tran,
Mike,
I was
this
there,
is
brother.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Brother,
This
Dave,
is
I'm telling you right
Tom,
now.
shut
Dave,
the hell up with your bullshit, man.
Dave,
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Dave.
Tom, Steve Infinite got banned. Guys, listen, please. Tom, listen.
After a year and a half, my point is people still didn't complain about it. To this game, people were talking about Heat from the very beginning. It took a year and a half for them to ban Steve's Infinite.
Guys, my
that's
cousin,
how little the complaining
oh
was.
my God, Tom, you have the knowledge of the history more than anybody else.
Dave, I was there, brother.
Man.
I was literally there. Right there.
Your God, Justin Wong took the fucking control out of my cousin's hands in casuals because he hit 3-1-1 2 times in a row, which you're not supposed to do. I don't want to hear it from you.
Justin Wong is not the entire Tekken community. What I'm saying is the entire Tekken community complained significantly less about things like that than they are Heat. Because hold on,
this is revisionist history in a nutshell.
No, it is not revisionist history. One is a Steve mechanic. Were they okay with him having that? No. And by the way, when Dave says they quote unquote banned it at Evo, they banned the 100% combo, but allowed Steve to do a 90% combo because he could still do side step left, 3-1-1, 1-2-1-2. You're launched, combo ender, and you lost 90% instead. So they banned the 100% so that you only could do the 90%. And again, that was still like they didn't even ban him from doing that. They from that 90%. They just said the full infinite had to be banned. My point I was making is the way the Tekken community approached it was not set Tekken 5 as a game on fire. It was this thing by Steve Fox is a problem. What the Tekken community now is doing is not isolating this character, this character, this character. They're saying the whole system has got to go and be changed. It is now a system-wide issue, not one character here or there. That is the difference between Tekken 5 and now. You can isolate, oh, look at this T5 Steve, T5 Nina, things like that. This is not a 1, 2, or 3 character issue. This is an every character in the game issue because it's caused by a system issue. That is the difference.
Also, Dave, you kind of made the point for us there You used Evo as a talking point for Tekken 5, and me and Tom are saying the entire player base is pissed off at Tekken 8. You use the 1% as your argument when we used the
To
100.
use your metric, the numbers offline haven't moved. Maybe the sales have. It's impossible to measure. The game does very well in terms of viewership. I'm sure once the patch comes out, the game is going to do very well. It's a new patch, new season, new character with Anna Williams. So the numbers haven't moved at all. So if anything, you're kind of proving my point is the fact that yes, there's a lot of negativity on Twitter. A lot of people, with all due respect, who don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know the history of tech and they don't know anything. All they do is, okay, what are people saying? Yeah, I'm a sheep. Now I'm going to make a 140 character. Hate. Really? Are we going to support this? Like, guys, I'm sorry if you're listening. Yes, I'm the first probably person you have heard like who actually calls it as it is. Not that Mike is lying to you, but like, yeah, you're hearing a different perspective for the first time in your teching career. And yes, people have different perspectives. And my perspective, whether you like it or not, is probably like at least 0.5% right, because I've been part of the FGC for a long time. I played Tekken. I may not be a better player than Mike, but so be it. The reality is that a lot of this stuff doesn't matter. You guys are on Twitter all day and listen to the negativity. You're following nonsense talking points. And a lot of the content creators, not necessarily Mike, all they go is Twitter. Okay, what's hot? Let me make a video on that because I'm gonna get the views. And I'm not ignorant like Tweety. I'm not gonna make the point that Tweety made about Mike. I would never say that. Like, I think Mike, his heart is into it. I think he's got it all. Not all. I'm sorry, some of it wrong, but I think he says what he means. And there are many people, check out the MK community, who disagree with what he has to say. And that's the reality.
Yeah, there's no good of disagree with me when I call you up to argue your point and you can't do it. I'm not talking about you specifically, but we've had how many streams with the MK community now, and not a single person has come up here and made a salient point about the game. Not one. Mike. And even now, like, we're having a discussion about Tekken, and you've just said in front of everyone that Tekken 8's not hyper-offensive.
I got this. I can tell you why nobody on the MK community will ever come on here and try to make a fucking point about me, about MK, and I'll tell you why. Because they're all full of shit, and they don't know. And I'll give you some numbers here to back this up, okay? Early on in this chat, see, I come prepared. Earlier on here, it was discussed about Mortal Kombat people traveling. Now, Mike is basically saying the general sentiment has been, Mike is not factually saying MK players have never traveled. He's saying, according to the MK community, you guys are saying you guys have never traveled, yada, yada, yada. So let me give you some actual numbers here. In Mortal Kombat 2011, it was Mortal Kombat's rebirth in the FGC, right? So keep in mind, the Mortal Kombat was out of sight and out of mind since the 90s. So while the competitive FGC was being built, Mortal Kombat was not part of it. The FGC ingratiated MK9s. Let me give you, this is not a community that was being built over 20 years or 15 years like the community now. This is a community that now was built from scratch, never had an offline presence in the modern FGC. In 2011, Street Fighter had 1456, Tekken 6 had 724, Mortal Kombat 9 had 512. That is 35% of Street Fighter. MK would slit their wrist for 35% of Street Fighter now. And over 75% of Tekken. 512 to start. Now, if you go to the next Mortal Kombat X, 2015, Street Fighter had 2,227. Tekken 7 had 458. That was, in fairness, the arcade version. It was not on console. But the reason why they put Tekken 6 there is because MK was lambasting the stuffing out of Tekken Tag 2, and nobody wanted it anywhere. So they had to hold Tekken 7 at EVO because nobody wanted Tag 2 there. So Tekken 7 had 458. Mortal Kombat X had 1,162. That is over 50. That is a little more than 50% what Street Fighter had, right? So keep in mind, if MK could draw half of Street Fighter numbers now, nobody would say anything. However, you're seeing a pattern here. MK started at 512, Then they go to 1162. That shows growth. Mortal Kombat is keeping track with Street Fighter numbers, and clearly the scene is growing. Even people that say, "Oh, but don't no one show up at year 2 at Evo, though, Tom." In 2016, MKX year 2, it still had 713. So year 2 of MKX, when the dreaded year 2 nobody shows up, still had more people than year 1 of MK1. And it's even worse than that, because MK1 was birthed in the modern FGC, where their numbers are inflated times 100 what they were 10 years ago. Except for MK1. MK1's numbers are worse than MK was 10 years ago. So by inflation, 713 in 2016 today would be like 2,000 people, 2,500 people. However, let's keep going here. MK11, 2019. Street Fighter had 1951. Tekken 7 had 1899. Mortal Kombat had 1575. So Street Fighter only had 326 more people, 376, I'm sorry, 376 more people than Mortal Kombat. And Tekken had 324 more people than Mortal Kombat. If Street Fighter only had 300 or 400 more people than Mortal Kombat today, I would say the MK community has hit the promised land of the tournament scene. So we see Mortal Kombat's numbers that the MK people will tell you never had people showing up. I look at 512, 1162, and 1575. And by the way, if I compare the numbers, 1951 for Street Fighter, 1899 for Tekken, 1575 for Mortal Kombat. It looks like at that time, in that modern FGC, at that moment, Mortal Kombat sure as hell is keeping its place amongst the big three. 2022, Mortal Kombat didn't have an Evo. No one had a COVID Evo. 2021, they canceled it. 2020 canceled. 2021 was the online Evo. I'm not going to give you online numbers because it was kind of like regional, because you couldn't do a world tournament with the state of the internet. So when people went back to offline, Mortal Kombat then went from 512 and MK9, 1162 and MKX, 713 and MKX year 2, 1575 MK11 year 1, to 464. In 2022, the Mortal Kombat scene dropped to below what I call the poverty line, the MK1 first year at Evo poverty line. MK's first year at Evo had more people than 2022 MK11, and then 2023 MK11 451, below what I call the Mortal Kombat poverty line. So it had regressed all the way back before MK9. The MK Evo numbers had regressed all the way before pre-2011. So when I look at this, what it says to me is the reason why Street Fighter and Tekken in Street Fighter 5 and then Tekken 7 kind of saved itself, and then Street Fighter 6 came out, is because at the end of Street Fighter 5, they consistently made improvements. I understand the state of Street Fighter 5, not good. However, the end of Street Fighter 5 went a long fucking way to building some goodwill back, and then Street Fighter 6 came out. Tekken 7, the reason why Tekken 8 is on fire, but people are still showing up, is people are like, Namco is a logical developer. Surely they're not going to keep us in this forever. Tekken 7 built a lot of goodwill at the end of the game, which is why Tekken 7 went onward and upward, and why Tekken 8, despite the community being on fire for it right now, is still giving Namco the chance to fix it. Mortal Kombat, the reason why the Mortal Kombat community is in the gutter is because their Mortal Kombat 11 was their Tekken 8, where everything's on fire, and their Street Fighter 5. The problem is, while people are hoping that Harada... Tekken 8's tournament numbers are huge right now, because people are hoping eventually Harada, he's going to get it right. However, if he doesn't, the Tekken numbers will plummet the same way Mortal Kombat 11's numbers, that if he keeps going this direction to like the 100th degree. While games like Street Fighter V and Tekken 7 built a lot of goodwill at the end of their lifespan, Mortal Kombat 11 went in the crapper. And the reason why MK11 sales were so good, it was built on a lot of the goodwill that the community had from games like MK9 and MKX. And then they all realized, oh, this isn't happening. So yes, the game sold, but mainly it was a lot of people saying, I bought it, but if it's going to stay like this, I'm out. MK1 comes out. Now we have 642 people at EVO. That is literally 130 more people than they had in 2011. So year one of MK1 had only 130 more people than they had. Again, Mortal Kombat 1 in 2024 had only 130 more people than it did in 2011. And it didn't have more than it had in 2015, didn't have more than it had in 2016, didn't have more than it had in 2019. The point is, the Mortal Kombat community looks at that number and says, oh, nobody ever shows up for Mortal Kombat. Nobody ever shows up for Mortal Kombat. Lie, 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 lie. To avoid the truth, nobody fucking liked this game when it came out. No fucking patch from is the game saved from every character and every DLC and every toxic positive content creator that had to shove down our fucking throat. Game saved, game saved, game saved with every cameo and every character that got launched the entire first year. You know, the numbers are saying that people didn't fucking like it. The whole first year, they did not like it. And people, oh, look at the sales, though. Look at the sales, though. Yes, it is selling well. However, once again, people thought, sure, it's not going to sell more than MKX. It's not, so it's going to regress. It's not going to sell more than a game that did, how many years, a decade ago. The point is that the community was growing. It was on its way up. But with the people couldn't stand how MK11 ended. They didn't like this game now. And it doesn't matter what they do to this game now. Has the game drastically improved? Again, that is such a misleading statement to say, has the game drastically improved? Because when the game is in the gutter, saying it improved, that's not saying much. Is the game what I would consider a good competitive game now? Yes. However, despite the game being a good competitive game, people don't like the cameo system. They don't. And they are still completing the game. So maybe at the end of year 2, when the game is finally completed, people will look at it and say, hey, well, if the game came out like this right now, I think it would be perceived differently. But if by the end of year 2, people could look at that and say, oh, look, they got a hang of the cameo system after all. And look, they finally completed all the characters and they're all kind of doing X, Y, and Z. But it took them 2 years to get there. And the people just didn't have the patience for that after how MK11 ended. So this nonsense that MK was not growing, that MK players never traveled, that is a lie. This nonsense that somehow Mortal Kombat players are dealing with costs higher than every other community, which is why they can't travel, is also false. It is the lie to hide the truth. MK players will say things like, yeah, it's better to just sit at home and stream and do YouTube because, it's not worth it to show up. Yes, that's the best business model for every game. Stay at fucking home. Don't spend your money to travel. But no tournament game can succeed. And why aren't the Tekken players doing that? And the Street Fighter players doing that? Fuck, the Under Night in Birth players aren't even doing that. But yet the MK players are. Why? Because that is code. That is code for I don't enjoy the game enough to spend my money to travel for it. Now, people travel for all reasons, which is my ski trip analogy. Not saying everybody skis. We know in real life, people travel all the time. Not travel, they do shit all the time that costs them money. And they are not getting any money back. But they do it because the return on investment is the enjoyability factor. I spent $200 to do this. Look, I'm taking my girlfriend let's just, for example, the middle of April to a nice haunted bar crawl, which is kind of cool. It's going to be a nice cold April night. April has those cold nights. It's going to be really cool. A haunted bar crawl. Awesome. I spent for that only $60, but the hotel, obviously, I travel in style. It's going to be like it's $800 for the 2 nights,
Damn.
and everything that we're going to do while we're there. I don't say, why would I do that? I'm not making any money back. What I'm saying, we're going to have a good time. We're going to have fun, right? People spend money in their life all the time doing shit they find fun, knowing they are getting no money back. And fighting games are one of those things. People travel for fighting games because they know I'm not making any money. However, I enjoy playing the game. I enjoy competing in the game. I enjoy meeting these people and playing people that I haven't played before offline. They do that for that. The fact is, Mortal Kombat players have had this code of saying, I don't want to come out and say that because then I'll be branded negative. So instead, I'll say, yeah, just stay at home and stream and do YouTube videos. They're basically saying, I don't enjoy the game enough. There are people who are some of the best players in the world in Mortal Kombat who are saying, won't catch me dead doing this. But because not because
Can I
have money.
respond to this propaganda, please? Let me know.
Dave, I gave you solid numbers. It is not propaganda. I gave you solid numbers.
Okay,
that proves my point.
Let me mention, not all of it, but a lot of it is 100% propaganda. If you actually, again, you guys are outsiders at this point. You don't care what the people within the community are stating. Tweety, Rewind, to a lesser extent, Ninja Killer, Burrito Voorhees, all of these people. Yeah, you can demean them, as you, Tom, maybe to some extent have done in the past. What they're actually saying, and I'm not in the camp of listening to high-level players and what they're saying, because I think a lot of times they're full of shit. What they're saying is, look, it's hard for me to travel because of money issues. It's hard for me to travel because I'm leaving my family behind for this amount of time. We just had Honeybee, one of the most recognizable names in the NRS community, say, like, look, I have a family now. I cannot travel. It's just not worth it to me. I make more money streaming.
Dave, you're lying. I've spoken. I'm not going to name names because I know some of them are watching right now. I've spoken to a few of the people some of the people you named in there, and some other people that.
You're saying Honeybee is lying?
I didn't say Honeybee, but I've spoken to some of these top players. Some of them are in the chat right now. That is not the reason why.
I'm telling you, the people that I have spoken with and the people that have made public videos on YouTube in their own channels, including people like Zombad, saying, look.
So all the top no top players for Under Night and Burn
Tom,
have family.
You have said a lot. Is MK1 shit or not? What is your final opinion? I want to get you on the record. And I'm
trash.
I think the game
garbage.
I know where you feel, and I respect that.
I think the game is objectively better by far than especially the way it was.
You said on the podcast that the game was worth traveling for, that the game is good.
I did.
I think it's trash, but my thing is everything is trash. So
but
that's
the bottom line is...
Hold. No, I don't. Do
you like Tekken 8 or not?
Tekken 8's not everything. You said I think everything is trash.
Is Tekken 8 a good game?
No, you said I think everything is trash. That's not true. That's not true, okay? Let's not speak in absolutes.
Fair enough.
Hold on.
This is not much of a question. If you ask me, I will answer your question. Is Tekken 8 a good game or not?
Tekken 8 is mediocre.
That has nothing to do with what I said.
It has nothing to do with it, but Tekken 8 is mediocre by Tekken standards.
There's nothing to do with what I said.
What do you want me to say? Do you know what mediocre... We all know what mediocre means, right?
I mean, English is my second language, but I think I have my vocab mostly on deck.
Okay, I'll use a different word. Tekken 8 by Tekken standards it's okay. It's not the most disastrous thing I've seen in my life, but by Tekken standards, it's certainly not the best. It is a mediocre product. There's time to fix things. I would say it's middle of the road right now.
What do you consider a good fighting game then, by your own definition?
Capcom vs SNK 2.
Why do we change the subject here? The Mortal Kombat. Oh,
it's
no.
not.
Yeah, I know. This is we are changing the subject.
Look, what's the utopia of fighting games, right? Like Mike says, he thinks MK1 is trash. Fair enough. He thinks Tekken 8 is mediocre. But then, okay, what is a good game? Like, I'm just asking questions.
Okay, well, I'll name one from each of the big three: Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken.
Go
In
ahead.
Mortal Kombat's regard, MKX I think is a good game. In Street Fighter's regard, I think well, I like most Street Fighter games, but if I had to choose one out of the bunch, I'd say Street Fighter 4 is a very good game. Um,
By the way, guys,
you can laugh at that if you want. I'm not
I'm
finished
not
though.
laughing. Hold on, let me respond. Again, this is like the Twitter everything is negative environment. That game, towards the end of its lifespan, with like Elena, I'm sorry.
But you're
has
talking
nothing to
about
do
the
with what I
small
said.
tournament aspect. You're asking me, someone that is not a tournament player in Street Fighter, if it's a good game. Street Fighter 4 offered me a lot as a video game player.
This has nothing to do with what I said. This has nothing to do with what I said.
Tom, hold on a second. I'll get to you in a second. So, look, audience, this is your prophet. Your prophet just told you Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 4 is almost universally regarded toward the end of its lifespan to be a bad game.
Why do you keep on saying that, Dave? Like, I don't mean to sound rude now, but I don't appreciate these dumb remarks calling me a prophet. First of all, it's kind of disrespectful. Secondly, I don't have an audience like that. I'm very open with people calling me out, and I'm very open with people jumping on here and pulling apart my points. So you talking down to the people in the chat is not really on. They don't see me as a prophet. I'm just somebody on YouTube.
But you people called me a shill. Am I a shill?
I don't know who called you a shill.
Scroll up in the comments. How am I shill?
No, they've called you names. Yeah, they've said that your talking points are outrageous, but they never called you. I didn't see anyone call you a shill.
Look, I don't care what they have to say. The point is, I don't like individuals who don't think critically. And considering what I do for a living, it's of the utmost importance for everybody, every individual to think critically and not, you don't even have to take me for the gospel. Please think critically. Think what's being said here and do your own analysis, do your own research. I beg of every single one of you.
I find that funny, Dave. You're saying think critically, but then you're dismissing Street Fighter 4 as an entire product and boiling it down to Eleanor.
Okay, but isn't that what you're doing with Tekken 8 and its heat system?
No, Eleanor's one character in a game with 50. He is the entire game.
But again, that's a false argument because the heat system is not being taken advantage of Asuka the way it's being taken advantage of Dragunov. So it's you talk about strawman argument. And look, I'll tune down the rhetoric, fair enough. Maybe I'm going too far. But I just do not understand these fake arguments. You mentioned Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter Third Strike. Why do you think there's a divide in the Street Fighter community between like Super Turbo and Third Strike?
All right, do you know what I want to do, Dave, is I want to get back to this, not to cut you off, but I do want you to answer Tom's points. And then when you've answered Tom's points, I'm going to answer some super chats and then we can come back to this. Because Tom made a lot of points there. I think that you should answer them.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's the same talking points that have been addressed a million times. MK, to your point, which you're right about, is not on the same terms as Street Fighter and Tekken. It never has been. You can mention Tekken 6 was a failure in the United States. It was blooming in Korea with Tekken Crash, right? MK doesn't have the same popularity in the competitive community, right? It never has. There was some.
I don't think that's what
it never
Tom is
has.
getting
Again,
at.
will you dispute this? 2019. Street Fighter 1951, Tekken 1899, MK 1575. Street Fighter only had 376 more people than Mortal Kombat. So to say it's never been close, I find that to be a highly dubious claim, considering the numbers don't back that up.
It depends when the game gets released, right? You said it yourself, to use your own words. Initially, MK has the numbers. Then by the second year of EVO, or by the second year in general, the numbers dwindled dramatically. It's been the same case with MK9. It's been the same case with, to a lesser extent with MKX. So you consider MK11 to be one of the worst fighting games ever made. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay, but that doesn't fit your definition because that game at EVO had the most interest out of any MK game
I
ever made.
just explained to you what happened. Very much like how a lot of the goodwill.
I don't care how the games are connected. That's your perception. That's not my perception. The games are not connected. People buy MK because they want to play MK. People compete at MK because they want to compete at MK. By your own definition, doesn't match. By the way,
It's tough to have a
if you guys
discussion
think,
when whatever I say, you say, I don't care.
because it doesn't follow any logical point from point
It
A to
doesn't
point
follow
B.
logical points. Again,
If you guys think, Tom, again, we both think MK11 is the worst fighting.
you just told me they've
literally had-
never been close while I
Mike.
show you numbers saying they've been very close. And by the way,
Mike.
you just literally say, MK, we know about year 2 at EVO, how they drastically fall off. I'm going to, again, read some numbers. 512, 1162.
What
True.
was MK11's numbers in the second year?
Hold on. I'm going from 2011 till current. 512, 1162, MKX. We know year 2 they're going to have left, so 713. Then 1575. That says to me growth. People traveling. Then miraculously, we get to year 3 of MK11. And despite what it sold, people have realized they have abandoned us. And then we go to 464, 451, then MK1, 462, 642, I mean. So, again, it shows that people did travel to MK. It shows from game to game, more and more people were traveling for Mortal Kombat. And it shows that at one point, Mortal Kombat was neck and neck with Street Fighter and Tekken. However, what happened? We all know MK11 sold a lot, but again, much like how the numbers, why are Tekken's 8's numbers so big? Why aren't they crashed out like Mortal Kombat's numbers are? Because there's still a lot of goodwill built. Now, if Tekken,
No, it has nothing to do. There's nothing to do with goodwill.
There's nothing to go. Okay, I got you.
Street Fighter V was arguably one of the worst release fighting games of all time. Yet its numbers were fairly consistent throughout its lifespan, and I think the reasons for that are pretty obvious, and I don't understand how anybody would argue otherwise.
You cannot compare Mortal Kombat 1 to Street Fighter 5. That is not a comparison. You must compare Street Fighter 5 to MK11 because Street Fighter 5 was not released in the poor state of MK11, but the competitive state of MK11 was garbage. It's kind of opposite. The casual modes of MK1 were rich and overflowing. And when Street Fighter V came out, it came out as bare bones as possible. But the competitive mode of MK1 day one was as bare bones as possible. Went from a promised custom variation system to, we couldn't get it right. Again, spoiler, NRS behind again at launch. How about, remaking everything from the ground up? How's that working for you? Sales-wise, great, obviously, but competitive-wise, no. You had 2 variations of which most characters could only use 1. Competitively, that game was as bare bones as you could possibly get day one. So what the difference is, Street Fighter V, at the end of the game, did a lot of fan service for their fans and for the community, which helped a lot. Whereas MK11 just told people, get fucked. So going into MK1, people were like, please God, surely they'll give us something. And the Capcom community was a little more optimistic, as was the Tekken community. There's a big difference in that.
There's no difference. The difference is that Street Fighter has a consistent community of players who have, especially in the Asian market, have a completely different perspective than some of the Western players do. Which, again, not all of it, but in certain aspect, keeps the community active and engaged, despite the fact that Street Fighter V, aside from maybe MK1, was one of the worst released fighting game of all time. But if you analyze its history, it didn't really lose that much of an audience because, again, it has a culture, it has a mentality that MK lacks. And you, even by your own admission on a podcast, you said, honestly, Dave, it doesn't matter how much MK1 improves.
For sponsors.
It doesn't matter how much MK1 improves. It's never going to get the audience. It can literally be the best MK game of all time. They can fix lobbies. They can all this stuff.
But that's because of its first year. That's why. It's because
I
of
know,
its first
but
year.
aren't you just describing
And not
Street Fighter
just its
5
first
again?
year, it's because of how MK11 ended. It's because of how MK11 ended. And
Nobody
this,
cares how it ended. People buy a new game, they expect, different results, for better or worse, and that's how it works, especially the
No,
casual
that's not
game.
how it works. Franchises throughout loads of different genres have taken massive hits based on the previous game. That's happened in loads of different genres. That's not a new thing.
Okay, then why, for example, why did MK11, despite the fact that most people hated the wake up system, most people hated the breakaway system, why did the game continue to do mostly well throughout its lifespan?
because the game kept flashing a potential completed product that nobody ever got.
What? Because Boone, dude, we had guests on our podcast. Our co-hosts literally leave the podcast. They were like, "No, we don't want nothing to do with Tom and to Dave. They're so negative because they wouldn't admit it, but they essentially the argument was like, I mean, if they do what Tom Brady and M2Dave said, the MK11
But
is
they
going to
didn't.
crack.
They didn't finish the game. They didn't. And my
They're
point
never
is,
going to finish it. What are
for
you
one,
talking about?
day, you have given every excuse for MK players to not travel, including saying they never did. We exposed that is factually wrong that they never did. And by the way, the Mortal Kombat community was rebirthed in 2011. That means they had 14 years of growth. If you look at Street Fighter and go back, if you take Street Fighter 4 and you go back 14 years previous, right? So let's say 2011, let's just go there. And you go back 14 years, you're in the mid to late 90s. So Street Fighter from the mid to late 90s to 2011 went from the arcade scene to the modern FGC, and 14 years was plenty of time for them to build their scene. Same with the Tekken community. Yet the Mortal Kombat community say, well, we needed more. We're just babies. We didn't build our scene. You had the same fucking goddamn time as everybody else did. Well, they had the MK has had the same fucking time that every other scene that has grown did. They act like they need more time or all this other bullshit.
Not when you
It's
release games
wrong.
like Deception Armageddon.
It's
I mean,
wrong.
again, you are just like ranting.
The numbers back and you have told me nobody traveled for MK 512, 1162,
Who
1575.
traveled for Deception Armageddon on Deadly Lines? What, you would check in Rio? That was your tournament? Like, there was a huge pause.
I said 2011, the rebirth of Mortal
Okay,
Kombat.
pick your
in the
days that
FGC.
favor your agenda. I get it. You can.
There were no
anything you want.
tournaments to travel for. There's no agenda. Mortal Kombat was not on
Because
the
the
main
game
FGC.
sucked, and there was a huge disparity between that time. Why are you mentioning this?
The
Tom,
rebirth
you
of
have the
Mortal
decency
Kombat
to
in
tell
the
people the
and Mortal
truth.
Kombat.
You were there.
Hey, Mortal Kombat. Do not go to MKDC or MK Deception. These online games. I'm talking about tournament games.
When you release actual
there was no
Kusoge,
scene. This
Tom.
is why I said, chat again. This is why I specifically said Mortal Kombat was out of sight, out of mind in the modern FGC. It had no place. Yet Mortal Kombat went from out of sight, out of mind in the FGC. No one even cared about it. It had no place in it. It missed the entire birth of the modern FGC. And yet its first year at EVO, it had 35% of the players that Street Fighter did. Today, they would kill for 35% of the players in EVO for Street Fighter. It already had a larger percentage of players, Street Fighter to MK, its first year than it does now 14 years later. So Mortal Kombat was brought into the FGC, and it continued to grow and grow and grow and grow. It was doing the same growth, the same arc as every other game that came before it. It went from 500 to now over 1,000, now 1,500. It was growing the same way every other game over the last 14 years has done, until the middle of MK11, when it went in the shitter and went in the shitter now. Now, people will tell you, oh, our numbers are normal. But we just proved those numbers are not normal. Those numbers are only normal starting from year 3 of MK11. By the way, do you guys want to guess when the discontent started for Mortal Kombat? Oh, lucky guess, year 3 of MK11. So there's a correlation between the numbers and when people just didn't want to fucking play the game because they didn't like it. The reason why people were not traveling for MK1 is they did not like it. You can say, oh, they got families. Everyone's got a family. The people that play Under Night in Birth that are beating the bejesus out of Mortal Kombat numbers at tournament, they don't got families? Are their expenses somehow higher than Mortal Kombat players? Does the hotel and the airline charge them more money for tickets for travel than the Mortal Kombat players?
Yeah,
They have
Tom,
the exact same
that-
problems. The difference is they fucking like their game, and the Mortal Kombat community did not. And
Okay,
they use these.
Let me make my point before you made your point. Let me make my point to the audience as well, because you're leaving a lot of history. Essentially,
Alright, after Dave makes his point, I'll read the super chats out, guys.
no, yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely,
go on, Dave.
absolutely,
Go on.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So what happened was there was a time where the MK community essentially had a reset button. That was after UMK3. So you had games like MK versus DC, Deception, Armageddon, Deadly Alliance. It was essentially like they were like jokes, right, in terms of the competitive aspect, right? So while Street Fighter was building a community with the overall broader community with Marvel, with Third Strike, with Capcom versus SNK, we were like just wasting time for like almost 10 years, right? While Tekken was doing something, of its own, we were essentially wasting time. We were not doing anything because the games were actually kusoge. They were shitty. They were trash. Nobody competed those games. Nobody traveled. They were like jokes, right? So we already are behind. And once MK9 was released, there was like a resurgence, right? People actually did travel. They tried. And because of the lack of legacy from one game to another, MK9 plays nothing like MKX. There's almost no comparison. And people like me and Tom, many, many others, they're like, what is this? Many people quit, some stayed, et cetera, et cetera. It's complicated. To attribute that to the fact, to all this other nonsense that Tom talks about, numbers and all this stuff. Yes, it has some relevance, to be fair. But overall, it doesn't speak to what actually happened, which is this. There's a lack of legacy. There's a lack of enthusiasm as far as certain gameplay aspect, which is 100% fair point. Because again, MK9 plays nothing like MKX, so many people felt out of place. So it's a complicated mixture, amalgamation of many different aspects that Tom is not talking about. I'm not necessarily he's wrong about the numbers, because he's right about the numbers. But there's more to it. There are nuances that he's not mentioning, and MK11, by its own definition, would be the biggest failure of all time, because it's the game that he hates the most, that I hate the most.
I gave you the explanation
Somehow,
for that, and you said you didn't
because
care.
he's connected to MKX, whatever. Like, yeah, it's convenient to do that because it fits your argument, but that's not what actually happened. It's just that, look, every MK game is gonna sell well, right?
Then what did happen?
To what?
You said what I'm saying is not what actually happened. So what did happen?
I think every MK game, every second or third year is going to see a massive fallout, to use your own quote. And I think I'm not the one to quote you, because you do,
Every second or third year from 2011 to 2019, I didn't see that massive fall off. Now, you just said every second or third year. I just gave you an 8-year span without that massive fall off. So I
think it's
would you
also
like to reiterate,
unfair to
like you
compare-
change your point.
Street Fighter and Tekken, and to very recent phenomenon, the Guilty Gear community. They have a global community. We do not.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it
that
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter because you don't like
It doesn't
it.
matter. It does. They sell more. They have more people have Mortal Kombat in their hands that have Guilty Gear. In fact, I did the numbers. Mortal Kombat sold more than Tekken 8 all the way down to Under Night in Birth, basically almost combined, and it sold more than that. Obviously, if you take Street Fighter sales, no. So literally, more people have MK than any of those games by a mile, and still they crush it. So it has nothing to do with the Asian
I want
market.
to mention one last thing, and Mike, I promise you, please take it away. And that has to do with the fact that even Brian F., who's one of the most successful content creators for Street Fighter, says the following: "It's not worth for me to go to these locals and travel because I can make a lot more money um, just streaming the game, releasing content on YouTube." He's not an NRS player, by the way. So there's obviously, quote unquote, a new meta that's happening that many people are denying.
Dave,
It's not.
that's cherry picking. Okay,
That's not my point.
Brian
Why?
F
Not my
is a massive outlier in the FGC because Brian F has tapped into a side of it where they're just going to show up for Brian F. I don't even watch his videos anymore for Street Fighter. I just watch it because I like him. He's an outlier. That is not happening across the board in the Street Fighter community. Most of them are still traveling, including Punk, who has a
No,
hyper
I'm not saying
successful
they're not
YouTube channel.
traveling. I'm telling you, there might be a point where a lot of these people do not travel because the way the business model works. It's not even a business model. It's just
Then
the way.
why do the Street Fighter players travel? Why do the Under Night and Birth players travel more than
Oh,
Mortal
by the
Kombat?
way, the chat saying Brian F will be at Texas Showdown this weekend.
And so will Boom Cowboy, Franco. So will online kill many of the online players. Yeah,
My
people
point
are
is,
trying.
I directly disputed many of your points. You came on here saying people have never traveled from Mortal Kombat. That was wrong. And then
I never
you
said
asked
that.
me to explain MK11 situation, and when I tried to explain the MK11 situation, you stopped me and said,
You're
"I don't
trying to
care."
do some weird ass connection
I
on
don't care.
MK11 benefit from MKX. I think that's just complete nonsense. There's no
MKX
evidence-
benefited from MK9.
Not necessarily.
it
I
does.
think not necessarily because they had a much more effective advertisement for the game. If you look at the way they were advertising it,
But MK9 is
People
essentially
back
an
off.
advertisement for MKX. If MK9 does really well, and they're like, we'll drop a new MKX game, everyone's going to go crazy. Everyone went crazy when the Tekken 8 trailer dropped because we had such a good time on Tekken 7 historically, for however long it was out, that, okay, we're ready for a new Tekken game. People went crazy for it. If a new Mortal Kombat game comes out, I'm probably going to be reasonably excited because it's been such bullshit that has been going on for the past 2 years that I want to get out of the sludge. But it's not because that game was necessarily good.
Mike, I asked you a question. What do you consider a good fighting game? You mentioned Street Fighter 4, which towards the end of its lifespan was considered a joke. It's strictly about the meta speaking in the competitive scene. Was not
I'm
considered
not
a
just
good game.
speaking about the competitive scene. Though. You asked me what's a good fighting game.
But the
That
game
is a good
flat
fighting
online
game.
as well. Why are you holding it to high standards? Like it's not a good game in any sense of the imagination. At least most of them.
Yes,
So
it is. It's a very good fighting game. It might have
Why?
not been the greatest at the competitive level when Ultra came up because Eleanor skewed it, and obviously the Super Street Fighter, Yun was kind of doing the same thing. But historically, people had a great time on that game, and it had a great sense of community. I have very fond memories of being in the arcades of Street Fighter 4. I had a
Didn't
great time on that
Why
game.
have a better community? Because they had the better numbers at Evo and the better overall numbers, despite its ridiculous.
But you're just talking about Evo. You're asking me about the game as a whole.
I don't
The
know.
game as a whole was a solid game.
Any game can be a solid game depending on the eye of the beholder, like depending on your perception.
You asked
And
me.
when I asked you. You think Third Strike is a good game?
Yeah, Third Strike is a good fighting game. It's a lot of fun.
I think the game is anti-zoning, and I think the game is the most overrated fighting game of all time.
Well,
That's in your opinion.
I'm just happy.
I know. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. It's all about opinion.
I'm just happy because according to M2Dave's logic, all the Street Fighter 3 players last year, they didn't have families or bills, and their flights were much cheaper than the Mortal Kombat players. By that logic, if I follow your train of thought.
Do you know how stupid that talking point is? The Mortal Kombat community is probably one of the youngest, and yet they're talking about families and bills. Third Strike guys are about ready to jump in their
that's
coffins.
fine.
Tekken players are old. I don't know where did people even get this? Oh, I've got family and bills. When you've got people on there that play Tekken.
I mean, I gave you the point. You just disregard them, and you think I'm crazy. But
You mean
All right, we'll get back to your points. Let me read out the super chats and
Fair
we'll
enough.
come back to them. Okay.
yeah.
Jeremy, thank you for the £2. EU versus NA 10v10. EU's taking that, bro. Oh, Tekken 7? Oh, I might give that to NA. Song Lao, thank you for the $4.99. The problem with both TA and MK1, they made these systems that do not work with all of these characters, not listen to the fans. Also, MK1 is not as aggressive as Tekken 8. Yeah, I think Dave might be the only person that thinks that. I've never heard that before. But thank you for the donation. Izanagi for the 199. Thank you. Do I need to pull up on Dave? No, Izanagi. He's just playing. He's just playing. Invinciville, thank you for the 499. You are not a bullshitter. All you speak is what you feel. What if all you feel is bullshit? I think that one was for you, Dave. And then we've got Invincible again. Thank you for the 499. How can you admit in the same sentence that Tom knows the history more than anyone else and argue with him only on why he is wrong on that history? Fair point. Terrence, thank you for the 499. Off-topic question, but would y'all take Zack or Jan Lee in Tekken? Asked last stream. No, definitely not, bro. They're DOA characters, ain't they? Yeah, no. Nothing against DOA. I like DOA. It's a great game. I just don't think it'd be good for Tekken. Songla, thank you for the 199. This guy's the outsider. He thinks Tom is low. What the fuck? We'll come back to that one. Terrence, thank you for the 499. I want to ask you both, do you think guest characters helped or destroyed MK? That's a good question. I'll bring that up later on in the stream. Though Dava, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, bro. I appreciate that, man. It's very kind of you. Izanagi, one more time. Do I need to put up on Dave? He's just playing, Dave. He's just messing around. But thank you for the 999. Alexis, thank you for the 999. I'm sorry, Mike, but this Dave guy is exactly the kind of person who makes us, who still like MK1, look dumb. Also, how is your channel on Echo Chamber when I'm a mod here and I disagree with you all the time? Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, like, don't call me a prophet, because even my mods disagree with me, so. Magic, thank you for the 999. What is happening right now? Couldn't tell you, I don't know when you sent that in, but I appreciate the super chat, bro. Blackmore, thank you for the $5. Dave likes goalposting with another question. If he doesn't like your answer, he doesn't address it. That's why no one is taking his questions seriously. Dave, I'll let you respond to these if you want in just a moment. Mr. Mask, thank you for the $20. I hope everyone is doing well, and thank you, Mike, for the streams. I just got out of the Navy and I'm on my way home. Oh, congratulations, bro.
Thank you for your service, brother.
And Chicken Senpabib, am I saying that right? Thank you for the $4.99. Love your vids, Mike. Hope Soul Calibur will come back one day. I hope so too. I really do hope so. Alright, Dave, was there any there in particular you wanted to respond to?
Well, I guess we could talk about the MK guest characters on a lighter note in a second here. But
Okay.
I think that's a lighter topic, and I'll end at that. And I do want to. I really appreciate you for having me on, and I do want to send you something. I don't know how this stuff works. I'm old as fuck. I don't know how to contribute, and I wish I could. Send you Venmo, whatever. I do want to.
Dave, you ain't got to do that. You being here is enough. That's fine.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
got. You don't
no.
have to
I
donate any
mean,
money.
it's not about paying for like access. It's about you're one of the few people in this community. By the way, when I say community, not even the NRS community, because even some of them don't want to have me on to speak my mind. You know, Tom and I talked about people like leaving our podcast. We begged them to come on. Many players, they wouldn't come on. So I believe you are deserving of, I don't want to say reimbursement. It sounds like, I'm paying for access. I don't think that's the case at all. And I hope I can be back and we can have a friendly discussion ever again, because I really appreciate you having me on. I know I'm very confrontational and I'm very firm, and I'm not trolling. Everything that I say, I 100% believe. It's not me, trying to create controversy, trying to bring in new, content or new like subscribers for you. It's not that at all, right? I know this is probably, not going to go well with some of your viewers, but I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate you having me on. And I also thank Tom as well for kind of putting this together. But I'm going to discuss two more things, if I may. And then
Yeah,
please,
of course. Yeah,
you have
there's
me
no
on
rush.
Discord, share your Venmo. I'm serious about this. Share me. I want to donate as well and contribute to your subscribers and to any way that in any other way that I can. I again, my issue is if you're going to criticize these games, you have to have some kind of standard. And for example, I think Tekken 7 towards the very end, I know I talked trash, but it was a very good game. I had fun with Noctis. I had fun with Zafina, albeit I was never a high level player. So again, my question to you is what is the golden standard? The same thing with Tom. Like, what do you guys actually want to play? Because if you're going to heavily criticize, which is fine, you also have to have solutions. You have to have some kind of
Yeah, that's
resolution.
fine. I've offered solutions for Tekken 8. I'll offer you a solution for Tekken 8. It's like one that I offered before. It's unrealistic now for them to take heat out of the game because that's what they're kind of trying to market the game on. But it's not unrealistic for them to tone it down. And one of the big things that people have been asking for is that make it a meter that you have to earn, and maybe it can be through by way of the attacks that you would use to engage heat. So, for example, Feng Wei's forward 2 puts you in a heat state. If I have to earn the meter, the criteria should be you've got to use the moves that would put you in heat in the first place. So forward 2 could build me like 10% if I successfully land it, and then I've earned my way into heat. Then I get to use heat now. I get a Super Saiyan buff for using the moves correctly, and then it's gone, and we just go back to playing regular Tekken. But the problem is right now is that every round you've got heat, and every round you've got rage, and every round you've got rage art. And legacy Tekken players feel like they're playing an anime version of Tekken. On top of that, moves like again, I'm using my own character here because I understand the issues with Feng, and I don't want it to seem like I'm singling out anyone's characters, but Feng has too much power on certain attacks. Like his 3+4, if you block that attack, Dave, you're at my mercy for blocking it. You fall to the ground, and now you have to guess if I'm going to do 1+2, grab you, or go for a snake edge, which will launch you, potentially because of Feng's wall carry, put you
You
at
talking
the
about
wall.
the BT mix up? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the back turn mixer. So he
Yeah.
only slams both his feet on the floor. You fall to the
Yeah,
ground
yeah,
even though you block it. That's not fair. That's not a fair scenario. If I do that move on you and it lands, I get a guaranteed back turn 3, right? Where he sort of reaches over and kicks you on the head. That's a lot of damage. And then I also get forward Kempo from that, so I could put you in another mix up. And that could get rid of like 50% of your health quite easily. And I think if you at least block that, you shouldn't be at Feng's mercy for blocking that. I think that's a reasonable ask to happen, don't you?
The only thing I will agree is the initial Namco nerf. If you remember, like one of the first things that they nerfed about him was that I believe that FC low. I'm sorry, I forget the notation, but that's one thing that was actually completely broken because I believe you couldn't punish it at all. The interaction was so fast. Again, I forget. It's no longer. It's not used as much anymore. But do you know what I'm talking about? Can you fill me in?
Which character?
Feng, the FC low, the from full crouch position. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Uh,
I believe it
well,
was
what?
FC. Was it 3 or 4 and into that punch?
Yeah. So he kicks you and then punches you in the face.
Yeah, on I believe on the release version of the game, or like somewhere down between the line, they nerfed it, but it was essentially you couldn't punish that move at all. Because if you try to punish the low, the second hit will get you, and so you kind of have to
No,
wait it
the
out.
second hits are high, so you
I know, but I believe on the release version of the game, if you try to punish it, the high would actually get you. Um, I remember fighting this at a local, and I was like, okay, this is actually broken. I don't think anything else is broken about the character. I think it kind of more or less follows the meta. I think what makes Feng strong is his Kempo still, is his back one, his poking, his, fish hook, the back four, if I'm not mistaken. That's kind of what makes the character strong to this day. I don't believe in these excessive nerfs and apologizing for your character being strong. I don't know why you do that. I think if you win with Fang, you're a great player. I don't understand why we have to apologize for like being good players and winning. Why are you apologizing for being good with Fang to your audience? That's
because it's not apologizing, Dave. It's understanding that there's a scenario that Feng can create where skill goes out the window, and you're just guessing now. So it becomes a
that's
gamble.
fighting games. Fighting games about guessing. Like welcome to like why I don't
Yeah, but
understand. This
not
is
not a forced 50-50. If I'm in your face, that's already a guessing scenario because you don't know
okay.
what I'm going to press. But if I
The one
force you to
thing
the ground when you've blocked, that's not fair.
what was that launcher from BT that they also nerfed? They used to launch, right? Now I just think
Two.
nonstop. Yes, I can understand that as well. But I think after that, I think the character's fine. And I'm again being very consistent. I like strong power levels, offensively as well as defensively. And I think that's maybe where you and I disagree. Look, top tiers in any game are gonna have like bullshit, and that's what wins. And somebody's got to be top tier, whether it's offensive or defensive. And I don't understand why we have to apologize. Whether it's Tom Brady's ice cold for beating people for 20 years straight. Why do we have or me getting jumped?
I think I know why you're not understanding where I'm coming from, because in Mortal Kombat, much like Tekken, they have like two to however many hit strings, right? You'll do like a 2-3 hit string, but in Mortal Kombat, you'll do a string and you'll still be unpunishable. And then they'll go for like a dick jab on you to like interrupt you doing something, which is not really the case in Tekken. Most of the time, there's a punishment for a string that you do on a block, because they understand that if you hit it, there's a big reward, and if you get blocked, then it's my turn to punish you now. But in Mortal Kombat, it's not that way, unfortunately, for a lot of characters. In Tekken, when Jin does 2-1-4 and he hits it on you, Jin's at a big advantage now. I mean, not only has he won the neutral there, if he gets that last hit on counter hit, there's an even bigger problem for the opponent. They've nerfed it, rightfully so now, so that the players using Jin have to use their brains a little bit. You don't have to use your brain with that string, and that is unfortunately the case for a lot of characters in Mortal Kombat, where you complete a string and you're not negative enough to get a full punish. And I think that's stupid.
I think there's a lack of communication here. I believe top tier characters by design are going to have something to quote you stupid, whether it's offensive or defensive. I don't think any of the games are the exception to this rule, whether it's, I don't know, in Street Fighter 6 with the throw loops, somebody like, I don't know, JP or Ken Wright with his wall carry, or that it's Dragonov with this QCF4 plus frames, or, you know, pressure you with while running two into down two into the perfect throw game. Somebody's got to be top tier and somebody's got to be strong for something. And to
Yeah,
complain
but
about it,
within reason. Within there has to
so
be some reasoning here. Like, did you agree with the Dragonov nerfs that came in?
I think QSC4 did deserve to be nerfed.
Why? Why did
Down
it deserve
two
to be nerfed?
because it did too many things. Like it hit grounded, which I know will be removed in the subsequent patch according to the according to Harada and Murray. Um, it it did too much ship damage, etc. I agree with mostly that because that's a move on release that was completely broken anyway. Like because you literally left you up close for 50-50 mix-ups. I don't mind nerfs. I just don't want the power level to be too low because I think that was what was done in Tekken 7 and it resulted in a kind of boring game in my opinion. Most of the characters did Fuckram was way over nerfed, Lee was over nerfed, uh, Lars was never good. Um, so essentially the game kind of came down to like generic bullshit like who has the best counter launchers and those are the kind of characters like if you look at and I don't mean to bore you the audience, I hope I'm not boring you guys, but like Noctis is literally the definition of a very like Tekken 7 character, right? Has a stupid what is that? Up forward one counter launcher. That kind of makes you hold back. His laws are not that good at all, but they're just like good enough. He has a tracking, homing launcher. It's just like, oh my, like that's the best in the game. Really, this is so generic. There's nothing like special about it. I don't want the game to be like that boring and that generic and that universal. I don't know how you see this. I know maybe you and I have different perspective. But I'm just like curious. What do you think? Like, knock the second seven. What do you think of a character like that? I think he's super generic. He's just good because everybody else got like fucked in the ass.
Well, Noctis, like I didn't like him being in Tekken 7 because again I felt like he ruined the flow of the game a lot of the time. He is bit of a stupid character. He's got safe launchers and very long reaching normals. Yeah, like he wasn't the best character in the game, but he was super easy to use. He was very high damage, and I think on a competitive level he was underused. So that's probably leaned into why FDX did so well with him. I mean, FDX was a very good player, but yeah, I think the character was trash. To be honest with you, that character had no place in Tekken. He probably had more of a place in Mortal Kombat with the dumb shit he was doing.
Well, you mentioned that at CBM, Cherry Berry Mango, right? Probably did better with that character in that game than all the arguments that you made about Jin in Tekken 8. You do realize that, right? Like he
Wait, I don't
probably
understand what you mean.
Well, he probably had better results with Noctis in Tekken 7 than he ever did with Tekken 8 Jin.
What? So what? So I don't understand. What's that? What's the point?
Even though Tekken 8's Jin level might be a lot like higher, right? Overall, he did in Tekken 7. He did a lot. He did a lot. He performed a lot better with Noctis.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
because
again because Tekken 8's a casino. He just unfortunately has not rolled the dice properly. That's
I
what
would
they're
argue
complaining
that
about.
I think in Tekken 7, everything is so nerfed and so weak that essentially that's a character who does like literally like four moves, right? 4-4-1 plus two, up forward one, occasional low. Maybe you can do, the demolition man, and that's really it. Like that's the character. Obviously down forward two for punishment, right? That's what wins games because yeah, when you nerf everybody to the ground, including Leroy, including Fakuram, um, including even Jin to some extent. Like that's what happens. Like the game just becomes like bare bones. And please understand, I don't want to play a game like that, whether it's offensive or defensive. I want strong power levels, and I hope Tom can actually attribute to that aspect of my, um, of my requests
But Dave, there's a
because
difference between strong power levels and dumb power levels.
I don't think Noctis was even that strong, honestly, in Tekken 7. He was just like a generic character who had a counter launcher, and by design, that's
No,
very strong in
I
Tekken
never
7.
said that. I never said Noctis was too strong. I just didn't
Yeah.
like him as a character in Tekken. I don't feel like he played Tekken. Negan, on the other hand, he felt like a Tekken character. He felt like Miguel with a bat. They designed him very, very well. I don't think his power was over the top. He was strong. My problem is that in Tekken 8, there are too many stupid things going on. Regardless of tournament results, you've got characters that have got you on block on your knees, and you can't do anything. You just have to stand there and take it because of heat. And then you've got chip damage on top of that. Like I said, we watched Joker block successfully against Kuma for 90% of the match and lose from when he got touched once. That's ridiculous.
Again, this is where I think, guys, I swear I'm not trolling. I promise you. I think Kuma in Tekken 8 is a good design. Like, he has always been shit, essentially a Joe character like Dan in Street Fighter. God forbid he's actually good now. He was actually okay in Tekken 4 as well with if you're old as I am and Tom. He had this like Josh Frame 700. It would come out super fast and you would do like
E4,
you
yeah,
would lose
just
like
frame seven,
70%.
Paul.
Yeah.
Wait, Dave, hold on. You think that a character that can kill you because you blocked is a good design?
Well, he has weaknesses though, right? There's a reason why his low attacks are not that strong. While the bear hell sweep is reactable. Why
Kuma's
down?
low
down
attacks are strong.
no, they're not. Down
Yes, they
back
are.
two is no, they're not. Down
Why?
back two.
Okay, wait. Why are they not strong?
I mean, you're the one making the case. Why would they be strong? I just told you. Down back two is launch punishable, does very poor damage. Bear sweep is reactable. He has down back three, which is his second best low. It's I believe it's -12. It's nothing special. And then you have FC down one, which is his best low. And you can make a case it's too strong or not because it's save on block. Fair enough. But other than that, like, why would it? Why the reason?
I mean, I can tell you
The
why they're good.
Go ahead.
The problem that you're making the same case that a particular Brian player made to me not too long ago, and he said Brian didn't have any good lows, which is also an absurd thing to say.
Well, that's
Tekken
more absurd because he's got the hatchet, so it doesn't even make any sense.
Tekken on which Hatchet is reactable though, much like the sweep. I react to it. I'm not the best Tekken player in the world, but it's still an absurd statement. The reason that it's an absurd statement is that there is Tekken on paper, and then there is Tekken in game. And when you've got a character that has 100 moves and very powerful mids, you don't really want to duck low because the mids are going to take all your life. So what does that open you up to? Lows. And Kuma's lows hurt really badly. That poor swipe when he charges it, it's like you've been hit by a full combo. Even when he doesn't charge it, it's a nightmare. So when you've got very powerful mids, you've got an electric, which is a special mid. I will never understand why a bloody bear that is not a Mishima has a special mid electric. You've got all of these powerful attacks that are mids. Of course you're not going to block low because why the hell would you? Now suddenly I'm getting sweeped. And the minute I do block low, I've died. So in a vacuum, when you're looking on paper and you're looking at numbers, which is what people do with Eddie all the time, which is why I don't listen to people that say Eddie is shit. They don't know what they're talking about. In a vacuum, you might say, oh, this is not good. But as we can see, a top level Feng Wei player like Joker, who is like, he must be top 5 in the world, got ran over because he didn't want to go low. And look what happened when he did it. He died anyway to chip damage. That's
Yes,
why his lows don't
that's
suck.
Mike, and that's what makes Kuma strong, right? It's the fact that almost everybody universally agrees. I think the low is a hot take. I think what makes Kuma very strong is the fact that he can activate heat and just completely obliterate you. No, you may not like the design, which is fair. A lot of people don't. But again, if I take the crying route, I can complain about everything. I don't like that EWGF launches me and it's +5, and it may carry me with the wall, kill me. Okay, then like, why are we playing fighting? Is what we can't have anything that's
I mean,
stronger.
hold on
That's a
now.
straw
Look,
man.
look. As a Tekken competitor, I played Tekken 4 and 6 tournaments, several top 8 majors in both. Definitely not a Korean level. I was playing a bunch of other games with 6, but I have several top 8s at majors. And anyone can tell you, let's say it just takes Tekken 6, not Tekken 4. The Koreans, one of their biggest thing is, because they lived with us at the House of Goons for about 3 months, they refused to duck. Because everyone knows this. All the damage in Tekken is primarily mid. And all the death is primarily mid in Tekken. Most of the time, you can live like not like launching lows, but a lot of those you can react to, et cetera, et cetera. But like the down 3s, down 4s, a lot of these lows that technically are Bruce down 4 in Tekken 6, great low, super unsafe, but it's still a great low, and people don't want to duck it. I mean, people just Heihachi, a million lows. I remember Heihachi Tekken 6, a million lows. JDCR would do low, 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 low. You're back to the wall. Why? You don't want to duck. So saying these lows are punishable are, I guess, one way, but the problem is you can't survive the mids. That's how Tekken has always been, and people know that. So Jin, Tekken 4 even, why did we take stupid lows? Because nobody wants to eat a just frame laser scaper that is a pseudo-safe, tracking, game-ending mid. No low move ever matches that description in Tekken. So that is why people take it. It's obvious, and this is what I understand. It's obvious why people take so many lows from Kuma. Sure, you could say, "Oh, look, you could have launched him right there." That does not apply in practical application when you are in the match fighting it. Those lows are absolutely good.
I think people just want to hold back and be immune to everything. I don't think that should be the case. I think.
Dave, can I just answer that? Just to respond to what you just said, people want to hold back and be immune to everything. The hardest thing to do in Tekken, in every Tekken game, is be defensive. Even though this is the most aggressive Tekken game, in all Tekken games, the most skilled players are the ones that can defend everything. So those are things that me and you probably are not even privy to. No matter how good I might think I am at Tekken, I was not at Korean level where I was defending everything. So those ain't things that people like us even need to worry about, right? But it's gotten to the point now where we can't defend anything because the game is so oppressive. I have to stand there and eat shit.
The way I see it, if I lose to something, and I generally feel this way, if I lose to something, and when I play ranked, and I lose to something, it's my fault. I could have escaped the throw. I could have punished something better. I could have maybe maximized my combo. When I lose to, I don't know, Tekken Emperor or anything before that, I generally perceive that's my fault. As Sajab said, if you believe you have the same problems as Knee and Oz and Nash, you're completely delusional. They're actually fighting Ulsan. They're fighting Oz and Nash. They're actually fighting the real, best people in the world. And abusing obviously the top tier characters. Yes, they are losing probably because Dragonov is OP. You're not. You're losing because you didn't punish. You're losing because you didn't escape their throw. You're losing because you probably don't know the matchup. That's the
That's not
reality.
true. That's not true.
That is
If
100% true.
Dragonov puts you in a force 50-50, it doesn't matter who you are. You have two options.
I don't think his 50-50 is even that good. Down two's damage got nerfed. The the sweep got its range like almost reduced in half. And it was initially, yeah, that's another thing I would have nerfed. It needed to stagger. Now it staggers. What is it? Down back 3+4, I believe is the notation. So they've done almost everything to nerf his offense, and people are still complaining. How low do you want the power levels to be in this game? What else would you nerf
Okay,
him
I'll
on?
give you an example. Dragonov's heat smash is two running punches and then he goes for the shoulder barge, right? After
Yeah,
he's done that to you, what happens?
you have to guess it on the mix-up, right? You have to
You gotta
guess.
guess, right? So it
Yeah,
doesn't matter if it's me or Tom. We're all guessing the next mix-up. I don't think that that's acceptable. I've already blocked your stupid heat smash, which would have given you a good position on the stage, potentially a wall break, or thrown me into the wall, and good damage. I've blocked it now. Now I have to guess again. And that's not down to, oh, you're Mike Holler or you're Arslan Ash. That's the same for everyone. We have to guess. So, yeah, the problem does exist with everyone. It's not fair to say to the player base, it doesn't matter for you because you're not dealing with the top Korean players. The game is made in a way where I have to deal with this bullshit, and so does Arslan Ash. That's not a skill thing. That's a casino.
Casino, yeah. Let me give it to you another way, Dave. So basically, think about it. Like, what they're basically saying is, you activate heat, you're plus. I have to block whatever. You even or you do a heat engager. Now you're in heat. You're so plus. You run up. I have to block and guess again. Even when you say, "All right, nothing is working. Now I'm going to kiss." So you you're plus when you go into heat, or you plus when you activate a heat engager. Moves in heat can be also plus as well. And then you say, okay, well, now I'm going to activate my heat engager. And you're like, I blocked all this, had good defense when he engaged heat, has good defense when he tried to mix me. And then finally he says, okay, I'm going to cash it out. And now he's plus, and I have to guess again. It's like, when? How many times? People are saying in Tekken, Tekken, it has too many scenarios where it's like, I've guessed right, guess one more time, guessed right. And now I have to guess right one more time. And it doesn't matter if it's you, Mike Hollow, me, or Arslan Ash, you're all a slave to that same thing. And that shouldn't happen. That's what he's saying. These people are
Yeah.
significantly more skilled, and yet they're still stuck in the same situations, guessing for their life, the same where you and me are.
look,
That shouldn't
I'm
happen.
okay, Tom. I'm okay with implementing these changes that these people want, but I would bet any money in my bank account they will come back and they will cry, they will bitch, they will complain. Oh my God, he has a counter launcher as a defensive move. Oh my God, he has an up forward two. Make it
Who
minus.
cares?
Okay, then you want to play a game that is crap power levels. Tom, this
No one
in
said
this
crap.
discussion,
Is there
let me
is there
say
no
this, Dave.
is there no medium? It's either defense has to be shit or the power levels are crap. There's no in
No, I'm
between.
just telling you that these people have no consistency. Not necessarily Mike. I'm just telling you
They're
what people complain
idiots.
about.
They're idiots. A brain surgeon doesn't say, "Yeah, I'm going to do this," but then all these idiots who never went to med school, they're
Tom, it's
going to
funny how
cry
on the
and they're going to
podcast,
complain. They're fucking idiots.
it's funny how on the podcast you stand up for high power levels, and now
I
since
am standing up for
you're in
high
an
power levels,
environment
but the
where
defense should have high power
Mike's
levels as
audience
well.
has a certain perspective,
Dave, ironically, you
you don't
have
like it.
not defended any defensive power level in Tekken right now. You believe the offense is not oppressive, the defense is fine, and people should just have to guess for
I
their
have
life,
defended
and
it.
that's fighting games.
I have defended it.
Yeah, but Dave, you need to understand that you're not really making a defense for strong power levels. You're making a defense for
Strong
absurdities.
offense.
Like
Yeah.
I've said that
Yes, yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
have.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like strong levels of all kind.
But you're
When
making
I say
arguments for strong offense.
Yeah,
no,
where's
Not
the
I'm not.
defense?
I just
Where's the
don't. No, it's
defense?
not. I told you I like power crushes. I know you guys hate him. I liked launch. I know people will fucking grill me on this. I like launching armor and MKX because that was the only defensive mechanic that's going to make the game balance, right? I like in Street Fighter 5, I liked Poison's you know keep away. I liked Shoryukens that were invincible to let to offense. Yes, I'm sorry. I know people are getting offended probably as
Okay,
I'm not.
Dave, why do you think it is the Tekken developers have taken away the ability to go into heat from a power crush?
Because of the whining.
Do you not think it's because it wasn't that it was a good defensive tool, it's that it was absurd?
I don't know what that means.
It means that it does not give credence to the fact that there is good defense in the game. All it does, I mean, the way power crushes were being used in the game, they were being used offensively. They were being used to lock people down. I was using Feng Wei's power crush to keep people in corners sometimes because it's safe. And a lot of the time, they don't want to duck against Feng in the corner because then you're going to die. They took it away because it's stupid to have a move that has armor on it that then puts you in heat, that lets me run in on you and now put you in a situation where you can die.
There are certain moves that you need to have in a game that's, again, to your point, mostly offensive, like Tekken or Mortal Kombat X. By your point, Mortal Kombat X shouldn't have any armor at all because why? Then we would just be dealing with offense. And
No. That's,
okay,
you can't
then
even
what?
make the comparison. Then there's completely
But it's a
separate
similar
games.
mechanic, though. It's a mechanic. It's a defensive mechanic that leads to offense, just like most defensive, at least the good defensive mechanics do.
Not all offense is created equal, and it's very, very clear the armored and reversal mechanics in MKX are not anywhere near comparable to Tekken's. You would know that as someone that has played both of them. They're not even remotely the same.
Let me give you an example that's outside, if I may. Sagat in Street Fighter 5, who's considered trash, and then you have Luke, who's unlike the EX Tiger uppercut, his EX rising upper leads to offense on a successful hit. So by design, that's what the best thing is in the game. You either have it or you don't. Like that's just the game. I'm sorry
Or
you don't like it, but that's just what it is. You can design a game a different way. I don't know, but that's what won. That's what's good. And same thing with Armor and MKX. And same thing with Power Crushes. I think you guys are making the game more defensive by removing Power Crushes and making them worse. I'm sorry. That's how the game is built, and I wish it hadn't been this way. But that's what it is. And by the way, it's the same thing with MK1. The best zoning and the best defensive characters, Kung Lao, Sector, a couple others, they have safe armor. So what? That's the game. You either like it or you don't.
that's why communities speak up and they ask for changes on things
Okay, then
because there are dumb
make
things
the
in the
armor
game.
not safe, and now you're buffing offense. Like I am. You
We did.
accuse
They
me of
didn't make the armor unsafe.
Mike.
Dave, I'm not sure that you played Tekken. That's not what they did.
No, I do play Tekken. I told you.
That's not what they did though.
I know they removed the heat engager. They removed the heat engaging power crushers, and I think that's a mistake.
You think okay? So the community has been asking for heat to be a less prevalent factor in the game, and you think it's a mistake to remove a way to enter heat that has armor on it.
Mike, you want to read this last super chat here for Dave?
OMA Hey Long, thank you for the 120 ZAR. What currency is ZAR? I'll look it up after. Dave, what's your definition of defense? Thank you for the super chat, bro.
Well, it depends on the game, right? Uh, if you're talking MKX, your defense is your armor, and once you remove that in the last patch of MKX, it became more offensive. In Street Fighter, it's for the six in this case, it's your EX Shoryuken, right? It's your um, amnesia with JP, right? That's your defense. And the characters who do not have that, like Dalsim, they suffer. They suffer tremendously. Um, and again, to Mike's point, in fighting games that are mostly offensive now, if you don't have characters that do that, yeah, the games are not fun. The games are horrible. one of our local players playing to win. He plays consistently in Street Fighter 4, right? He has massive issues with Street Fighter 6 because he's being forced to block mix-ups that other characters do not have to block. So defense is defined by the game's mechanics and what they have to
Okay,
offer.
what about Tekken? Just specifically to Tekken.
I like that they made the side steps better. I think that's a step in the right direction. I think if they're going to nerf power crushes into heat engager, I think power crushes should do more damage. You can make a case of heat having less time, which is the main man speed argument. I think that will result in a boring game, but I could be wrong. But honestly, I don't mind. I on release, I didn't like some of the offense. I do believe it was too easy. Like the Dragonov QC F4, it was way too strong. uh, Maybe the biggest elephant in the room that I'm missing, obviously Azucena while running 3-2, whatever the fuck that was. That was absurd, right? We don't want stuff like that. You can have it, but then it's probably not Tekken anymore. I do agree with that, right? There's no question that people are right about that. But there comes a point we have to ask ourselves, wait a minute, when is nerfing enough? And I think we're at that point.
But could you just tell us what your like? What does good defense look like to you in Tekken?
I just told you, it's
You know
good
you didn't. You
throws.
just you named a bunch of like right, but I want to know what it actually
Good
looks like
throw
to you.
escape, good movement, you know, um, good like fuzzy guarding, good low parries, like good, just knowing obviously the strings. Like obviously, it's very very hard to play. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that's what good defense is in Tekken.
Just to piggyback off that, just before we do, let me just read out these two super chats. Terrence, thank you for the 4.99. Does anybody want Baked Dusan back? Do any of you guys want him back? I don't really want him back, to be honest.
No.
I think Horang's enough. Terrence, thank you again for the 4.99. Mike, are you a fan of Tekken 4 Dojo music? Yes, bro. I love Tekken 4. Great game. Dave, what did you think of throws doing chip damage? What do you think of that system change? And do you agree with how people got that angry with it?
Wait, could you? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. I apologize. I didn't hear your question.
No, that's okay. So in the Tekken talk, obviously the general sentiment towards it was that it was very negative and people didn't like what they saw. One of the
Oh, you're talking
most
about the throws doing like slight tip damage?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
is your feelings towards that? Do you think that was a good change?
Honestly, I'm not gonna comment about anything on the next patch because I haven't played the game yet. No, neither has anybody else. So I'm gonna play it first, and I'm gonna play it extensively. I already have locals lined up with local players, and we will lab it. And if I don't like it, I will speak out against it. It does seem like a very weird change to, again, to go to your point, to punish people about taking a throw, right? Isn't that like what's going on? It's so weird. I don't know what to think. It does seem a bit strange. However, I do have to see how that mechanic plays a larger role, if any at all, in the overall mechanics, if that makes any sense.
Okay, so you think taking a throw and getting punished for it is weird, but you don't think me blocking your attacks and being punished for it is weird?
Well, again, it depends on the character and the situation. I perceive, since I know you're referring to Kuma, I like his gameplay style. I think he plays unlike any other Tekken characters ever played. I think he adds more archetypes to Tekken. And again, I know it's controversial and it's not necessarily liked, but I believe we need more of that. We need original gameplay designs that foster different gameplay styles and different players to come up and play Tekken.
Okay, and
Whether, by
I
the
know
way,
that.
offensive or defensive, I'm okay with both. I don't mind either one. I support both.
Okay, I want to. Tom made a lot of points earlier about the Mortal Kombat scene. I don't think like all of it got picked up on. So rather than going back to, I wanted to ask Tom, uh, could you offer Dave like a line of question, like actual questions, and then get him to answer so that there's not too much lost in translation?
Sure. You don't think that the Mortal Kombat community as a whole is very disingenuous with a lot of its number talk? Nobody ever showed up for Mortal Kombat. Nobody ever supported Mortal Kombat. This is just the usual, these 400 or 500 man tournaments, par for the course for MK on the biggest stage. Do you think that's accurate, or they're just being very disingenuous to cover up a lot of the problems that the community is having right now?
I think the initial problem with the community were certain individuals who were, I don't want to use the term shill because it's overused. It's been used on me and it's been used on Tom. It's been used with Mike and Spark Zero, right? Am I correct in saying that? So people kind of use that term too much. I believe the issue with the community is as follows. In release, certain people were making excuses about the game's release, but I don't think they represent the majority in any sense of the imagination. And as the game went along, I believe the people who harshly criticized the game, like me, like Tom, like Mike, eventually won. Because if the game had been in a good state on release, then why would Paulo, why would Dizzy, why would have Stephanie, why would they have implemented all these changes if the game had been perceived to be in a good state?
But can you admit that the community was doing significant growth and their numbers got to a point where they were very comparable to Street Fighter and Tekken? And MK at a certain point, not too long ago, was neck and neck in Street Fighter with Street Fighter and Tekken.
What is your saying that you keep saying on literally every podcast, every
Mortal Kombat can obtain but not retain.
okay, how's that different from any game that
Well, that's
any
what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, so Mortal Kombat it has no formula. And this is what I mean by
Tom,
this.
let me just say this. I promise I'll let you finish. I apologize for interrupting you.
Go ahead.
If you say that for every NRS game, I believe that's the $1 million question that nobody has an answer to, right?
I
How
have
do
an
we
answer
grow
to it.
community? How do we make MK actually like evolve to the next level? And
I
I
agree where
don't
I'm
know.
talking.
I don't know.
I
If
know
you have the
100%.
answer, let me know. Go
I
ahead.
do, because there's only been one person who's lived in the competitive scene from 1992 until even now, even though I don't compete anymore. And this is not the first time Mortal Kombat competitive players have had this discussion. They just don't stay around long enough to keep having it. But I've been a part of this discussion many times throughout the last 30 years from players who are long gone, with players who are long gone. So the thing about Mortal Kombat is they currently have no formula. Their formula is basically let the name Mortal Kombat sell the product. That is the worst possible thing you can do, because eventually it stops selling it, and then the quality of the product has to matter. You could live off the name of Mortal Kombat for a long time, because fighting games, the quality of one, there were not things in the world vying for our attention like they are today. There was a time when there was no YouTube, no Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, you didn't have Spotify. Oh, there were, just our overall entertainment. We didn't have the options we had today. Today we do. So the quality of the products has got to be significantly higher because of all the things vying for our attention. Mortal Kombat has made a large part of its name off a time when you didn't really have to do very much, and the name alone could sell it. And what else are you going to do? There's not much. There's nowhere near as much vying for our attention as there is today, fighting for attention like there is today. However, now the product must actually be good to sell. So what happened is Mortal Kombat didn't use any formula. For one, obviously, there's the formula their competitors use. Changing the system, or I think Mike would admit, and James Chen even said, even though Street Fighter appears to be so legacy, sure, they keep the core moves so they don't have to keep redesigning the normals and whatever from every game. But Street Fighter has evolved considerably, and it's a lot less legacy than people think. And Tekken is a lot less legacy than people think. Just because Fang still has, what is it, Mike, 1-2-2 that goes into back turn, right? If you hold back or whatever, or down back 4, down forward 1, back one. What is his kick that stops sidestepping? Down forward 4.
Yeah, down
Right?
forward
Back
4-3.
Yeah.
forward, back forward.
Just because he has, or back forward, just because he has all these moves from Tekken 5 doesn't mean that he's playing Tekken 5 now. You can keep a legacy system. By the way, I haven't touched Fang Wei since Tekken 6, and yet I know all of his moves, which is the point that I'm going to go to here in a second. Just because a guy that hasn't touched Tekken in almost 10 years still can name a large portion of the moves and frames of a lot of the cast. That makes it easier for me to come back to a game like Tekken, even if they're not playing for 10 years, which another problem Mortal Kombat should solve. But basically, you've got a formula that the competitors use. Hey, we don't have to rebuild all our moves from the ground up. We can save a year of development time by not having to first reimagine in concept all the moves we're going to give, then animate all the moves we're going to give. Hey, guess what? The moves we already know. Ryu's crouching fierce. Ryu's crouching fierce, stand fierce punch, crouching roundhouse kick, stand roundhouse, crouching forward. All these moves have all crouching jab. All these moves have all stayed the same. Same with Tekken. They don't have to reimagine and rebuild them. Mortal Kombat uses a system where we're going to rebuild everything. Okay, well, that's kind of their model. We're going to have less dev time, but our thing is going to be we rebuild the whole game from the ground up. The problem with Mortal Kombat is, in doing so, they were able to do this and succeed at a time where games did not have to, the product didn't have to sell the game as much as the name Mortal Kombat did. However, now in the modern era, we are seeing that the more they have to, if you look at the development from Mortal Kombat pre the 3D games to the 3D games and then going on to the NRS era, the development team became massive. Why? Because you need to do more and more and more and more to compete in today's day. So they as they had to do more or tried to do more, their normal development window, which was okay when they could do less, became increasingly more and more of a problem, because now as we're doing more and games must have more, we just don't have the window to keep reinventing everything and give you a completed product. Now their games are coming out 1 to 2 years ahead of incomplete. And people will say, oh, well, every game, polishes their game. MK doesn't polish their game over the 2 years. They finish it. They release what is essentially a beta as a full release, and then they actually don't get to a full release state until 2 years into the game. Whereas other companies give you a full release, and then they polish it and hone it over the years. So because Mortal Kombat's formula of, do everything new, that was okay. And it did start to build things up until we get to MK11. And now we have to do too much. Now we're doing a cinematic story mode, like a movie, custom variation system, tournament variation system, towers of time, all these skins to grind for. It was way too much to put into the game in a 2-year span, which is why, how did the game come out? We wanted customs, couldn't do it, had to be this variation system. Wanted to eventually get in and touch all these custom moves that we didn't really have time to do. We just got them in the game. COVID happened, didn't have time to do that. This game, and while we're reimagining how every move is for every character, we just don't have the time to do a cameo system and then give you better features that the game has as the game comes out, which is why it came out so bare bones. The more and more they try to stuff into their games, the less and less complete the game actually is as it comes out. And this time it really caught up to them, because they were like, do we want to do tag or no tag? Okay, no tag, not cameo. And then they were trying to do something so different with this cameo system that by the time the characters even had all their moves and everything to do, you had almost no time to decide, okay, what do we do with cameos? What do we do this? Do we have time to get any modes in the game? No, we don't. Throw in invasions. So they don't use a tradition. Now, again, when I say legacy, the MK community, they just say things like, oh, you just won MK9. No, I don't mean anything about the systems have to be the same. Just you save a year minimum of dev time, not recreating every single move. And 2, you also get to bring, MK can then start to build old players and new players on top of old. If the great Jangik Su from Tekken Tag 1 if he came into Tekken 8 is nothing like Tag 1. But if I tell the great Jang Iksu, oh yeah, I do the Kazuya's 1-1-2 here, or do 1-2-2 here, or his down forward 4-4, or down forward 1, or forward 2, or down forward 2. He knows what all these moves are, and he hadn't have played Tekken since 1999. But yet nothing about that game is really the same in Tekken 8. So it allows more dev time for developers, and it allows older players to stay while you stack newer players on top of it, and you can retain and obtain. Mortal Kombat, they were always obtaining, but their system, they never retained as much, but there was enough people that stayed around because the quality standard was not higher. Now that the quality standard is higher, you get like MK11. Oh, we're all going to buy it. And then, no, and then they don't retain it. And this game, MK1, we're all going to buy it. And then, what the hell? What is this game they gave us? So their formula that once had great success has become outdated and is no longer feasible to be successful in the modern era. Or they sell more than anything. Keep doing this shit and see how their sales go down. This game will sell much less than MK11. It will sell much less than MKX. And then if they do this again in the next game and it again comes out incomplete and takes 2 years to finish, the next game will sell less than this game, and they'll just have a chart just going straight down. So the problem is the NRS formula is no longer working, and they refuse to adopt a formula that is working for everyone else, and they can still innovate in their own innovative ways. So NRS has no formula. Tekken, for better or worse, they have a formula. Street Fighter has a formula. NRS doesn't have one anymore, which is why they obtain and no longer retain.
Just before Dave responds, shout outs to Dave in the call. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, bro. You didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Dave.
I'm not going to disagree with Tom's.
No.
I believe that the legacy this is where Tom and I kind of see eye to eye, is the fact that the lack of legacy is a major issue with the community. And it's almost like we're being isolated, right? We're not allowed entry into the next game because almost of the way that we used to play, and it's unfortunate. So I mean, in this regard, you will not see an argument for me, and I do at some point wish that the game, that whether it's MK or Injustice, that they were more of a legacy curve, and unfortunately that's not the case. And I do believe as a result, we talked about the lack of offline numbers. I think it does play a point, because most of the MK players, like they're on the younger side, like somebody like All9K, who maybe at some point challenge Sonic Fox. But the people, with all due respect, I don't want to go into people's paychecks and stuff but the people with some of the money who are established, yeah, they're like probably in the late 20s, maybe early 30s, right? Those are the people who have probably stable jobs, or they finish college, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to talk about the specific because I think it's kind of irrelevant, but the point is, yeah, those are the people who can probably enter those tournaments, right? Who can probably enter your tournaments consistently, but yet those are the people who you're kind of pushing away, and I think that's NRS's major mistake.
Is it possible that one of the main reasons why the Mortal Kombat community doesn't travel is because they just don't want to spend the money for a game they didn't enjoy? I'm not saying they wouldn't enjoy this version, but let's say up to now, let's say the first year of the game's life and maybe a little bit after, up until where we got to this point. Is it possible that if they enjoyed the game, like if you were to say, let's create a fantasy world where Mortal Kombat 1 ends up comes out the greatest fighting game ever made, and it's the most fun thing ever, do you think they would still say, no point in traveling, just sit at home and stream? Or do you think they would say, I love playing this game and I want to compete in it?
Look, man, I don't know. And with all due respect, again, I don't want to reiterate my talking points, but I have either talked or listened to people like Tweety, to people like Zombat, to people like Rewind, and they kind of say the same thing, right? You may think, look, I cannot believe these fools are thinking they're going to get sponsorships for playing MK1 at this point, but they're just saying that, look, it's not. I'm not. Again, I feel uncomfortable talking about this because I don't want to like assess people's private.
Okay, let me reword it then, so we don't have to.
Yeah.
Would I be accurate in saying that maybe not those specific people, but would I be accurate in saying that there are probably some people who say things like, just stay home and yada yada yada. But because there's no financial incentive, we all know, but yet they spend money in their personal life to do things they enjoy with no monetary return.
I've said this to you privately, and I'll tell you publicly. I don't make as much money as you do. And guys, I don't brag. Look, I feel awkward talking about this. It's super stupid in my opinion. I could probably travel to 2 or 3 of these tournaments a year, maybe even one in Europe. And that's because I don't have kids. If I did, I wouldn't be able to afford this, like at all, like in any way, shape, or form. And so I'm just keeping it honest and saying that every individual has his or her own financial incentives, financial situation. I don't think it's up to us to decide. Oh, you should travel. Why aren't you
No,
traveling?
that's not what I mean by that. What I mean by that is
That's kind of what you're doing, man. It's wrong.
no.
Man.
What I mean by that is it is a flat out lie that somehow the Mortal Kombat community is more plagued by children, family, and expenses than every other gaming community. That is a flat out lie. The people that
It is
play
a lie,
Guilty Gear,
but and if I made that point, like if I made that point entirely, and it's my fault, but shout outs to Burrito Voorhees. He was just in the chat. We just had Honeybee. It's like, dude, Franco, Dave, it's not worth for me to travel. I have a kid and a wife, and
yeah, but
I just prefer to play
what
online.
about the people that are 21, 22, 23? How come? I'm not saying a Rewind or a Honeybee or a Tweety, but not all the Rewinds or Honeybees or Tweety from even under night in birth, those people of that world, they don't all travel either because they got family and expenses. But enough people do, because enough of those people in those communities say, I enjoy the game so much that the value I get out of this is the enjoyment of playing this game.
Well, again, we don't know.
Can I just chime in? Like,
yeah, of course.
I don't think it's a good talking point to talk about specifics. I think what Tom is getting at here is that all of the games on here have people in them that have families and responsibilities, right? We all have responsibilities as well, whether it's families or otherwise, financial issues or otherwise. MK1 is not exempt from that, but neither are any of these. I don't think it has anything to do with any of that. Because if it did, it would apply to all these games, and yet consistently year on, we see MK1 or MK since MK11's third year not doing well. So these excuses that Mortal Kombat players give about travel when the game is in their backyard, right? This is the highest selling fighting game franchise in the world. It's not in Japan, it's over here in America where it's sold the most as well, and they don't travel. It's nothing to do with family or financial aspects, because if we do take that into account, we have to take it into account with all of these. And at the end of the day, a game that came out before most of the current player base was even born is still beating it, where these guys probably have more responsibilities. They probably have knee pain by now. These guys are probably looking at their pension at this point. There's no excuse for Mortal Kombat 1 to be done here other than the fact that its own player base does not like the game.
And that's what I mean.
It's true.
They use that as an excuse.
Hold on a second. If that is true, then why are there like literally 3-4 tournaments for MK1 every week? I'm talking about people like Rips Arena, Coliseum.
That's online.
Okay, so what? That doesn't matter because it doesn't fit your fucking
and
agenda.
even those numbers.
No, okay, Tom, could I just answer this, please? It's online. It's a massive difference between getting out of your bed for something that you don't know will give you a return on investment in terms of monetary, and going somewhere. All of these people here have think that there's Street Fighter tournaments online, there's Tekken tournaments online. but they're still going to their tournaments. They're still showing up. These guys ain't. There's a reason why. It's not about fitting an agenda. These are the cold, hard facts. This game came out eons ago. This game has not got a big player base. This game has not got a massive player base. This game has nowhere near the player. It shouldn't have the player base of Mortal Kombat 1, and yet it's got a bigger one, even though it's sort of a fraction of it. This game ain't even out yet.
No, fair enough. If you look at the online engagement, I think aside from Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, MK1 blows all these out of the water. Like, it's not even close. And again, you may not like it. And by the way, I'm not even sure I like it either. Rips Arena, Coliseum, Leaf Live TV, Vape Code is a new one that just started. So there are many. I cannot tell you how many tournaments I see in 1 week that a lot of these other games they don't have. And I don't know why this is happening. And if you want to have an honest conversation about this, let's keep it honest. And let's stop like trashing the MK community. Oh my God, he cannot afford to go. Okay, we don't know why. Who are we to judge why?
It's not that they can't afford to go. It's that they don't
afford to
want.
Go.
Yeah,
they just
they
don't
can.
want to do it. That's what
They
my
don't
point.
want
How
to.
do you know what? You have access to the fucking bank account?
So are we saying that no Mortal Kombat player spends money in life to do something that does not net a financial
had
return?
these players on the podcast. They have told you why they don't travel. Why are you doubting them?
Okay, as long as you're consistent, and let it be on the record that M2Dave says that Mortal Kombat players do not spend money in real life like everyone else to do something they don't get a financial investment. They don't do things and say, I spent money, but the investment is fun.
Any way, shape, or form you want to. I'm going to quote the actual people who are either saying this publicly.
And Dave, I'm not necessarily saying that Tweety, Rewind, or whatever are people in this camp. What I am saying is that I'm not even trying to name drop or put people on blast. What I'm saying is there are people who say things like, yeah, not really worth it to travel from a money perspective. And that, for a lot of these people, is code for, I don't like the game enough to invest money into traveling to play this game, even if it's one time a year, because I don't enjoy the game and I'm not going to have a good time. I'm not going to have fun playing. So what did I get from my money?
Perspective.
That's what they're saying.
That's what you think they're saying. That's not what they're saying. Rewind says he wants to travel for the game.
I just said I'm not including Rewind. I'm not saying they all are like that, Dave.
Okay, then name names that are not traveling. Because,
name names.
But Dave, hold on. This is a really you're talking about the players that are well known. What about the hundreds of people that show up, or the thousands of people that show up for like Tekken 8, knowing they're not beating Neat, they're not beating Arsene Ash? This is a wasted journey in terms of monetary value.
There's a simple answer for that, and shout outs to Noob Sock, who's actually acknowledging the facts here in the chat. I don't know, maybe because Tekken has a larger community. Same thing with Street Fighter. That's what it is. And by the way,
why do they have a larger community then?
They have a larger community because something you're right about is the fact that Mortal Kombat, for a long time, and still to this day, has been perceived to be more of a casual game, casual gamer's competitive game, if you will, right? This goes back to as long as you want to go back to, right? Street Fighter Turbo has been a competitive game for like the past 30 years plus. Tekken Tag 1 is essentially the model, if not even Tekken 3, the model for like competitive Tekken. What's the equivalent for MK? I don't even know if there is. Maybe UMMK3, which is essentially Shock and his voice in NYC playing the game, like in the basement. Like,
Dave, I don't know if that argument really holds up, because when I speak to Guilty Gear players, the Guilty Gear players that came before Strive, apparently they all left. Like, this is an entirely new scene, and yet it blows Mortal Kombat out of the water.
I disagree with a lot of this stuff, and let me again, I go by the numbers. The Tekken community in Tekken 6. So Tekken also went through a soft reboot, which people tend to ignore. GM talked about it. He was the one playing in the back with cigarette ashes all over the place, the tournaments. He spoke about that. Tekken went through kind of like its own revolution after T4, and then some points in T5 had to build itself back up. Tekken 6 was kind of like the rebirth of Tekken. It was in pro leagues like MLG. It had Tekken Crash. So Tekken 6 was kind of like its rebirth. So the Tekken community, that's when a lot of the people like Tom Hilfiger, Joe King, etc., these guys known and like Tag One, etc., and even some of the people that were in the early Tekken 5 were kind of like on their way out, and the community was kind of getting a lot of young new blood in there. Someone like Nee was OG. His OGness really, as far as like being a known guy, goes back to Tekken 5, not 4, not Tag 1, etc. So if I look at Tekken 6, and this massively much larger community, you say, in 2011, Tekken 6 at Evo had 724, MK had 512. That means Tekken 6 only had 212 more entrants. And hold on, numbers. And by the numbers, MK had 70% of what Tekken had, 35% of Street Fighter. Now, that is because you have to look for inflation. So I go by percentage, not by, because numbers are going to be different from 2011 till now. So I go by percentage. Now, again, in 2015, Mortal Kombat had 1162. Street Fighter had 2,227. So MK had about half, give or take, the entrance of Street Fighter. So it's a big increase from 35% to a little more than 50%. That's a massive increase, to be honest with you, from a game that supposedly has this community that's starving and struggling. That shows, in my opinion, Mike, massive growth by the numbers. Now, Tekken had to put Tekken 7 there because Tekken Tag 2 didn't go over well. So they had to put Tekken 7 at Evo because they're just like, no one is going to show up here for Tag 2. So Tekken went through several soft resets, several of them. And MK, while Tekken was going through its soft resets, was kicking the shit out of it. So here, Tekken 458, again, I know it's the arcade version, but there's a reason why they put the arcade version, because nobody wanted to play the current console version at that time. So Tekken's going through this soft reboot here. Now we have 2019 now Tekken 7, it's out on consoles. Street Fighter had 1951, Tekken had 1,899, and MK had 1,575. So MK, which was literally at one time 35% of Street Fighter's community, then 50% behind Street Fighter's community, significantly caught up. Or do you not agree, Dick?
I think you're missing the context, which is, again, I hate to repeat myself for the millionth time, which is the fact that MK always loses audience. Tom has a quote, he doesn't want to say it right now because it doesn't support his argument, which is the fact that MK always loses its audience tremendously. And besides, even if you don't want to grant that, here's the reality. MK, even in its conception of the competitive scene, never had the same numbers as Street Fighter or Tekken, right? Because it's not ubiquitously considered on the same terms as Street Fighter or Tekken. And by the way, I never even made that argument as such. So why are we comparing apples to oranges? Like, it's like,
well, you kind of did. I mean,
okay, so it never had the presence. It never had the presence.
One second, Tom. Just to clarify, like, you kind of did at the beginning, because I tried to start off by talking about Mortal Kombat as a product because, as most people in the competitive scene have identified, it is a bit of a silly game. And you wanted to talk about the meta. And if you're going to talk about the meta in a competitive environment, that's why the community is not that big, because people that play Street Fighter, King of Fighters, Tekken, Grand Blue, Marvel vs. Capcom, they look at the meta in Mortal Kombat and they kind of laugh. So when you said to me, when you were talking about the meta, I was like, I don't know.
Doesn't that make Tekken 8 a good game? Because the numbers are mostly good. I believe that the last year's Evo had the most entrants ever. The numbers have been incredibly stable for the most part. We just had a team tournament between two nations, which I believe must have been maybe the most watched ever of that kind.
We went over this, Dave. Like, we said that Tekken 8 has a lot of goodwill from Tekken 7, and people have enjoyed Tekken for hold on. People have enjoyed Tekken for for many, many years.
45.
Wait,
So,
people have
okay,
enjoyed
so
Tekken
this
for
is the
many,
option
many
select. Okay,
years.
we're doing option select. Come on, Mike and Tom. So this is the option select, right? If
It's
a
not
game that
an
I
option
dislike,
select, Dave. Everyone understands what I'm saying. It seems like you're not
no,
following the
the
conversation.
Percentage of 46 is 645.
Tom, are
the
you talking
option
to us?
select, the option
No, I'm
select is
doing the math
if a
here.
game that I
Oh, sorry.
dislike does well, it's because of the previous game. That's the option select.
It's
You
not an
cannot.
option select, Dave. You're not listening. You didn't let me finish. That's probably why you don't get what I'm going with this.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry for
Tekken 8
interrupting.
is a fairly new game, right? We're only going into season 2 now. So when people were going into Tekken 8, they were excited and everyone was excited to jump on. And now problems have started to arise. We've seen the player base dwindle. We've even seen articles written about it. It's not dwindled like Mortal Kombat's, but it has gotten smaller. Now the sentiments are not as big, not as
At the
great
interest
on...
of being fair to Dave, at the interest of being fair to Dave, I wasn't giving the full picture here. I believe you're going to give numbers, give them all, or don't give them at all. So again, we're never. So let's look at MK. Until the third year of MK11, we're going to into the current practice. Okay, and I didn't do the third and fourth year of MK11, but I did where we are now. So Mortal Kombat went from, as it's growing, having 35% of the Street Fighter numbers, 70% of the Tekken numbers, then a little over 50% of the Street Fighter numbers, significantly more than Tekken. Then now we're in Street Fighter 5 and we're in Tekken 7, everything's out on console, Tekken doesn't have anything in arcade. It had 80, in 2019, MK had 80% of the Street Fighter registers at Evo, and 82% of the Tekken size. So it went from 35 and 70 to, in 2019, it gradually went to 80% and then 82 of Tekken. And then the third year of MK11 hit. And now here is where we are currently. Last year, MK had 12% of Street Fighter and 13.8%, or around up to 14% of Tekken. So MK went from 35 and 70, 50, and just blew Tekken out of water. Then Tekken's out on console, 80 and 82. And right when everything kicked off, then MK dropped into the gutter, 12% of Street Fighter, 14% of Tekken. So it's not that these communities were so massive. It's that their formula didn't put them in the gutter. Tekken 8 may, so we don't know yet. But their formula did not just completely alienate a large portion of their community. You'll notice a correlation between the third year of MK11, which is when everybody was fed up, like it's year 3. Now you're abandoning us. You're not finishing the game. You know what I mean? You'll notice a direct correlation between that moment and all of a sudden then the MK players, they had bills and family and kids and every man, woman, and child had more bills, more kids, and more family than any other fighting game community on Earth. And that somehow directly correlates with the third year of 2022 Mortal Kombat 11 when everybody started getting fed up. And is it a coincidence that they were fed up in 2022, fed up in 2023, fed up in 2024? And when I look at the numbers, it shows, and the sales numbers don't say.
Shut the fuck up. Like, I'm tired of listening to you.
All right, man.
Dude,
okay.
You made your name in the MK community. I'm sorry you're salty. You've been on Mike's channel for the past 2-3 months having a midlife crisis about how the MK community mistreated you, about this and that. Look, you either own up to the fact that you made a name for yourself in this community, which, by the way, has mostly respected you, not all of it, or you just move on with your life and just do something else. Like, it's time to fucking look ahead. Like,
what the fuck does that have to do with the numbers that you can't dispute? So now you're just gonna say shut the fuck up and I'm salty. And Mike, what I always say, I always tell Mike what happens when I have the numbers and I got someone dead to rights. What do I say? They always say, Mike, oh, you're just salty. True or false?
Yeah, I mean, Dave, what Tom does, what Tom does with his personal life.
He can walk away. Tom, go get a beer, man. Like, seriously.
But Dave, what he does with his personal life, I mean, my community love Tom. They like him being on here, so I like Tom being here. What Tom does in his personal life has nothing to do with his question. He offered numbers there. Why don't you just attack that argument?
I have attacked the argument, and I told you
It's
why the
not
argument was
you
bullshit.
made like you're
I'm
talking about
using his
community
own I'm
sentiment
using his
towards it.
own
That's not
logic.
nothing to do with it.
How can you say that MK is a success? Essentially, I'm paraphrasing the first year of its lifespan, and then it essentially disintegrates after that, right?
That's not what I said.
That's been the case, Tom. Retain, obtain. Like, come on, man. That's essentially what it means.
What I
And you,
said
my
was their
friend,
formula. They even in 2011, even in 2015, the standard, the bar of gaming. I mean, keep in mind, in 2011, 2012, only like Street Fighter and Killer Instinct had like very good netcode. Like Street Fighter 4's netcode was praised, Killer Instinct did. But having good netcode was considered fighting games needed to do so little that having a good internet online was considered a luxury that nobody would really have. Now it's a standard. So Mortal Kombat didn't realize that things they thought were luxuries, like, I don't know, having a finished product, not a beta for 2 years, they didn't realize that it had to become a standard. And they didn't realize that what happened was they assumed that the Mortal Kombat game name alone would be enough. But the problem is now that the products are actually expected to be a certain way, the community is not happy with it. And that's why the numbers went down. Because sure, they obtain by them buying it. The problem is they don't retain a tournament scene because they were retaining. But year 3 of MK11 is when it all stopped, because that's when the community started saying, I will not spend money and travel for this game, because unlike the past, when I would spend money and not gain anything out of it monetarily, I would gain the enjoyment from playing the game, the enjoyment from competing, the fun of playing so many people, over the course of that weekend in a game I love. That's what their money used to buy. Now what is happening is those players are saying, my money no longer buys that because I don't like the game. I don't enjoy playing it. I don't like doing this. So I'm not going to
you're
spend that
not
money anymore.
speaking for anybody. Who are you speaking for? Maybe one person that you're speaking for in the NRS
Well,
community.
why doesn't every other why is this trend only noticed in Mortal Kombat and not in no other scene? Why is
I've
it only
explained it
Mortal
to a
Kombat?
million times. It just doesn't fit your agenda.
Okay, then explain it to me again.
It's very
Why? I
simple.
want you to answer
It's
why
not,
this is
it's a game.
only affecting
Go ahead.
Mortal Kombat. Why is it only affecting Mortal Kombat's number?
There are multitude. Are you referring to MK1? I'll gladly explain it to you.
MK1.
One,
Why
the
is it
game was
affecting
trash on
MK1?
release, which nobody's denying. I was criticizing the game
Okay.
more harshly than either one of you. And I
You said the
was
game was trash on release? I just want to make
absolutely.
sure. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure I'm not misquoting you. Okay, go ahead.
No, absolutely. The other context, the other piece of context is the fact that MK doesn't have the the scene that Street Fighter and Tekken do. It just doesn't, right? I'm talking about the modern scene, right? The Tekken has grown for Tekken 7, and then the Street Fighter has grown for Street Fighter 5, etc. Right, even before that, obviously. So um, another aspect is that the game isn't
So you're
global.
saying
I know
community
people
growth.
don't like to hear
The,
that,
the
but again,
community.
I'm mentioning Tom. Let me finish. The
I just want to
pieces,
make sure I don't misquote you. I'm writing this down, so I dispute your points by what you said, not how I interpret it. That's why. So
yeah,
you're
no,
saying,
you can
can you
write,
be a little
yeah,
more clear on reason number 2? Be a little more clear so that I want you,
you
so
can
I can steel man it back to you.
you can write down whatever the hell you want to.
Go ahead. I
Uh,
want to make sure I steel man it. Reason number 2 is that they've just had more years to build in Mortal Kombat.
yeah, the other scenes have always been more of a more of competitive fighting games. And as Mike said very early on when we talked about this, uh, MK was never initially supposed to be taken seriously, right? Which is why the game got its infamous aspect from the gore and not from the gameplay, like Tekken and Street Fighter did. Now, as for you to talk about on behalf of the community, about the NRS community, I'm not gonna say stuff I'm gonna regret, so I'll just shut up. but please don't talk about it because most people don't associate at all with what you're saying. I think that's very, very clear.
Not
Uh,
attacking the point. Keep going. That's nothing to do. I asked why other games. What people's? I'm not. I'm
you
not
are
attacking.
speaking on
I'm not
behalf that
attacking
people are not
anyone's
traveling.
struggle. Me
You are
asking.
saying that people are not traveling for certain reasons. Are you not speaking on their behalf?
No, what I'm asking is why is that what? Why do those reasons only apply if we all live on planet Earth and we're all dealing with family, kids, and high prices? Why
Yeah.
do those reasons only seem to
Games
affect the MK
fluctuate.
community?
Like games can be bad, games can be good. Tekken Tag 2 was not a universally acclaimed game. Tekken 7 was. MKX was to most people in a better state than MK11 and probably MK1. Like stuff changes. There was COVID that had an effect on the FGC as a whole. Maybe more in the MK community, maybe less. We don't know. We don't have the facts. All I'm saying is it's a nuanced argument. It's a complicated issue. You're always saying, yeah, it's the MK community. They don't travel. They game. Like, who are you to decide all this stuff? You're not the arbiter, dude. Shut the hell up.
Dave, that's a lot of nonsense. I'm gonna be honest with you,
Okay,
bro.
so okay,
I'll let. I think Tom. I think you're a little bit
okay, I've
delayed,
got a
bro.
response for you. I'm sorry. Hold on. Is my still delayed?
I think you're a little bit delayed. I'm not too sure.
Hold on. Let me leave the room. And
Yeah,
come back
you are.
really quick. All right, 1 second. Hold on, because I've got something for.
I'll let him come back. Dave, I think that's extremely disingenuous when we are all part of the fighting game community. And if we look at all of the scenes and we see that Mortal Kombat is offered a spot at the same big tournament as all of these games, there is no reason why the highest selling one should not be the highest in attendance, or at least in the top three. There's no we don't have all the facts. We actually do. The fact of the matter is that all of these games are there and Mortal Kombat 1 is at the bottom. That is the fact. And it's not because MK1 exclusively has families. They all do. I would argue that Tekken and Street Fighter probably have much older player bases. I know for damn sure Marvel vs. Capcom 2 does. So that is a nonsense argument. Maybe you could argue that the MK player base is so young that they can't afford to travel. I might be willing to hear that argument, even though that is a straw man in itself. But that would probably give credence to the fact that they make such bad talking points because they are so young. Because, and no offense when I say this, but these are the same Twitter talking points that they levy against Tom, and this is why they don't show up. And I commend you for coming on the podcast and saying these things, because they say this to Tom online. I always read it and I'm always shaking my head. It is absolutely nonsense, and I think you know that as well.
Nonsense of what?
The whole traveling situation being exclusive to the MK community.
Again, you're taking one piece of information and making it your premise, which is
No, I'm just focusing in on that one part so we can pull it all apart.
you're taking the. Again, there are multiple places. I've told you how many times do I have to tell you that the game was ass on release. That's why the game suffers competitively.
Okay,
like,
let me address your point.
Street Fighter. Sorry, Tom. 1 second. Street Fighter 5 was awesome release as well, and look how that turned out.
Yeah.
Yes, because the game initially had a spike, despite how bad it was, and then its audience kind of just kept up with it because Street Fighter is in a completely different situation than MK is.
Wrong.
Because of its global audience.
Wrong. And I've got the numbers to back it up. I'm going to go your points in different order here, but I'm going to address them all. Reason number 2 years, they had more years to build.
I only care about 1 point. That if you
okay, no, I'm going to address them. I'm going to be fair.
I know you're fair, but let me ask you this one question: Is MK1 a good game or not? I just want to get you on record. Again, I don't care about the numbers. The numbers are what they are. Nobody's denying them.
Currently, I think it's reasonably good, objectively good. Right?
Okay, then what the hell are you arguing for?
But that's not what I.
That's not part of the argument. It's not part of the argument.
What I'm saying, Dave, is
okay.
Hold on. Reason number 2.
Guys, just for the record, if you're an MK player, please come out and support your scene. Like, okay,
these are all phantom arguments. Dave and people that use this would have you believe reason number 2. Communities like Street Fighter had more years to build their scene. So Let's start from when Street Fighter and MK were both head to head in Evo 2011, right? 2011 is when MK re-entered the fighting game world. At that point, Street Fighter was doing pretty well for itself, but Street Fighter obviously had a much bigger head start. So if you look at Street Fighter in 2011, and I go all the way back 14 years just to match MK from now to MK 9, in 1996, Street Fighter had a 40-man tournament in Battle by the Bay, right? So this is the start of Evo. It comes from, as Mike Watson pointed out, Battle by the Bay turned into Evo. So here is 1996, right? Or let's go 97, the next one. The next one is a little over 50. So if I take a 14-year period, much like from now into 2011, Street Fighter in 14 years built itself up into a very big scene, because I think nobody would argue that in 2011 Street Fighter was a juggernaut. Do we agree, Mike? Street Fighter had become a juggernaut.
Absolutely was a juggernaut.
Okay. So how come Mortal Kombat, given the exact same 14 years, seemed to have a trajectory of being a juggernaut? Because
you're leaving out evidence that doesn't benefit you.
What is the evidence I'm leaving out? Numbers don't know how to lie. They're numbers.
For like 10 years, we had to deal with games like Deception, with Armageddon.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about just the 14 years ago.
I know, but those years,
it was not part of the competitive scene. I'm talking.
It didn't contribute to it by
well,
definition.
How come Street Fighter could do it in 14 years, but Mortal Kombat?
Because very simple. Because a game like Third Strike, which has had a following,
it had a very small one.
So let me get this straight.
If you look at the numbers, it had a great following.
Wait, hold on. Just before you go, Tom, wasn't Street Fighter 4 called the revival of the fighting games for a long time?
It was.
Yes, it was.
Right.
There was also an underground scene with Third Strike.
But it was small.
Very small.
I mean, if it's small,
it was very, very small, Dave. That is objectively true.
If it's small, then why did so many people show up for Third Strike to this, like at last year's Evo? So your own argument.
Because we live in the rejuvenation age. Back then, when Street Fighter 4 was coming out, fighting games were dead. All we had was Tekken 6 and MK, the 3D MK games. There was not a tournament scene that was big for them. And as you know, Dave, the tournament scene for the 3D games was basically non-existent as well. We did clan battles, right? It was clan battles on those stupid websites that we used to have. There was nothing. That Street Fighter 4 was called the revival of the fighting games because just like all the other fighting games, Street Fighter 3 did not have a following. So Street Fighter 4 in 2008 had to rebuild its following, just like MK did in 2011.
Rebuilding with Street Fighter because it always had a stable competitive scene, more or less. Whether it's with Third Strike or whatever the recent game is, to compare Street Fighter to MK is a completely disingenuous argument.
I'm not comparing them. I'm only saying the numbers here. Again,
you are comparing them by numbers.
I am not. I'm only showing the numbers, putting them side. But what I'm saying, I'm not comparing them directly. Is MK ever going to be better than Street Fighter? We know why MK is never going to be bigger than Street Fighter. Street Fighter is a juggernaut. It is the juggernaut. Nothing is going to be bigger than
what
that.
Are you arguing about?
No one is expecting, because you're acting like I'm saying, Dave, why isn't MK bigger than Street Fighter? That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you told me that games like Street Fighter and Tekken had more years to build themselves into the juggernaut titles that MK did. It took Street Fighter about 14 years to build itself into a juggernaut. And if I track Street Fighter's numbers building itself up into, let's say, to 2011, the 14 years from the Stone Age of the arcade up into the juggernaut in the fighting game resurgence, they built themselves into a juggernaut, as the Tekken. Mortal Kombat comes in, like I said, 512, 1162, 1573. It's got that arc where Mortal Kombat is not building itself bigger than Street Fighter, but it has established itself as we were nowhere, and now we are suddenly called the quote-unquote Big Three. So Mortal, it's not out of hit, MK, quote-unquote Big Three like today. It really was. It was huge. MK had numbers comparable.
Hold on. Let me just hold on. TJX Cooler. I'm very good at articulation. I speak 5 languages, just so you're aware. And as far as this argument is concerned, it's like at one point Subway was the #1 fast food
That's
restaurant. Now
not
it's
what
not,
I'm
right? Like
addressing. Your point was that
stuff.
you,
Hold,
you're,
Tom. Let me make this, and then you can continue ranting. Again, stuff fluctuates. Like that's how like life works, right? At some point, one thing is better, and then the other thing is better. At one point,
Yeah,
Tekken
for
Tag,
a reason though.
yeah, but my point is,
they are
we're saying
reasons, but
consistency. Street Fighter is consistently at the top. Tekken is consistently number two, and MK went from alternating between number one and number two to the bottom. So that
what
didn't
is
seem
your
to affect
again?
Street Fighter and Tekken.
What is your conclusion? What are you saying?
My
Is
conclusion
MK
is that my conclusion is that if I look at all the reasons given, that they had more years to build. Well, MK had the same amount of years to build itself into the same juggernaut. MK is not 2 or 3 years old; it's 14 years in this tournament scene. Street Fighter took 14 years. It became the fighting game resurgence. It developed itself to a juggernaut. Tekken took those
what
same
does that have to do with
14.
MK? Make
Tekken,
your
hold on.
comment on
Tekken
MK.
took those same 14 years, turned it into a juggernaut. Mortal
Okay, we
Kombat
get it.
4.
MK is too
I'm
late.
getting
What is
there.
your
I'm
point?
getting there. Mortal Kombat 14 years ago, it enters the Evo circuit for the first time. It begins to turn itself into a juggernaut. 512, 1162, 1575, and then it goes straight down. When I look at that and I say MK went from such a good percentage of the other two games above it, and it began to close the ground on Street Fighter, close ground on Tekken, had a healthy upweight swing, and then something happened in year 3 of MK11 until now. So when tech goes to your next point, game trash on release of MK1, or as people thought that the game was trash at the halfway point of MK11. Would it be, if I look at the numbers and how long they had to build, would it be a logical conclusion to say, if I look at the main reason MK doesn't have the tournament presence player-wise at a tournament like Evo as the other games, is because possibly the players don't find the game fun enough to travel for it anymore, so their money would be wasted? Would I be leaping to that conclusion if I were to say why? If I were to say why is it only affecting Mortal Kombat? Like, why does
Okay,
it
then
only
why
affect?
isn't it okay? Then why is by that same logic, why isn't it affecting Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6?
Because those people still find enjoyment, even though Tekken 8 is on fire right now.
Okay,
They
so by your
still-
own argument, your argument doesn't make any sense. Like, even though Tekken is on fire, people are still playing because why?
Because they still like Tekken more than the MK players like Mortal Kombat.
So people are hating the game on Twitter, but they're choosing to come out because
Because Tekken is at a weird point.
None of this,
where,
guys. None of this.
The
makes
first
any
thing
sense.
Mike Hollow said, it's the same reason why we had 1500 at Evo for MK11, because a lot of us thought NRS will get it right. The last two games, people had
Has
fond
nothing to
memories
do
of,
with that.
etc.
Let me tell you, people.
Mike is saying the same thing. He said, well, look, we all figure like Tekken we don't have these problems. They're the logical developers that
A guy who
don't
made
give
a
us
name
these
for
problems.
himself playing Sub-Zero and MK should have more respect for the franchise, and it's literally pathetic what you have done for the past 3-4 hours here. It's
That's
literally
ridiculous to
embarrassing.
say, Dave. He's being honest and speaking his
100%.
mind. Just
It's
because
nothing honest.
he was a Sub-Zero player does not mean he has to lie to his audience.
It doesn't. It's not about lying. It's about the fact that you have to, at some point, have some respect for the franchise that gave you your name.
What do you mean he doesn't have
bad.
respect for the franchise? Tom sat
He
here
doesn't
with me
at
for
all.
like 4 hours going over the history and the legacy of the 3D Mortal Kombat games. We planned to do ones for the arcade scene, and we were going to do one for MK9 and MKX, but MK11 and MK1 have not been good games. To sit here and say like he doesn't have respect for the franchise when he comes to my
But by his
podcast...
own, Mike, by his own definition, MK11 should have been the biggest failure of all time.
Wait,
And
hold on. You're moving the goalpost again. Let's stick to one thing. You think that he hasn't got respect for the franchise. I can prove you otherwise. And pretty much everyone will probably agree with me on this. Since he comes here, he doesn't get paid for it. Basically doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore. Comes here free of charge to spend hours talking about a franchise he loves. Just because he doesn't like 11 and 1 does not mean he has no respect for the franchise. Whenever we're sitting here talking about 3D MK, the chat can corroborate. Tom's normally smiling and happy.
But he
So that's BS.
he likes MK1 according to by his own admission. So
My point isn't that, which is why, correct me if I'm wrong, I said this is a good time for players to change their stance of there's no point traveling. Because I think if a lot of players gave the game another
But you
chance, they
haven't
would.
made the case at all. You've been arguing against that.
Dave, even in my podcast, I said this is my reasoning for saying people should go back to tournaments again. I'm arguing this is why it has come to this, but now is kind of a turning point where players, if they came back to the game, I think they would feel like I would actually enjoy playing this game. So because I would enjoy playing it,
You don't play the game because of Sub-Zero's Iceland proximity. I mean, get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
no,
dude.
I left the game
I'm
because
so
I waited.
sick
I
and
played
tired
it.
of this
I left
nonsense.
the game because I played it for an entire year and nothing was really changing. So I said, okay, I'm
Hey,
done.
if you want to get into these arguments, let me go all out because I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Gross calls you out on Twitter. Do you know why people are calling you out in this community? Do you know why? Because you've been trashing them for the fucking past 2-3 months, calling them losers. People cannot play their child support. I'm sick of it.
I don't
That's
say that
why.
publicly.
Stop.
I don't say that
You have
publicly.
100% said this nonstop.
Show
And
me.
People are getting sick of it.
Where's the
That's
receipts?
like gross.
Where are the
Calls
receipts?
you out.
Where are the
I'll read
receipts?
I'll
Where
read
are the
post right
receipts?
now.
Where are the receipts?
What receipts? I'm not talking about receipts. What the fuck are you talking
You
about?
said I'm on social media telling people they can't pay their child support. Where? Show me where
What
I
did
said
Gross
that.
tell you? What did Gross tell you?
He didn't say
DR
nothing
Gross.
about pay. Gross said you're telling people to pay child support.
Gross said stop trashing the community. Let us fucking play the game. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't trash
What
the community.
What
You
kind
were
of
the one
nonsense
telling
is
me
this?
that the community is so broke they can't. Dave is the guy in court who enters facts into evidence and you use it and he goes, now you're trashing me. Dave, you said the community has so many bills and is so broke they can't travel. And if I say, oh, well, if they're so broke, maybe they should stop playing and rethink their life. Why are you trashing the players? This is the argument they use. They're the ones saying they don't have the money. This is their argument, not mine. And I'm saying, well, if
What
that's
money?
you,
You're talking about
you
money.
don't have any money. What are you fucking playing Mortal Kombat for? Rethink your life. What are you talking
are the
about?
one.
I'm
you
not
asked-
trashing the.
I'm praising the
Mike Hollow has
game.
seen, hold on. Mike Hollow has seen. I've given $20,000 to this community this year to help them. So I'm trashing the community by giving him 20 grand.
No,
This is a
you're acting
community
the victim as you sometimes have acted for the past.
because
20
you give
years.
a community 20 grand and they say fuck you doesn't seem very grateful.
Yeah, except the time you bashed them nonstop.
When did I bash
Dude.
them? What did I bash them for?
You were on. This is, by the way, has been my biggest criticism of time ever. It's not the fact, about the gameplay issues that I had with the Ice Claw and MKX. The knee, all that stuff is good, super entertaining, and by the way, it serves some point. When he lost me was for 2.5 months. He was on Mike's channel talking about people's paychecks and who's making six figures and who's not. Why are we talking about these? Are
You
like,
know, that's a misrepresentation
No,
of
that
what we
is
were
a
talking about.
misrepresentation.
That is a
according to
gross
what people
misrepresentation.
believe.
If that's how people interpret it, what I would ask you, Dave, is if you've got time, tell them to come on here now so I can tell them to their faces how much they're lying and spreading BS. I've got the videos on my channel. I remember the conversations. Tom was not talking about specific people's paychecks. This is what people do because the podcasts are like 4 to 8 hours long.
Foxy six figures.
No, him and Foxy got into a back and forth about several things, okay? The podcast was about money in the FGC, and we had Fighting GM on here as a follow-up to
There's no money
corroborate
in
what he was
FGC.
talking.
What the hell are you talking about? There's no money in FGC.
Dave, don't shout over me. Don't shout
Fair
over
enough.
me.
Fair enough.
He was talking about money in the FGC, and we were talking about how players in the MK community are at the bottom of the barrel. Now, I said that there's no money in the FGC in general. However, if you're in Street Fighter, if you're in Tekken, you're more likely to make a bag than you are in Mortal Kombat. There's nothing going on down there. And Tom was telling people, don't travel to tournaments in your 20s. Go and invest in yourself and make money elsewhere. The fighting game dream, it's going to be sold to you by the higher ups, which is something that we had all heard here, like in all different places when we were growing up. Right? So it wasn't about specific people. It wasn't about singling anyone out. It was just about telling young players to use their time wisely. If anyone listened to that podcast and thought that myself, Tom, or Fighting GM was singling people out, then they are retarded. There's no other way to put it. You have to be retarded to hear me speaking the English language, or hear Tom or Fighting GM speaking the English language and think that we were singling out any one person. And I would tell them to their faces in person, you are a retard. That is no other nice, there's no nice way to put it. That is an outright lie. That never happened.
And Dave, saying that you know that there's no money in the fighting games, which you said yesterday on the podcast was, well, if these players were sponsored, they would travel more. Why would they expect to be sponsored in something they know there's no money in? It should be a given you're not going to be sponsored. Why saying, well, if I'm sponsored? It's like people have expectations of monetary compensation somewhere. And then when I say, oh, don't expect that because yada, yada, yada. Tom, everyone knows there's no money in fighting games. A fighting game player will literally say something about if I had a sponsor, well, why would you have a sponsor? There's no monetary gain. I know there's no monetary gain. Stop this lie of whatever. If you weren't looking for if you knew there was no monetary gain and there was no money to be made, then you wouldn't be looking for a sponsor because you know nobody would sponsor someone when there's no way to recoup their investment. And what I said was a fighting game player is one of the worst investments in the history of the world. It's a loss. So knowing this, you would not expect a sponsor to invest in you. So knowing the monetary thing that the people say they know, why say, well, if I was sponsored, I'd travel more? If you know there's no money to be gained, why would you expect the sponsor to begin with? It's an oxymoron. The community flip-flops back and forth. So that's why I did that. And we see it today. One of your main points were if they were sponsored, they would travel more. Why would they expect to be sponsored if there's no money to be made? Why would a sponsor come in? It makes no sense.
As Foxy says, people look on the other side and they see that the grass is slightly greener. And when I say the other side, I'm referring to Street Fighter and Tekken, and they see that most of the top 8, top 16 players who plays consistently are sponsored. That's just reality. Now, are they delusional? They probably are. But again, they look on the other side and they see that the reality is slightly better for them than it is for Mortal Kombat players. And all they're saying is, look, forget the sponsorship issue. Is they look at it as like, look, I want to compete, but I cannot afford to go to all these tournaments. That doesn't mean that they should be bashed. It doesn't mean that they should be made fun of. It doesn't mean that they're
for it. I just said they're delusional.
I mean, I wouldn't. Those are your words. I support these players, and I'm down to support them. Whether it's King Jr., who's at Texas Showdown right now, or even Rewind, because I want to support the scene. I don't want to disparage people who want to play fighting games as a hobby. I don't think they should pursue it as any type of profession. However, I just like the opportunities that I had, minor opportunities. I'm referring to, like, I wanted to travel, to have fun, to make friends. You and I, we are still friends. 20 years later?
Of course, we don't agree on everything, but we don't let it get in the middle of anything. Of course.
No, hell yeah. But the point is,
I want you to elaborate. You said why the community is giving you shit because you're trashing the players personally. We've established that's not really why. So why?
I believe you have made comments that I wouldn't have made for sure.
Okay, but that's not why Gross is coming at me.
That's exactly why I was coming at you.
He's coming at me because of me saying there's no money in fighting games.
Who is this guy? Who are you talking about? Gross.
He's he's a former.
Okay, so let me get this right. The Mortal Kombat community dislikes me because I said there's no money in fighting games.
No, that's when you were praising the game. He was essentially saying is that you don't get to come on this other side because you went on certain channels, certain podcasts, and trash. Not just, by the way, the NRS community, the whole FGC as a whole. And by the way, I'm not saying anything.
When did I trash the FGC? I said there's no money in fighting games. Let me get you. When I trashed, quote unquote, the NRS community, let's say the game, what was I wrong about?
Why would you, again, the reason despite my confrontational attitude, I feel extremely uncomfortable talking about, I don't know, why isn't Tweety traveling?
I never talked about their Mike, if I'm wrong here, when did I talk about these players' personal finances? All I said was, why does the Mortal Kombat community as a whole their issues not seem to have no other scene has the same issues. So why do all the reasons you gave, kids, family, money, why does that only seem to impact the Mortal Kombat community and not the other
It
community?
doesn't. For all we know, it might affect everybody. We just don't know those people privately.
So when
All
I
I'm
say
saying
that
is-
and you say, well, I don't want to talk about Tweety or I didn't talk about their finances. What I was talking about, why do I only see these reasons affecting the Mortal Kombat community? And I said, it's a smokescreen. It is it's cope. It's a cop out because they don't really want to say, oh, I don't want to spend money because I don't enjoy playing it. Because if they do, they'll be deemed quote unquote negative. Mortal Kombat has used shaming to have people have to talk around what they really feel because they will be shamed as negative and a cancer and an outcast and part of the problem, which is one of the main reasons why nothing ever gets done because nobody can really speak freely or they're negative and they should be gone.
Name me one other content creator in modern times who's even discussing this issue as far as, that there's money or selling the fake dream or
I discussed
nobody.
it twice.
Actually, Fighting
Because
GM
you are
spoke about it
dumb. Nobody's
independently.
discussing this issue, Tom. That's your fault. And you need to apologize to the fucking community. Nobody's even discussing this issue.
It's an important topic, though.
It's not a topic. Nobody's
Of course
discussing
it is. It's important to tell young
Right.
people to not waste their time on certain things.
Name me one other content creator who's actually saying, guys, look, I want you to
So you like
pursue
sheep.
a career."
You see the
You like
difference,
sheep.
Mike?
No,
See
wait,
the
hold on,
difference,
Tom. Sorry, 1 second. You like sheep, Dave, is what you're saying. Because we're doing something a little bit different over here, and we're not doing what everybody else is doing, we need to fall in line and talk how everybody else is talking.
Nobody in the modern FGC is trying to sell the quote unquote dream. That's just a fabrication. I've told Tom this privately, I'm going to say publicly. That's a complete fabrication. Nobody's selling the quote unquote dream.
You see the problem, Mike? When people come out and corroborate what I say, Dave will say, well, you're just dumb individually. There's always some other. He's like, but I'm telling you, somebody, when I was young and gullible, sold me this. Well, you shouldn't have believed him. Do you see my point, Mike?
Yeah, I mean,
like-
Fighting GM made a video independent of ours. He hadn't even seen mine yet, and he was talking about this exact same thing. And I know people in the Tekken scene over here in the UK who were watching that saying, yeah, these were young players as well. So
Mike,
it's not untrue.
Tom and Mike, as an educator.
Wait, hold on, not to just. No, I don't want to deflect here. I need to make this point clear. That is true. That dream does get sold to young people.
No, it doesn't.
I had loads of people messaging me after that podcast. Some people don't like coming on camera and talking, and I don't bait out people and say who's saying it. But there were known players that were saying it to me, and there were some people that are coming up that are young. Some of them are 18. They were like, "Yeah, do you know what? This is kind of like been told to me in a roundabout way." So Tom coming on here and simply telling young people, "Be careful." There's nothing wrong with that. And if nobody else is talking about it, good for them. But we're doing our own thing over here.
If there is a pandemic of young men leaving high school to pursue a fighting game career in the United States, that's against the law, and the minors or the parents could be held legally liable. How do I know this?
I didn't do it for a pandemic of young men.
I
don't care if it's only 10 fucking people. If I help those 10 fucking people, it is not your place to say, Tom, who gives a fuck about those 10 people that you helped? If it was a pandemic of thousands, maybe.
Okay, you could have talked about everything else.
prerogative.
Instead, you choose to talk about that. So anyway, let me finish the point.
This has nothing
That's
to do
a
with the
parental
subject.
crisis.
This has nothing to. You're deflecting.
That's a parental
Now we're
crisis, and I
here's
think-
the problem. You don't like that I talked about something. You personally don't like that I chose to talk about something not directly game related, and because it bothers you, you are now doing this as you shouldn't have said anything. That has nothing to do with the Mortal Kombat issues. That has nothing to do with the things I've said about the game. It has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about.
Again, you made your point. Let me make mine.
Sure,
If there is an issue of young men abandoning or dropping out of high school in the United States, then their parents can be held legally accountable. I know this because what I do for a living. So this is an asinine talking point. And I believe this shouldn't be a point that we should make to, to sensationalize anything in the FGC, which I believe the two of you have done, which is a major mistake. Um, this is not a topic that we should um, poke fun at, or, you
Nobody
know,
poked fun at anyone.
I'm not saying you did, but this is like a serious issue that people can be held like legally accountable. And
What
this
does
is
this have
not
to do with
something you
why the
just like
NRS
throw out.
community is mad at me?
So, for example, if fighting GM, if there was an issue of him, like whatever, dropping out of high school and doing this, then that could be a legal issue. Like,
Dave, you're
uh,
pulling at straws here. It's not about dropping out of high school. You could even be someone that's come out of university. You're still a young person,
Yeah,
and
fair
maybe
point.
then
you
I
don't
believe
know the
So,
in the
realities
United
of the world.
States, we believe in people making decisions as adults, and they should live with the consequences.
wait,
That's
hold
Yeah,
on.
more.
but wait,
Listen,
hold on 1 second. Like Tom Brady's a big personality in the MK scene. I've got a following here. Now, I don't like using this term, and I'd never use it to describe myself. But unfortunately, they call YouTubers who have a certain following influencers, right? Now, I wouldn't say that I don't go around calling myself that. But let's go on the premise that I put content out that could influence people. Yeah? If I'm putting out content that is with Tom, that is just telling people just be responsible with your money because these are the realities that I went through in the FGC. That is a good thing to put out. There's nothing wrong with that. If Tom saved 10 people or 1 people, what is the issue?
The issue that it was done in a very condescending and unnecessary
Condescending to
manner.
who?
Dude, again, you're not part of the NRS community. Most people who listen to it, they didn't like it. Like it
I don't
wasn't
give a
what.
fuck about who liked it. I'm saying
Okay,
condescending
then
to
I'll say
who?
that, do whatever you like. I'm just saying you asked for my opinion. I'm telling you, people didn't like it, and I told
No,
Tom.
but we weren't just talking about the NRS committee. We spoke about DOA. We spoke about Tekken. Who
you're
was we
telling me,
condescending to?
you're telling me that your point, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, his point was the NRS community, they don't like you because you went on Mike Hollow's podcast and talked about no money in the FGC. Is that not what he said?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not what I said.
That is
At least
exactly
you've
what you
taken me
said.
out of context. What I've
It's your
said is
context. Dave, how did we
you
get
have
on this
talked
subject? You
about
brought it up. You brought
people
this
cannot
subject
pay
up.
their
You
child
brought this up.
support because they're poor. Like, what does that have to do with the FGC? That's
Where's this child support stuff coming from?
It was
I
on
have
your
never-
freaking podcast, dude. You're the one who mentioned it.
I've never said it on the podcast. I didn't say
100%. I can even. Do you want me to go back and find it?
Wait, I don't want to jump too many points. Let's get back to this. I want to cover one thing at a time here because Dave said a lot of things that I don't think you can back up. Who are we condescending to?
I don't think in any shape or form should we be talking about people's like, who should be traveling, who should not be. Like, who are we to decide? Like, that's not up to
Not
us.
Dave, you're not answering my question. How were we being condescending?
I just told you.
That's not
That is
condescending.
condescending. Like, who are we to tell Tweety you're supposed to travel because of
I
this
didn't
and that?
tell him. No one
He didn't say that. We were just giving advice.
Nobody in the FGC was talking about this issue. What are you talking about? 10 people who made a mistake in their lives? Like, okay.
And
okay.
yet loads of people showed up to the video and loads of people left positive comments for Tom. So, and it spawned another podcast with Fighting
And I
GM who
know
also
Paul-
wants to speak
yes,
about it.
On your channel they did, but on Twitter and like Gross, what is he, a hater? I don't think
I
he
don't
is.
know who Gross is. If Gross wants to come in and say something, he can come in and say something. But as far as I'm aware,
right now, Mike, I'll send you. It had nothing to do. See, now before I do this, Dave is insinuating that me talking about money in the FGC is one of the reasons why Grice said what he said. Correct? Is that what you're saying? Is that what's being insinuated here?
You mean Gross? Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to send the tweet to Mike, and we can put it up on stream here.
Oh yeah, please do.
And we can put it up on stream because let's see. I'll bring it up here.
But as you
Midnight
bring
Green,
it up,
thank you
this-
for the $5. If people don't like a game, why would anyone travel to share their misery with others?
This
Very
topic,
true.
at least in the NRS community, was resolved about 10 years ago by Pig of the Hut, who did research on Yomi's so-called success at that time with MKX. And he figured out that the people who were placing at that time essentially earned as much as a McDonald's worker would in the Midwest of the United States. So this is not a new talking point. It's been essentially refuted 10, 10, 11 years ago. It's nothing new. I don't understand why it needed to be uh, reiterated, you know, many times after that. It seems redundant and it seems
Dave, we got on this
unnecessary.
subject because you brought it up today. I didn't bring it up.
Well, you're the one talking about for 2.5 months, not me. That was you.
I talked about it on 2 podcasts.
For 2.5 months, that's what you were talking
I
about.
don't think myself and Mike did 2.5 months of this.
Every time you came in the podcast, you talk about like, the FGC sells this dream, and that's all I heard, and that's all you were talking about. And I think that was a major mistake when more urgent topics could have been discussed.
That's nonsense. Okay, I've got them here. The first one we did was called Tom Brady on the Dream, and then after that, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 podcast, 7, sorry, before we got to Fighting GM. So there was 7 podcasts in between that, and then that was it. We didn't do any others after that. So
That was too many. It should have been none.
you just lied. We didn't speak about it for 2 months.
Well, again, it was too many. It was not a topic that any.
It's not too many. I tell people when it's too many. Okay, nobody else tells me. I tell the community when it's too many.
Well,
No one else is telling me how to run my channel. Whoever is telling me how to run my channel, it's a waste of time.
You can talk about ugly girls if that's your next topic.
I
but
got it
anyway,
right here, Mike.
Yeah, if they're gonna go around calling girls ugly in the FGC and I want to talk about it, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. If somebody in the MK community has a problem with it, they can jump on here and they can let me know what their problem
Mike,
is.
There you
can
go,
talk
Mike.
whatever-
Here's the tweet.
whatever you
Here's
want.
the
It's your
tweet.
channel.
There you go. I just tweeted. Now, this is supposed to be taking an issue with me talking about saying the FGC has there's no money in fighting games. So this is what I'm expecting to read. This is the tweet that started it all off. Mike, let me know when you want to read. Go ahead and read the tweet. Read my
Are you
replies.
serious? So do you want me to read his tweet out first and then the
No,
replies?
read what he quoted me. Read what started. Read my tweet.
So Tom tweeted out saying people need to start coming out to tournaments again after this update. What a turnaround the game made. And then Gross retweeted that and said, are you serious? Dude, you have done nothing but bash the game, the NRS community and the FGC in general, and now just because NRS drops a patch that you like, you think people should come back and start supporting tournaments again? My guy, you are part of the problem. That's a bit of a brain dead response.
Read the
but
replies. Read my reply.
So you tagged me in there saying the Mortal Kombat community is unreal. I don't know if you replied to this.
No, keep going down. You see my reply right there.
Oh, brother, with all due respect, pretending nothing is wrong just to be positive is also a big part of the problem. It's called toxic positivity, and we have a ton of it. Now I'm being slammed for praising the game.
So where in there do I get from reading that? Where says Gross is mad at you for talking about money in the FGC?
Also, I do want to point out here, there's a lot of people that are agreeing with Tom here, and I know these guys are part of the MK scene. They're all saying the logical thing. The game was shit. Tom offered criticism. Nothing wrong with that. So, what, are we just supposed to suck dick? I don't understand.
But where do you get from that post, Dave, that Tom, you're mad, that they're mad at you because you talked about money in the FGC on Mike Hollow's stream? Where do you draw that correlation?
Thomas had a love-hate relationship with the NRS community for a very long time. It's going us back to however you want to go to. I'm not going to go into all the specifics because I don't think it's appropriate to point out at this point. Because I do consider him my friend, and I don't want to go into the unnecessary specifics.
So why was I being called out by not just Gross, a few others?
Because you
told
went
me in
again.
the past they don't like it.
You have in the past, in the very past, immensely not just criticized the game, which was fair, but also like the people in it, and also the larger FGC.
How did I? No, saying there's no money in the FGC is not me criticizing the FGC. All right, and what did I do?
Anybody was contesting except you. Who was contesting? Who was saying
that doesn't mean
money in the
Dave,
FGC?
I could literally go outside tomorrow and talk to my neighbor and have a big long chat about what color shoes I'm wearing. And Dave could say, no one is contesting the shoe color, Tom, that you're
But
going
nobody
off
was.
again.
That's a
But how
fact.
the fuck would that make me hated by anybody?
You people in
I
the
didn't
chat want
insult
facts.
anyone. I didn't insult anyone. No one was insulted. Who was insulted by me talking about no money in the FGC?
You people in the chat, you want facts? Okay, name me name me anybody, including Mayman Sui name me anybody who was making the assertion that there is money in the FGC and that you should pursue a career.
You're dodging the point. You're saying I am.
That is the point. What other point is there?
You're saying that I am specifically not liked by the NRS community because I insulted them by talking about there's no money in the FGC. How did I insult them?
You insulted them by making incredibly demeaning and condescending arguments about people not being able to afford to go to tournaments, about people not being able to afford child support. What does that have to do with the FGC?
I never said child support. Never happened. Never happened. Never happened.
That was on Mike's channel. He didn't provoke it. You said it yourself. Now I don't keep track of all this.
I have never said that about people's child support. I have never made that comment.
But why would Dr. Gross responded that way? You know he's not a hater.
Because why would he respond that way? It looks like he's responding that way because he's saying that he thought I was too negative on the game, and then now I'm all of a sudden flipping sides. That's what it looks like. Or am I wrong, Mike?
Again, you're trying to twist it. You're trying to twist the argument. Nobody, again.
Dave, there's nothing he said, responding to what I said, that looks like it has anything to do with me talking about there's no money in the FGC. Nowhere do I draw that.
Again, people respond in a certain way, not because they hate you. They respond in a certain way because obviously they had a certain impression, that a certain perception of you. And Dr. Gross is not a hater. He's actually an old school player. He's been playing since like Injustice 1.
Okay.
He's not like somebody who has like ill will toward you. And I think he was just speaking his heart. And I think you
So Gross
you
is
said
saying,
some
well,
stuff-
Tom said there's no money in the FGC. So Gross said, Tom said there's no money in the FGC. So I'm gonna get on him now.
That's not the point.
But Dave, you realize how this is an incredibly stupid talking point on Gross's part. Tom, the problem is, and one thing I've noticed is that they'll say that Tom is negative. They'll say that I'm negative. But they won't say we're lying. Nothing we've said about Mortal Kombat 1 is a lie. And it's corroborated by the fact that nobody shows up to play it. They'll say that, oh, we're part of the problem. They'll say that we're pushing hate, that we're driving hate. But at the end of the day, I could make 100 videos about Elden Ring or Marvel Rivals being dog shit, and the whole communities from both those sides are going to look at me and go, you're stupid. But I'll make a video about MK1 and it will get a lot of views because it's how everyone feels. If I make a video like that about Street Fighter 6, it's not going to do half as well because most people don't feel like that. So they'll say we're negative, they'll say we're haters, but they won't say we're liars. And you haven't called us liars either because you know we're not lying about the game. These are the cold hard facts. Numbers don't lie. And the MK community is not there for their game. And it's not there because they've got 10 children or 10 dogs. It's because they don't want to show up for their game because they don't like it. That's the simple, hard truth of it.
Thank God for Foxy. Let me just give a shout out right off the top.
Rip Serena is online. We're talking about traveling. Everybody else travels for their games. You guys don't. Why is that?
Stupid argument started because Foxy, again, I don't necessarily agree with his talking point about making six figures. I don't know whether he was trolling Tom Brady. By the way, trolling Tom Brady is super easy. All you have to do is say something, he'll be on top of you nonstop.
What is even being brought up? Like, what do we... Dave, you said we should not be talking about money in the FGC as you proceeded to spend an hour bringing up something that you said you never wanted to be talked about.
You the one talking about it on this channel, not me. I didn't. I told you
that was 2 months ago, Dave. That was 2 months. We're not talking about it. Foxy came on. Me and Foxy had a little back and forth. Oh, we left it at that, and then I did a thing with GM, and we were done. Here's the real truth. Nobody in the Mortal Kombat community. Here's the thing, and the Mortal Kombat community, they are full of shit, because what nobody will do. They won't say, we don't like Tom because he criticizes the game. Because if you say that, then
Mike will say, well, what was he wrong about? So what does Dave do? Well, they don't like you because you said there was no money in the FGC. Is that the truth, chat? Is it the truth that the MK community's problem with me is I said there's no money in the FGC, and all of a sudden now I like the game, and they say, how dare this guy who said there's no money in fighting games like MK1? Is that really the truth? Is that even believable?
Look, I think the best thing to do is to move forward. And you admitted yourself that the game is now worth traveling for, is worth competing for, is worth investing money for.
But when I was positive, they criticized me. They said, Tom,
I don't want to. Okay, I know you want to make this about you, but it's not about you. It's about the game. It's not about.
I'm not making it about me. Oh my God.
Okay, then let's talk about the game. I think the game is trash.
See that? They attack you, and when I defend myself, well, who's making it about you? You see all the little things that happen in the MK community.
Look, Mike says a lot of stuff, but at least he doesn't make it about himself. I do respect that.
Okay.
So anyway, the point is
that's because they've been going after Tom personally. They don't come after me personally.
Look, you think the game is trash? That's fine. Like
I know it's trash.
Well, fair enough. Tom says the game is vastly improved and it's worth traveling for. Maybe you guys should duke it out instead of me.
So why does that mean me praising the game? Why is it looked at like, well, you were criticizing the game since launch? You don't get to be positive about it now because the truth is. Nobody is mad at me for saying there's no money in the FGC. That's highly disingenuous to say. And two, the real reason the NRS community doesn't like me is I have criticized the game. And if you say, what was I wrong about? They say, no, there's no answer. And the thing is, the only reason why there's a positive and negative side is the positive side made there to be two sides. Because you see, when I turned high on the game, the first thing they said is, you stay over there on your side. It's the positive side that decided to make sides to begin with. We were all one community. That NRS really started to go downhill.
It's been a 201 at one point, and I think I have completely obliterated both of you. If I made one last wish, you may laugh all you want.
Tom, Dave, you have not made a salient point. I'm sorry. First of all, your points about Tekken were just incorrect. I mean, I, based on what I said to you, I don't think you even knew what 214 was or the up forward 2.
No, I know exactly what those moves are and probably knew before you were even alive. But anyway, if you want to grant me one last wish, I want to talk to a top 8 placer, one of my favorite people to watch. He is the sector god himself. Can we please get Foxy on this call? I would love to hear what he has to say about
we can get Foxy on here right now.
Yeah,
Foxy wants to jump on. He's got my number. Foxy, if you're in the chat, jump in.
Foxy, can we get you on this? Because your name has been mentioned a lot, especially in terms of this fabricated, FGC paycheck drama, which is complete nonsense.
Why are we talking about this? Why are you bringing it up?
Because you haven't talked about it for 2 months, and I have a right to respond. So anyway, Foxy, if you're here,
it's over.
Foxy said he doesn't want to.
I brought up there's no money in the FGC.
Tom, your connection's going.
Hey, no one.
Foxy, can we get you on or not? Just say yes or no.
He said no. He said he's not.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's end on a light note. One of your subscribers, and I'm sorry I forget the name. Let's talk about, I guess, the guest characters, and that's a light note. I think people are gonna have fun with it. Mike, what do you think? Who's the best MKX guest character?
MKX.
No, I'm sorry. In general, any MK guest character.
The best MK guest character ever. Are we just talking about like their mere presence or gameplay?
Anything you want to comment, whatever you think is appropriate.
I think the best guest character, in my opinion, was probably Kratos. It just made the most sense to me. That he even had his own stage. I thought that was super cool. Closely followed by Predator, just because his design was insane. But yeah, it would be Kratos or Predator. Kratos' gameplay was kind of lacking, but his presence in the game made sense to me, and his stage was awesome. And Predator, just because I love the Predator films, and the gameplay was insane.
Martin, he said Foxy debunks Tom's over-the-top claims. All Foxy was saying is everyone knows there's no money in the FGC. So that's his opinion. And I'm not saying he's not right or wrong. I'm just saying that some people in the FGC have been misled by tales of money. I didn't say every man, woman, and child. Some. If Foxy's opinion are they're idiots, they should know better. I'm saying I'm not even disagreeing with Foxy. They should know better. But unfortunately, more people than should do fall for it. And that's the only reason why I did that stream. So there's no, but my criticism of Mortal Kombat, there's not a debunk. So if you want to talk, and again, for Dave to say why, money things, to say, I hate when people talk about off-topic things like money, as he brings up off-topic things like money. So we're going to go on, we're going to leave that in the past, and we're going to move on now to the
Well, no,
question.
Foxy spoke about Rips Arena. That has nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever. Rips Arena is purely online, and we're asking, why is it offline MK is performing badly? Yeah, okay, Rips Arena exists. It's
Rips
doing
Arena's
great.
a great
Rips
event.
is doing, yeah,
Highlight.
Rip is doing awesome. Like, I wish him all the best. It's not to dog on his event at all. It's great. But it's
great event.
online. It's not an offline event. The conversation is about offline events and why all the other games, including the ones that are older than some of the player bases today, are performing exceedingly well, and Mortal Kombat isn't. It's not a counter to bring up an online event. I don't need to explain that. We can move on from
Have
it.
those same online events. The difference is
Foxy, I mean, you're gonna walk away from these freebies and mention, like, look, you're gonna make these arguments. You're gonna let me seriously do it.
you're bringing
Look,
up online.
I'm mentioning it because I don't want Foxy to be my daddy, but look, there is a trend for fighting games, which is there are less offline events and there are more online events. Uh, and I think MK is the very definition of that. It might be a starting point, right? Because we're talking about uh, the quantity of tournaments within a week that even games like Tekken and Street Fighter cannot match. So you may say, well, it's online, and to some extent, I'm 100% with you. But obviously, it has a bearing to the future and the concurrent state of the FGC, which I don't think we should ignore or absolve. Which which
But
again,
yet it
plays
only
effect.
affects Mortal Kombat.
Well, again, different communities, different time. You
No,
can take-
not different communities, different time.
Well, again, unless you
Only
think
the Mortal
MK1 is
Kombat
trash,
community. They are the outlier.
unless you think MK1 is trash, which you don't agree with, only I
trash.
might agree with it. Yeah, again, that's fair enough. But again, the FGC is evolving, and as a whole, there are a lot less offline tournaments that there have ever been in the past. And one time in my state of Ohio, we used to have all kinds of offline tournaments. They're mostly dead, unfortunately, and I hate that such is the case. But that is the reality, and I think we have to adapt and we have to support our scenes.
But why does that
Whatever
only
that is in the
affect
future.
Mortal Kombat community?
I guess Mortal Kombat is just ahead of the curve. They see it coming. I guess they're higher IQ than everybody else, apparently.
Well, I mean, you guys cry about everything, so I don't know what the next step is. You guys
I'm
are
not
like
crying
the-
about anything. I'm just pointing out the
You cry a
reality of the
lot.
situation. You ain't seen me cry on here once. I just point things out as they are. And I think actually the emotional people perceive it as crying because they're projecting, and then they perceive they
actually
say
just-
that I'm crying.
it's just me and your thirst for nerves and everything's broken. Let's nerf Fang because I don't know, people don't like the B team mix up. Okay, like have your game. Let's see how that turns out in the long term.
Yeah, I'm a Feng player, and even I can see Feng is too stupid right now. Like
Well,
if someone that's been playing Feng since he came out in Tekken 5 is telling you, yeah, the character needs to be toned down, much like the rest of the cast, for the sake of balance in the game, then you should probably listen to the people that actually play the game.
I do listen to them, and Tom at one point used to support. We used to be in the same boat. He used to support strong power levels. He used to be about, by the way, power levels, defensive or
You're breaking
offensive.
up.
Dave, I
Now,
like strong power levels. I play boss characters. I play Bison,
support strong power
Algo,
level.
Black Adam. Like that's a nonsense argument. All the characters I play are like bosses. I just don't like things to be too stupid. I like my opponent to, if they're going to attack me, I want it to be so they use their skill, not that they rolled the dice. That's
And
all
I
we're
like
saying.
strong power levels. I'm just saying the power levels that they are increasing are the offensive ones. And that's the only things they're increasing.
well, you've done a poor job of communicating, and I'm very disappointed because again, I thought we were not obviously as a friend. Obviously, of course, I will always respect you and your placements, but at one point we used to be in the. I know it's like not popular right now to stand up for like strong because people in the chat will roast you for suggesting anything be strong. God forbid we have strong characters because
No, I'm in
Mayman's
support of
and
strong
his
characters.
sheep
The
might be
problem is
after you.
it's just
No,
strong.
you gave up that fight a long time ago. You're done. You're more interested in people's paychecks than actually discussing the gameplay.
I never talked about
That's
strong.
so disingenuous. That's unreal.
By the way, uh, let me just say this, and I don't say this like in a demeaning manner. Guys, please don't ask who I am. Go look up Evo 2012. If you can match the results, go ahead and do it. Go travel to Evo. Let me see you get top 8. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. That's my response.
But it's disingenuous to say that myself or Tom don't champion strong characters when, I mean, I play boss characters, so that doesn't even make any sense. I just want things to make sense in the game. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I mean,
again,
look, have you ever played Soul Calibur, Dave?
Yeah, a little, not competitively, but like a little bit, yes.
Okay, in Soul Calibur 5, there's a character called Algo, yeah? He's the boss character in the game.
Oh,
Now, I played...
remember that.
Four,
Yeah, you're probably aware of
four,
him.
Four. He's the boss. Is he 5'2"?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the boss in 4 and 5.
Well,
Oh, I didn't.
yeah,
I
he
only
was in
played
both
4.
games.
I only played. I didn't play 5. Okay.
Yeah, so in 4, he's absolutely broken. That's undisputed. Everyone knew it was busted. But in 5, he's a bit too... I still think he's too powerful, but he's playable. They let him in tournaments. But he has a move in the game that if you walk backwards, Dave, not if you press a punch or a
Oh,
kick,
yeah, I
if you
remember that.
merely...
Yeah, I remember.
if you
Yeah,
walk
that guy,
backwards,
I remember that.
he puts you in a chair, and if he has meter, you're dead. Right? He does like 90% on you. Now, as an Algo player, someone that is my favorite fighting game character ever, even I said that is ridiculous. That probably shouldn't be in the game. Would you argue with that?
Yes, I would.
And what would your argument be for that?
Again, you're talking about Soul Calibur 4, right? That's when he had
No,
the
it's
move?
Soul Calibur 5.
Fair enough. Isn't
Five,
isn't
five.
the aren't the top tiers in the game very, very powerful?
Yeah, they're pretty strong.
Okay, so what's wrong with having one of the top tier that's powerful?
He's already a monster of a character without that attack. I could go a whole tournament, which I did, and not use that attack, and win, which I did. That move is ridiculous. You understand that Soul Calibur champions movement as well. You can't move backwards against this character. You're not allowed to move backwards. You have to approach him, and that creates another problem for the other player because he's got very, very good up-close gameplay. So you basically trap the opponent. You stop them from moving backwards. And if they move back, they lose 90%. You don't think that's a problem?
No, I don't. I think you and I have very different expectations of a fighting game. You prefer power levels to be very low, which is fine.
No. Algo's already he's already a top 3 character
Well-
without that move.
Okay, fair enough. But let's, for the sake of the argument, let's stick to a game that's being played right now and is still relevant right now. That's
Okay.
which
Okay,
is
fine.
Tekken 8, right? So you want Dragonum nerfed, correct?
Yeah.
You want Nina nerfed, correct?
Yeah.
You probably want Xiao's what is that? That sidestep mix-up nerf, correct?
Which sidestep mix up?
It's I forget the name of the stance. It's the what is it? It's not Phoenix. I'm sorry, I forget the name, but it's the one where she gets the -13 low, or the mid, the mid. That's a mix-up.
Oh, well, to not make this too long going through characters, I want the heat system nerfed. That's the nerf I'm looking for. I'm not
That's
looking
not
for
a heat
character specific. Yeah, if it's in
But you
heat,
want essentially you want everything. Essentially, you want everything nerfed, more or less, right? That's
if
the
it's in heat and it's causing an oppressive situation right now, force 50/50s, then yes, I would like that nerfed.
you want Kuma nerfed, correct?
Yeah.
Let me pull up the cast, see what else you want nerfed.
Well, I mean, I've just said everyone, so we don't need to go through specifics.
Okay, I know, but just to be clear, so you want essentially you want the whole game nerfed,
Yeah, I want the heat system nerfed.
but even like certain characters that even certain moves that are not necessarily specific. Is that correct?
I mean, there probably is specific moves, but my focus is on heat.
Um, let's see. What about a character like? Would you nerf stuff about King, even outside of Heat? Like
Yeah,
maybe the
yeah, of
low that
course.
you people complain about nonstop. What is it? 4 and 2? Would you nerf that?
Yeah, well, they gave King a good, which low, sorry?
I believe it's FF and 2.
Yeah, I would nerf the damage on that.
Okay.
I'm counting
So
it.
Claudia, you probably want back one nerf, right? You hate that move, whatever.
I'm
Or
not gonna comment on Claudia. I'm not too well versed in the character.
okay.
Maybe a damage nerf on some of his attacks, but not
Yoshimitsu, I don't know if it's mentioned. I know you probably
everybody
want
wants
that.
Yoshimitsu nerfed.
Yeah, that's easy. Um,
But like Dave, I've just said it. Everyone. If it's heat and the move comes from heat, then yeah, I probably want it nerfed.
but it's not heat. I'm talking about this, like what I don't want any. I think the nerfs have already been done. I don't think they need to go anymore. If they want to buff offense and defense in the same patch, which is what I would like, then I'm okay with that. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're probably going to listen to people like you and Mayman Sui and VDX who wants just stuff absolutely nerfed. Or I don't want to play a boring game. I think Tekken 7 toward the end of its lifespan was a boring game.
I think this
And
is where we disagree, Dave. And someone in the chat actually, like, so we don't have to go over this. Someone made this comment. His name is the idiot, although I don't think you're an idiot, bro. I understand where both are coming from, but the problem is they don't see where each other are coming from. The key being what they both find fun about fighting games. Actually, I mentioned this earlier. I said that I think the reason that there's a disconnect is because you're a Mortal Kombat player, and Mortal Kombat games tend to lack. They don't really have a line of logic. They kind of just do dumb shit. And yeah, I would know this having competed in Mortal Kombat myself and played all the way up until MK11 and a bit of MK1. There's just a lot of dumb shit in Mortal Kombat and Injustice games, and in Tekken games, we're kind of used to a bit more balance than that, a bit more logic. Like, I don't like it when there's just overpowered
Mike, it
nonsense
doesn't
across
make
the
any
board.
sense because most Tekken games in the past have been incredibly broken. That includes Tekken 4, Tekken Tag 1, Tekken 6 that Tom talks about. Um, Tekken 7 initially, and over time they made it more balanced, yet at the same time they made the game more boring and about counter launchers. So it's all about context. But yes, I think that's kind of like the fundamental basis of our disagreement, right? You want stuff to be like more, I don't want to say nerf because I think people take offense to that, but essentially, yeah, you want power levels to be kind of like low, right? For the most part. Is that fair to say?
No, I don't want power levels to be low. I want things to make sense.
But okay, but you just said you want stuff nerfed almost. I
Yeah,
mentioned to you
because right now in Tekken 8, it's over the top. It's gone way too far. They've gone too far. So I think they need to dial it back. I don't want
again,
them
I
low. I don't
disagree.
want, because I feel like you're misrepresenting it. I don't want the power levels low. I just don't want them where they are right now. If you had it on like a speedometer or something, or like a thermostat, it would be through the roof right now. It would have blown right through it. I want them to bring it down a bit. That's all we're asking for.
Well, I fundamentally disagree. I don't. Let me, I guess, ask you about one more character. Let me guess, Victor, you think he's broken as well, right? You want the
I don't
okay
think
at the
he's
wall.
broken. I don't think he's broken. I think that he's got some really stupid things. Victor's entire design is stupid. That it shouldn't have been in Tekken in the first place. But I don't think he's broken.
But you would nerf like the okay setup at the wall, correct? Probably. which is like the main man three argument essentially.
Yeah, I would. There's a number of things I would nerf about him, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's what I mean. Like, I just fundamentally disagree, and I hope. Again, I'm not calling any of you bad players. I'm not into the ad hominem attacks. I just pray to God that I'm sorry, that Harada and Murray do not listen to anything you have to say because I think that's going
Well,
to
the
make the
thing
game
is
more and
that
more.
if Harada and Murray don't listen to the Tekken player base and they listen to Mortal Kombat players, they're gonna have a big fucking problem on their hands because MK and Tekken are not the same. And I know that I saw some people saying the Tekken community are elitist and toxic, and they talk down on the MK community. And I would never encourage something like that since I played both games. But one is clearly more well thought out than the other and has been for a very long time. Yeah, Tekken's got problems, but it ain't got problems like Mortal Kombat ever has. Now that's not to say Mortal Kombat's not been fun before, but they're not in the same realm. And that's probably why it comes across like they're talking down on MK players, which, you know, I've having been in the room with Tekken players, I've heard things that they've said about MK, and it might sound like they're talking down on him, but it's not untrue. Mortal Kombat is a bit more of a, you know, like, the casuals like it for a reason. Like, it sells very well amongst casual players. There's a reason for that. It's a bit more, you know, like, it's like Looney Tunes almost. We're not used to that on Tekken. That's what we're experiencing now, and that's why we don't like it.
No, I completely understand, and I think there's been a generational shift in the Tekken community from.
Sorry,
From
I know I might be. I know Foxy's in the chat saying Tekken players don't know shit about MK, but I know both of them. I don't know MK to Foxy's. I can't play as well as Foxy, but I know MK well enough, and I know Soul Calibur well enough. I know Tekken. The only one I don't know well enough, which I'm going to, is Virtua Fighter. And of all of them, I could tell you from my perspective, if I was to put them on a tier list of which one is the goofiest, Mortal Kombat wins that by a landslide historically. The game's still fun. MK's been fun historically, but it is undoubtedly the goofiest out of all of them. By a
again,
country mile.
Tom used to make these points, but Tom has turned into one of the most important figures in the FGC to a yes man to the Twitter crowd, right? Like, he used to stand up for this stuff. Now it's essentially just me, maybe like five other people. He
They
actually
told me to
stand.
go away for how many years? So I was like, look, man, okay. Look,
Well, man, you, my friend, can we go back to the same like talking points and actually counter what people like Mike are saying? Because they're destroying fighting games to the extent that they want boring MK11 type fighting games, which you and I have fought for
Hold on,
so
I
many
didn't
years.
say that. My favorite MK game from this era is MKX. Dave, you put words in people's
yeah.
mouths. I never said that.
Dude, look, man, I trust your skill, but I don't trust your opinion. That's all I'm
But
gonna
I've
say.
just told you that I don't want the power levels to be low. I just don't want them
I
to be through
think
the
you
roof.
are the main Mansui sheep. You people, if it had your way, we would be playing like a Tekken game that like a Jap that's -5, down forward ones, all university -5. I just don't trust you. I just don't.
But I've
But
just told you. What are you saying? I'm telling you that I don't like MK11. I like MKX. And I kind of like MK9.
I
So
don't know,
what
man.
does that tell you?
You nerf everything. I don't trust you. Like, I'm
I didn't
sorry.
say nerf every... Dave, you're hearing what you want to hear. I've just told you, I pointed out specifically on my own character, moves that turn it into a complete gamble, a forced 50-50. I'm not saying nerf Feng Wei into the ground. Why would I want that for my own character? I'm pointing out moves that make the scenario completely unfair. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
It's a matter of trust, and I
You don't
think
have to try...
no. Fair enough. Fair enough. I I I I, I still like to believe that I trust Tom because I want to believe that maybe he's been caught off guard by the modern FGC mob that's on
Dave,
Twitter.
I'm literally in support of high power levels, but
The
not
mob
only
on
the
Twitter, dude,
offensive
has
ones.
gotten to you, man. The
Dave,
mob.
Dave, I'm in support of high power levels, just not only the offensive ones.
Tom, when I make the case for defense, people don't like it. So, like, what's the point?
Okay,
Uh,
but I still make the case for.
Tom,
I'm
you
actually
are like the
assessed.
MKX player who's against launching armor. You're like the Rio, like, dude, come on, man. Like,
I wasn't
what the
against
fuck?
launching armor.
I know. That's why we need power crushes to be strong. Like, that's the way to play the defense in this game. I'm sorry it's that way, but that's
That is
reality.
not.
But there's other ways for
He
power crushes to be strong though. They can give you a guaranteed like on knockdown. They could give you a guaranteed follow up, right? You could get a stomp from one. That's still strong because
Yeah, and that
you're
would be okay
standing
with that.
above someone. You don't need to go into heat.
But they haven't entertained that idea from what I have seen. So
Yeah, but okay, I'll give you an example, right? I played Negan in Tekken 7. His power crush move was a launcher. Even I said that's kind of silly. A launching power crush. You can give him a power crush that gives him a guaranteed stomp, for example. Then it makes the other player think twice about
I
mashing
just
buttons
think
on you.
about Negan's like what -5, -15 power crush. The thing was useless at a high level.
Yeah, but you're talking about Tekken 7, okay? We're not high level Tekken players. We're talking about the player base in general. I'm not just talking about Nia, Arslan, Ash. The game is for everybody. And I don't know about useless at high level because I went onto the Pakistani Tekken page and I saw Negan players using it. So I don't know about that. Maybe useless against certain characters, but that was a good attack. And if someone threw out a move, you launched them with a power crush. That's a bit silly. They also nerfed that from Horang. Do you remember Horang had the same thing in Tekken 7? Doesn't have
Yeah,
it in Tekken 8 because they
well,
realized that shit was dumb.
well, his was actually much better even at that level. You talk about the what is it what is it called
The roundhouse
the
kick.
backlash, right? Is that what it's
Yeah,
called? The
backlash, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I forget the stance, but I believe it was back four, back three. No. Well, that's another issue. Is you guys are taking feedback into consideration that probably should not be taken into consideration. Now, with that said, I don't mean like ignore like low level players. I'm just saying that that's not a move at a high level if you know the frame that you're going to punish it every single time, right? Or at least most of the time.
But that's power crushes are used as interrupts, right? So if you read somebody's opponent, you can interrupt them, right? And that's what people would use them for. Now they were using
Yeah.
Horang's one was overused. You saw it in every single fight. We saw people spamming the shit out of that because Horang players were predicting you about to press a button, and rightfully so punishing you, but then getting a full launcher for it. And the Tekken devs realized that's kind of silly. That's a reasonable change.
Well, Death Blow 187 just Dave only thinks competitive. Dude, I'm a competitive
What?
player. He mentioned one of your subscribers mentioned I only think competitive. I'm a competitive player. Like that's how I know the game. I don't give a damn about the story mode. I don't give a damn about this fluffy stuff that they put in. I only care about like what's the meta, right? And that's the way. That's how I got top 8 at Evo. That's how I practice the game to this day. If people ask me like, you know, King Jr., show me this matchup. I'm gonna get ready. Like, yeah, I'll play to my best ability, and I will give you the matchup experience. I'm not, at that level anymore, but I'll give you my best. And
Wait, what did
nothing
you get
else to
top
me.
8 in Evo at?
What's that?
What did you get top 8 in Evo at?
2012
For what?
MK9.
So what's that got to do with Tekken?
Well, because I'm telling you, my competitive nature is to take any fighting game like seriously. Like I don't give a damn if you don't know how to punish a -50 move. That's on you. That's not my fault.
Yeah, but you taking it seriously and being knowledgeable about the game are two different things. And judging by your response to Negan's Power Crush, it doesn't sound like you are. I'm not discrediting you as an MK9 player. You're Freddy Krueger, right?
Yeah, you can describe me all you want. I don't give a damn. But
I know, I'm not discrediting you as a Freddy Krueger player. I'm saying that it has nothing to do with
But I don't
Tekken,
ca-
Soul
I don't
Calibur,
care
or
about
Virtua
that.
Fighter.
I just don't care about that move because I think that move is not that good at all. Like it's overrated. Now, if that move was like -13, then yeah, I would be like, oh my god, this shit's really really strong and probably needs nerves. But uh, I think Negan is a super fundamentally sound character who only who only shined in like like knees, like hands and people like that. I think he was overall in the grand scheme of things very overrated.
I don't know. I don't think people share that sentiment about Negan, from what I've heard. But I just, I like I said, as an MK9 player, fine. But what you've been talking about of Tekken, I don't know. Like, if I invited you onto a Tekken podcast with GM and King J and all those guys, I don't think they would agree with a single thing you've said.
They complain about everything. Yeah, I know. Like,
Okay, maybe we could even find content creators that you think won't complain about everything. I'm not sure they'd agree with anything you said.
I have listened to those voices for many years,
Hmm.
and I think they're above my level. But just like mentally speaking and like meta speaking, yeah, I think they complain about everything. That's again, maybe now you kind of see where I'm coming from, hopefully. And that's my concern with the Tekken community. I think they make the game worse, not better. Not necessarily like if you guys want to buff defense, let's go. Let's talk about buffs. What do you want to buff in terms of like defense? I just don't. I'm so scared. And Tom, maybe you and I can finally come to an agreement on this. I'm so scared of playing a game like MK11 where everything is nerfed, where everything is garbage, and everybody's like carried by like the universal aspects of I'm going to, do a fatal blow. Like it's so boring, man. It's so boring.
Yeah, I don't think. I
Tekken
don't know
is
if
in no
Tom's
danger
delayed.
of that's happening. What Tekken is in danger of is just upping power levels by upping offense and leaving defense behind. That's what Tekken's in danger of.
Yeah, I think that's
And
mostly what the
saying
Tekken
Tekken
people
8
are scared of.
Yeah, saying the defense in Tekken 8 should be more offense is just the wrong way of going. The defense should be offensive heat engagers used as defense. That would be a terrible way of looking at it.
Well, you are the guy. You're the MK Rio who would make the case about against Armor and MK Exton.
I didn't make the case against armor.
But you are making the same case.
No, I just said if you want defense, make defense. Don't take offensive mechanics and mask it as being defensive. And
Isn't that
saying,
what
but
Armor
it can
is?
counter this. No.
Isn't that what Armor is in MKX?
No. No. That's not what the armor is in that game.
Look, I don't think Mike and I are going to agree on this topic, so we might as well just let it go. But
I'm okay with the.
I think you're
What?
lagging a bit, Tom.
Oh,
What were you saying, Dave?
no, I'm just saying I don't think you and I look. At some point, you have to like, and I think I'm at that point where I'm like, look, the Tekken community can have the game that I want. I'm done with it. I don't even care. I'm obviously past my prime. I'm no longer competing. I haven't for a while. Just let them have the boring game that they want. Let them fucking do jabs that are -5. I don't even care. Like
Oh, Dave, this is a good super chat actually. Dave definitely liked Vanilla 2015 Tekken 7. Do you think?
I love the game. I just didn't like the. I liked it like when I didn't. I hated the game when Lee was OP. I think that was super boring, right? Because it was like one character rules everybody. But once they kind of nerfed him, I think the best Tekken 7 version was the game prior to the last patch. That was my favorite version.
Do you think the community was justified in complaining about Akuma?
Tekken 8.
Akuma's not in Tekken 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you said Kuma. I'm sorry.
No, do you think the
Uh,
community was justified in
no,
complaining
they were
about
not.
Akuma?
No,
They-
no.
Okay.
Akuma was like a character you could make work at the highest level play if you were a god at finding games. You had like the utmost execution, and maybe at that level, but there were like what 2 or 3 people who could do that.
Yeah,
It was
but it was the
Akuma.
competitive scene complaining. Do you think they were justified?
No, they were not.
All right, I don't know what to say to that. If you don't think Akuma in Tekken 7 when he came out was a problem, then there's a
Oh, you talking
massive
about on
disconnect
release?
here.
No, on release it was different, right? On release, Akuma, Geese were broken. But once they nerfed them, I don't know, a million times after that, then they were okay. But no, on release, I'm with you. They were broken. They needed to be nerfed.
So okay,
Again,
uh,
there's a different. There was a lot of stuff that was broken early, like even Kazumi, right? Like what is it like the downfall one that like 3 times more range than it did at the very beginning. But of course, they nerfed her too much, and she ended up being irrelevant, which was a major mistake. Goes back to the literally the you know the fetish for nerfs, and that kind of ruined her completely. And she was irrelevant after Arzen Ash won with her, so that was a mistake. But yeah, on release, some of those characters were broken and they needed to be nerfed. I will agree with you on that.
fair enough. Well, I think we've covered everything that we need to. Is there anything that you guys want to bring up before we close off the podcast?
No, again, I want to thank you for having me on and speaking my mind. I understand it's not the mainstream view in the modern tech community, but I appreciate you having me on and speaking my mind. And I hope you can get on to Tom's podcast. We kind of get to discuss this maybe with a slightly different audience and have a different take. Because I
Yeah.
genuinely respect you for having me on and letting me speak my mind. I really, really appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you coming on, bro. We appreciate your time. Tom, was there anything else you wanted to add to it?
Yeah, the Mortal Kombat community. I mean, like I've been an MK guy since the beginning. I've done many things to support the community, but none of that gets talked about. The reason why I push back so hard on the Mortal Kombat community is they take advantage of people's lack of knowledge who haven't been around as long. And they say things like, no one ever shows up for MK, or um, it's always been this way, or the world has a conspiracy against the game to keep us down. Things that make MK's numbers since MK9 were always more on par with the times. And it's only now that it's not. And there's a reason for that. But I push back because you can't get things to change if you ignore the problem. If you ignore why this is, well, it's always been that way. Everybody hates us, yada, yada. I mean, like, it's just not true. And it makes what NRS does acceptable, because a lot of the things that would normally be like, wait a minute, something's not right here, that normally make change happen, and the community gets in more of an uproar, like, hey, this isn't right, something's wrong. The NRS community kind of sweeps it under the rug. And then when you bring these things up, like, no, you're wrong, the game was growing, the scene was growing, it hasn't always been this way. No, people aren't always dunking on MK. People dunk on every game in general, in some way, shape, or form. The world doesn't have a conspiracy on the game. We were on par with this, and this. It's only until recently that this stuff started to happen. It's seen as like, well, how dare you tell the truth and back this up with numbers and percentages and facts? You're being negative. Just pushing back against the people in power in the Mortal Kombat community gets you branded as negative. And then they seriously go too far. And even Dave would agree, like, there's a difference between competitive venting. Like if we're playing MK9 and I say, I lose to like Max or Cyrex, and people say, Tom, what the fuck? Why'd you lose to that, you shit bum? And I'm like, Cyrex is kind of fucked up, man. He's a great player and I can't get hit once. So it's a really uphill situation against a fucked up character. They will say, oh, crying now? You know, like they manufacture their own level of crying in a lot of ways. I'm not saying I've never been frustrated by certain things, but there's a big difference in being frustrated. We all get there. And actually complaining about something or demanding it to be removed or saying the game is garbage for an XYZ. The MK community really takes advantage of people's lack of knowledge and history. They do what's called revisionist history. They revise your history based on what they want it to be and then retell the wrong version of it, their version of it, to be what they want it to be. And
I always push back on these things because I want Mortal Kombat to be good. I want Mortal Kombat to be great. And I know that as long as the studio thinks that they're always making the best things in sliced bread, there's no reason to change. The only way things change is if the studio that makes the game realizes this is a problem, people are not happy, and eventually it's going to have consequences for the game and the scene. Until they realize that, things will never change. But getting them to realize it is very difficult because you've got to punch through a wall of just toxic positivity. And they say, why don't you just say your piece and move on? Because you as the positive people aren't going to say your piece and move on. You will every day of the week say, this is the best shit since sliced bread. The game is saved, everything. And if the people who understand the real truth and see the situation don't keep pushing back, then the developer will just say, everything's good. We only hear the good things. The worst thing to do if you want change is to criticize something once and disappear and never say it again. And that is why you have all these narratives of, why don't you say something once and move on? The positive side doesn't say something once and move on, but they just want everyone who wants change to say something once and move on. Why? So they can bury it under a rug and have it never happen. Don't see through the bullshit lies of some people in the MK community, as my friend Dave would say, the anti-zoning zealots out there who are constantly pushing their own agenda for one reason or another, and not actually able to be objective on the game. When I see the problems, I can criticize it. And as I see the game changing for the better, I can praise it and say, finally, it's good. Let's play. So that's really all I got to say.
That's a good way to end it. All right, guys. Well, thank you both for coming on. I'm sure we'll do this again at some point, but I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
All right, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Take care, guys. All right, guys. Well, that was M2Dave and Tom Brady. That was a fun podcast. Sorry if I looked a bit run down during it. I still have the flu and some sort of other infection. It's really painful, but yeah, it was fun. But to close off, I've got a little message for one of the remarks that Dave made, but it's not about Dave. I'm not going to say something while he's not here. It's about people that he was referencing. But before I get to that, thank you for all the super chats. I really, really appreciate all the new members. And obviously, thank you to Dave for the 20 new members. That was really, really kind of him. But let me just say this. Because Dave made a remark on the podcast that I found really weird. Where that gross guy was saying about Tom that you don't get to come back. Let me just make something perfectly clear. And I'm not talking to my community now. I'm talking to people that have a problem with us and have a problem with me talking about Mortal Kombat. You can't gatekeep Mortal Kombat from me, from my community, or from Tom Brady. If I want to show up to a Mortal Kombat tournament, or if I want to make Mortal Kombat videos, there ain't fuck all you can do about it. If I want to go to EVA, if I want to go to Comic Con, if I want to go to EGX, if I want to go to any tournament that has Mortal Kombat in there, you're going to hold that shit. You're going to sit there and watch me play the game. All of this, you can't come back now. This is the same shit that I had to tell people in the anime community. To be fair, that those podcasts went really well. But I'm just going to say it again. If me and my community want to play Mortal Kombat, talk about Mortal Kombat, or go to Mortal Kombat tournaments, we're going to go. There's no you're not coming back now. Who the fuck do you think you are? What kind of nonsense is that? It's a fucking video game. Get over yourself. Anyway. Guys, I'm going to go and get in bed now because I am in a lot of pain. I'm seriously fatigued. I need to recover. And again, thank you for all the super chats. I really appreciate all of you. I'm going to go get some food. So I'll let you guys know when the next podcast is. But the next stream will be on Sunday. Unless something happens tomorrow, you know I do random ones. It'll be a Tekken stream for Shambolic Showdown. But until then, guys, take good care of yourselves. And stop sending me those super chats about you're going to take me to bed. What is this? Where is it? I saw it while they were talking, but I didn't want to interrupt the stream. Where is this? What is this, Bubba? I'm not a gay man. I like women, okay? Now, I appreciate the money. I do. But don't, no. No one's taking me to bed. Not no man anyway. Insane that you would spend money on that. What's that, Foxy? Fate's back on the 1st. Man, we have missed Fate around here. I'm gonna leave him alone, man. Let him have his... We're not starting beef with Fate again, okay? Blessings be to Fate and his family. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go get some rest. Take care of yourselves. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you on Sunday. Take care of yourselves, guys. Peace.